It's election night and stakes are high. Binkley's digging in to expose the lie. With liberty libations, he's not alone. We got the whole dang crew on the microphone. The propaganda report with liberty libations. Election night special sparking revelations. Bringing truth and laughs, it's a celebration. From chasing the vote to saving democracy, it's the most important election in history. Again, Ian and Brad are bringing the heat. Fake Trump's in the corner, never missing a beat. Steve, Nick, Zach, Zane, Alden unite. This crossover's wild on election night. They're fortifying the vote, just like they said. Democracy in action, or so we're led. But Binkley and Jake are calling the bluff. The prop report and libations crew, we've had enough. The propaganda report with liberty libations. Election night madness, sparking conversations. Coming together for election night lunacy. Representing the conspiracy community. Ian on the mic with that actor's flair. Fake Trump's got the voice and billionaire stare. Jocelyn's got style and a smile so rare. Seeing Harris win, that'd be a nightmare. Politics and risky, the crew's on a roll. Propaganda report and libations in control. Two podcasts unite, creating pure gold. A crossover night, watch it unfold. The propaganda report with liberty libations. Election night's here, grab your libations. It's Binkley and Jake pouring wine and beer. The most important vote, so next year.
Election Watch 2024. This is the propaganda report with Liberty Libations, and the race is coming down to the wire, as everybody knows, as voters are getting out to the polls and people are expressing where they want this country to go. Everybody tell our audience, we're going to be here until 3 weeks from now. Tell everybody who you guys are, and then we have a special guest who you guys are going to treat. A celebrity president is going to be talking to us in a moment.
Maybe a couple of them.
Might have a few presidents join us.
It's possible. Zane, introduce yourself.
Hey y'all, I'm Zane, most known on Liberty Libations for producing all the trivia and attempting to be very philosophical with my takes. As all of these guys know, I hate the news, so you will not see me on my computer.
You said the news, right?
Yes.
I just misheard news and
Nudes.
Yeah.
I think you said nudes. What's up, y'all? Jake Green, producer of Liberty Libations, host of Liberty Libations. That's it. Zach.
What's up? Zach Varnell, Liberty Libations, Banished Big Brother. That is all.
Alden, Liberty Libations, raiser of chickens now, and just want to comment to hit the planet, I think.
There we go.
Raiser of chickens or razor of chickens?
Like raising or like raising? Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the raising.
congratulations on your chicken birth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then we have a four-legged.
This is Edmund. This is Edmund Dog. He just got out of surgery, so he's a bit drugged up and stitched up, but he is going to be doing well and joining us today with all of his cuteness. So we had a guest call in. It surprised us right before the show, but always happy to hear. Is he with us right now, Jake?
I believe he is with us.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Salutations and liberty libation to you all.
You still got it, Joe.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling me president. How am I doing?
You're doing great. How are you doing today? Seeing Kamala go out there, do you have any conflicting feelings?
Kamala, swing. Kamala, Kennedy, swing. Kamala, Timothy, it's an honor to be here. It's an honor just to even say the word honor. And it's an honor to welcome the Vice Principal Admiral Palpatine. And and General Chancellor broadcasting live from deep in the heart of undisclosed. You son of a munchkin! You almost made me give up my location.
We almost had you, but you're too mentally acute to fall for that. But you sound like you have your act together far more than Kamala with the way she's been performing. Did they tell you to stop going out there and campaigning for her because of what they called flubs?
Flubs. Listen here, man. Man, listen here, man. I've never pulled out intentionally out of anything or anybody.
Yeah.
In my life. Ask anyone. Ask Hunter. Look here, America. Pause for dramatic effects.
This is on teleprompter. That was.
If you hold near and dear to you if you'd like to subscribe, if you'd like to be able to well, anyway.
Well said.
We're gonna get a lot done. It's just a matter it's a matter of can I do the job? And I can. Can I?
Of course.
That's what I was saying.
So who did you vote for?
Who did I voted for me, man.
You voted for yourself, so you're running against your own vice president. You know, I like that. I never felt like you wanted to step down. I felt like they kind of forced you into it.
Hey, you now listen to yourself. That's just silly and irresponsible.
Sorry.
We all have to posture for a while so we can get it out of our system. You know, this is
Wait, you posture to get posturing out of your system?
Look, I'm ready to work with any Republican
Okay.
to
Yeah.
help solve the problem, no matter what problem, big or toddler size, if I have to. Hey, I'm Joe Biden.
Are you yelling at a passerby?
I'm asking.
Oh, yeah, you're Joe Biden.
Where I come from, you don't get far unless you ask. And my name's Joe Biden, and I'm a democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
You're very self-aware.
If you'd like to report any fraud, just go to givemeagoodlookover.gov.
Give me a good look over.gov to report any fraud for those of you watching, and you'll help the president out personally. I remember the last time you were on the show, you got along really well with former President Trump. Are you guys still having a good relationship?
Good question. Number one, you ever whipped it out at a caucus?
Not at a caucus.
Yes, you have. You're a lying dog-faced pony.
How are you everywhere? Yes. Okay.
You're a lying dog-faced pony humping hamster fluffer.
No.
That was a Freudian slip.
Yes.
Now look,
yes.
Junior. Listen, Junior. What do we want? We want 4 more years of George W. Heimer.
George W. Heimer.
No, I don't think so.
Honestly, I would vote for you, Mr. President, at this point.
Thank you, Boris. I just want to say, Mr. Prime Minister and all the ladies and everyone in the back at the function, conjunction junction.
Yeah.
More inflation.
More inflation, 2024. I think that's a message America can agree on, right?
Let them eat cake. Let them eat cake. And is there any cake left?
I think Chris Christie ate it all.
Oh, that fat fucker.
Crisco Christie, as a friend called him.
You know, I like DJ. I think what he stands for is, commendable.
Hey, can I ask you a personal question?
Anything, Robert.
What's Jill look like, when she's in the bear?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. What 1.9 trillion in relief so far.
Damn.
I'm writing checks to wipe my ass with.
Hell yeah.
I wrote the bill. I wrote the whole bill. Why would I not be for it?
This sounds like dirty talk.
Does that make you hot?
It does. I'm going to have to get up.
I was
making
saving the whispering for now.
God. Did you ever do this for Hunter or just your daughter, Mr. President?
Oh man, I used to do it for everyone. I'd say, hey, it's shower time.
Is that what you were doing when you ate that baby the other day? Weren't you chewing on a baby?
Oh, probably. Yeah, I just eat whatever's in front of me these days.
Yeah. You guys have any questions for him?
I just feel like it's about his bedtime, don't you?
Well,
sounds
that's not. I want to know how am I doing?
You're Joe Biden.
I mean, you have at least one vote.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm going to write you in multiple times. I'm going to vote as many times as possible.
Let me tell you something. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. Oh, you know the deal.
Yeah, Verge Tip Top. Yeah. America, Verge Tip Top. That should be the new national anthem. Screw Lee Greenwood.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's getting a little out of control over there. Might be time to bring on somebody else.
Mr. President.
Man, I'm taking the poop.
We were hoping that was the case.
Did you manage to get to the toilet, or was it
Whoops.
more
Oh
thing?
man, I got poop everywhere. God damn sandbag.
Call in Jill.
Yeah. Or Kamala, the vice president.
Hey Jill, who puts a sandbag near the damn? Well, never mind. Man, do I sound like Reagan?
You're starting to feel like Reagan.
Reagan
I'm
in
worried.
his later days, for sure.
I'm scared and I'm worried and I'm cold.
Yeah.
I'm Joe Biden.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm
Good
Joe
luck tonight.
Biden.
Thank
And
you,
it's
sir.
almost the apocalypse, but I'll be dead by then. Get along, little doggy.
Go to the light.
Get along.
Best of luck tonight, Mr. President, and all of your endeavors.
Yeah, good luck.
My time, just biding my time.
All right, Mr. President, we appreciate you for calling in. We're going to be here all night, so if you're still awake, you call back in.
Yep.
All right, well, I don't want to overstay my welcome.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Joe. We really appreciate the drop by, man.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yep. So, Douglas, that was, we got the first call in from President Biden from anybody in the country. I feel honored.
I feel pretty good about that. Apparently, he's Jennifer. I'm guessing that's Jennifer.
Yes, you are.
And I guess I'm Douglas.
You're Douglas.
Yeah.
I call being Boris.
Okay. You're Boris. We do have another guest ready to go
Let's hit it. Let's hear it.
right off the bat.
Who we got?
We got Mr. Shane Hazel, former governor candidate.
Shane
Georgia.
Hazel. Yeah, Shane's done something I've always just daydreamed of doing, and that is standing face to face with Stacey Abrams. It'd be face to vagina for me. She's like 8 feet tall.
Shane, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Oh man, what a hard act to follow. I'm good, guys. We got some good humor running tonight. I think we're going to need it for everything that's in store for the next couple months. But yeah, doing good, guys. How are you?
Doing great, man. Yeah, you've run for office 3 times before. What was it like for you to get to that final day where it was finally election day? You didn't have to do any more campaigning. Like, what was that feeling like once you got to the end?
I think I campaigned the hardest my first run for Congress, and I got to tell you, I was happy not to be knocking on any more doors. My knuckles were absolutely swollen, and I mean, just done and ready to be kind of done with the whole process that I saw. But yeah, man, election day is one of those ones you put in the work and you sit back and you relax, and depending on who your sponsors are here in America, kind of determines if you win or lose. So,
Are you sponsored by Russia?
yeah, yeah, that's why we lost.
Well, what's the vibe? So you live up near the Appalachians. Like, what's been the vibe with the votes going on up there? Like, do you have any sense of how that area is going to go?
Let me tell you how the way it's not going to go. There are no Harris and Walt signs out here. As you get closer to Atlanta, yeah, there's plenty of those. But out here, I mean, you've got literally people hanging flags off of trees on highways where, I mean, like installing poles, just one after another for Trump. This is Trump country up here. I mean, we're talking like the deepest of red up here in the Appalachians.
Wow.
So they didn't appreciate the Biden administration's handling of the hurricane, is what you're saying?
Oh man, not only did they not appreciate it, they were proven right after centuries now of being defiant of the federal government. Like they take the taxes and tell them that hey, this is here for a rainy day and all that kind of stuff. And obviously, when 3 years worth of rain dumped on Western North Carolina a few weeks ago, they were nowhere in sight.
Yeah, that you took some of the Bitcoin veterans up there. You guys went up there to lend a hand. What did you see and what was that experience like?
Oh man, it's biblical destruction. The silver lining is these guys are the guys and gals really the hardest people that I've ever met. And when I say that, it's just these guys, they don't want outsider help. They don't. I don't necessarily think they need it. They needed some help, but they didn't want it from true outsiders. And boy, I'll tell you what. To see what it was when we got there, it's not just flooding, it's not just landslides. You're talking, in one area we were in called Green Mountain, they had 5 tornadoes, one of them an F5 that went through. So you've got tornado destruction on top of flooding and landslides and everything else, and it just, it wiped out towns. And then there's hazmat to deal with. There's child trafficking, human abduction. There is all sorts of just things going on. We're getting reports right now that some of the county sheriffs and commissioners are kicking people out of tiny homes and things like that, and at the same time taking their kids because they don't have a place to stay.
That's all interesting, Shane. But let's talk about what's important, which is why the governor of Florida decided to politicize this.
Oh man, that's what they do at the top, isn't it?
Well, from what I understand, was it Kamala was she was saying that I know you're not in Florida, but for the hurricane in Florida, that DeSantis was politicizing it by saying that she didn't pick up his phone calls, and it seems to be that he wasn't doing that. He's actually doing a good job, and it seems like anything that is done when it comes to these hurricanes becomes about how Kamala's victimized by the people who are suffering.
Yeah, even though Biden said he was doing great too.
Right? Yeah.
DeSantis was.
Yeah.
Well, man, like I know that I watched y'all work with a bunch of people up there. I watched y'all on Twitter and y'all, helping a whole bunch of people and setting up some networks up there. Y'all were helping with communications, right? That was the primary goal when y'all were up there. Meshtastic stuff.
Yeah, Mesh Task was one of the first things we were bringing into the area to start establishing communications, because I mean, literally no communications, no cell towers, no power, no water. We're back to scratching dirt at that point. So yeah, we brought up some Mesh Task radios, we brought up some Starlinks, started doing force multiplication, which is really kind of a Green Beret mission. And luckily, we had a lot of Green Berets, so we went in, found some key leaders up there, and started putting communications in their hand. We got them airborne into the National Guard. We got them in the pilot's hands. So we started, with I think 2 Mesh-tastic repeaters. By the time we had wrapped up there, we had over 200, and we were linked all the way down here to Atlanta, Raleigh, Greensboro, Knoxville, Chattanooga, and just setting up these decentralized systems that people can use in this case, where if everything else is down, they can still get word out of what's going on and what they need.
What is Mesh-tastic system?
So a Mesh-tastic system operates on the 915 megahertz band, which is an experimental band. You can do anything you want basically on it. And it is a Bluetooth to your phone. So you're using text. It's super easy to set up. And then it creates a nerds is right, buddy. And then it sets up a mesh repeating system. So you can text anybody within range, and it can be specifically for them, or it can be a group text to everybody who's within that mesh system. And it can also be encrypted, so that you can share, through 8 channels, a encrypted message system with anybody in that system as well. So it's a very robust messaging system for emergency situations.
That's awesome. Yeah,
pretty cool.
Yeah, I have to say, I hear I've heard a lot of just so many nothing but great things about the Bitcoin veterans, especially. I don't know if we talked, but we were at the Bitcoin conference as well, and we ended up hanging out with some guys that came specifically to see you guys, and saw the speech, and we're at. I can't remember what the bar was we were at, but like you could just tell how inspired the people we talked to were by the work that y'all do. So that's super cool.
Thank you. Yeah, it's we're giving these guys, a lot of stuff goes around about 22 veterans a day committing suicide because they don't have any passion. They've got no mission left in their life. They've been lied to, kind of disgraced their reputation and their name, doing what they did for the machine overseas. And now it's different. These guys find a calling, they find a brotherhood, they find a purpose and a mission again, and that's our slogan: is get on the mission. This is freedom, and that's what we market as freedom tech. Is how do we operate without the government and their systems? And we've got it figured out in terms of communication. We got it figured out in terms of money, and now it's just about freedom, liberty, personal property. And in restoring a positive incentive structure than the broken one that we've got, inherited here from the Federal Reserve and those guys. It's like Ron Paul's wet dream on steroids, and that's to have a bunch of guys that will work their asses off day and night around the clock trying to keep up with everybody else to push this mission. Absolutely insane.
That's cool. Like some of the people we talked to were far more. They were like psyched to see you guys and give a shit about Russell Brand, which was refreshing. So, what do you think about Trump? And I know there's a lot in the libertarian community. There's a lot of conflict about Trump.
Yeah, I mean, well, fuck Chase Oliver first and foremost.
Conflict in the libertarian community? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, so I actually pulled the trigger for Trump today. Based on Ross Ulbricht alone, I was like, if I can get Ross out of jail, who's been there for 11 years, that would be enough. The other thing is he's been talking about Bitcoin. The big deal is he's got RFK on his side, and RFK's evolution I've seen over the past couple of years now. His speeches at the Bitcoin conference, where his first speech, maybe he had somebody talking in his ear and he was, starting to understand it. But this year, man, I don't know if any of you guys saw it live, but that man went on just a tirade about Bitcoin, where he had been studying it. He knows it inside and out now. I believe he understands why it's important. And I think he understands that it's unstoppable. And so for us to, have an opportunity to have somebody in his ear, especially, RFK, and then the guys from Bitcoin Magazine that are going to be broadcasting live tonight there as well from Trump headquarters. That's a big sign that we're moving in the right direction. I don't know if you guys saw it, but all political action contributions this year totaled over 50% from the crypto community in general, which is, dominated by Bitcoin. So for the first time ever, that's happened, which is a shift in, how we're funding these politicians. And if you're not going to be Bitcoin in the future, I think you're not going to be in any seat in any real seat in government.
It's called crypto. I joke a lot, but Jake had taught me a lot about crypto. I learned a lot at the conference there. And I know you've got a lot more questions, but I'm curious, do you have a place where people can go to if somebody's a veteran and they're looking for people to connect with, a website or something?
Yeah, bitcoinveterans.org. You don't even have to be a veteran. If you're interested in joining this mission, we need as many people as we can get. So yeah, bitcoinveterans.org. You can find us there. You can sign up. You can get into the chats with us. We've got decentralized chats going from Citadels to Operation Bitcoin, which is a work placement inside the Bitcoin community. We've got obviously hurricane relief stuff going on. We've got things about guns and preparedness and Citadels, all of these different chats. So if you're interested and you want to, start building a parallel system with us, we could use all the help we can get.
Do you guys recognize meme war veterans, or is that stolen valor?
Yeah, you're 100%. You guys are memetic warfare is at the cusp of what we're doing here in 5th generation for sure.
I love it. Well, Shane, I know you got to get out of here. You got your own stream to go to. I know y'all are doing some election coverage over at Bitcoin Veterans, but thank you for joining, man. Really appreciate it.
And tell Brett I said, hey, by the way, your brother, I graduated with him, Brookwood.
All right. I will, man. You guys have a great night, and we'll hopefully cross our fingers and not go to civil war over this election, right?
Let's do it.
We're calling you if we do, though.
All right.
All right. See you, Chase. See you, Chase. Almost called him Chase right there. That was a 4.
He would have jumped through the screen.
Oh, man.
You know, the first time we did a show with you guys, and I met Shane through virtually. First thing I thought is, man, he's just as jacked as his brother, or more jacked than his brother is, because like the Hazels are jacked.
Got good genes.
Yeah,
the Hazels are jacked. Y'all, for anybody out there, we are going to have some technical difficulties from time to time because
we're experimenting with something.
This is one giant experiment. So apologies for any sound issues, any video issues, but we're going to be here for 5 hours at least, and hopefully by the end we'll have figured it out.
Yeah, yeah, we're basically trying something that we didn't have. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare, and
just all day
today mostly, and so. We're gonna just play around, and yeah, you guys know we're not like Jake Tapper, who has like 80,000 people behind the scenes doing the work. It's
80,000 makeup artists.
Yeah, 80,000 makeup artists and like a bunch of Brian Stelters under the desk.
Yeah, we're really this ugly.
This is us. Hey, stop! It's just shut up. All right, that was Brian Stelter. So we had a polling. So is this ready? I know we were going to cut to some people, but I know that there was we had a correspondent. Is all of that ready, or should we wait to do that? We don't. I'm just we're getting a feel of what's going on, and so Jake's telling you about the technical problems. I just got here picking up my dog. Some of you guys have sent me some well wishes for Edmund. He had surgery to have some mast cell tumors removed, and he's doing good. And they haven't found anything so far. So far, so good. Other than, and pour out a beer. There was a little bump by his nipple. Yeah, and they took the whole nipple off. So poor guy lost a nipple, but he is here and he's strong and he's resting.
Like an odd number of nipples now. Yeah,
it's an odd number of nipples. It's unique, right?
Trivia question: do dogs have 8 or 10 nipples?
Zane? I say not enough. I don't know. I say 8. Is it 8? Do you know?
Well, now it's 7. So.
Yeah, but why do you know that? So why do you?
It's a genuine question.
You're an expert in dog nipples.
I have chickens, not dogs.
How many nipples do chickens have? Not enough.
I'm pretty sure none.
I don't like a chicken without nipples. I don't eat chicken without a nipple on it.
Not milking your chickens.
I have nipples, Greg.
So what I noticed going on, which I thought was interesting, they had these different get out the vote tactics, and one of them, as we've seen, has always been this is the most important election of our lifetime, which every election that I can remember has been the most important.
Yeah, today is currently the most important day in American
It's the most important day in American history. And not to say that there's not consequences about who ends up in that position, the way the tide turns, but I think that, like Oprah said the other day, Oprah said last night, she said that if you don't get out and vote in this election, then you may never have a chance to ever cast a ballot again, which is just, where do you even go from that?
What does that even mean exactly?
She's going to kill you, I think.
She'll sit on you.
She and Stacey Abrams, and you'll squirm. That's not a death anybody wants. And so, like, I started getting these last week, these ads that, they're all targeted, and the ads will be like, have you voted yet? Because if you haven't voted yet, while who you vote for stays private, if you don't vote, that's public and your neighbors can find out. Like your neighbors are gonna come and go to your door and drag you out.
Right.
I did see those ads, and they almost look like, those emergency alert signals, like messages where it's like, warning, if you don't vote, everybody will know.
Yeah.
But I have to say, in their defense, there is a very real way in which every election is the most important election of our lifetime, and it's because, the government is always getting bigger and bigger. So every 4 years, it's bigger than it's ever has been. So it's even more important who has the keys.
Well, it's true. So is that a pro-Trump or pro-Kamala? Who would you give the keys to? Who would you let babysit your grandkid if you had a grandkid?
This might be getting into a bigger segment of the show. I did pull the lever for Trump, which I know is going to be highly triggering for many libertarians of a certain stripe out there.
I don't give a shit, people. I think people, as long as they're not like, I'm a white dude for something or trying to do all this kind of gay shit, then it's just like, vote for who you want to, and
or don't.
Yeah, or don't. Yeah,
because there's kind of the idea that a lot of libertarians have that it's just a given that every single election, the Republican and Democrat are both equally bad. They're both horrible, which I would affirm that they are both horrible, but they're equally bad, and we can't vote for either of them because we'll just get the same thing over and over again. So our only choice is to vote third party, vote libertarian. And I certainly think that there are elections where that's very true. Like, the Obama-McCain, I think that you could very accurately say there was not a big difference between those two candidates.
Especially now.
But a lot of libertarians will just take it as an article of faith that every single election, both major party candidates are equally horrible. And so while I would agree that it's not wasting your vote to vote third party, I think it would be more accurate to say that it's sacrificing your vote. That you're sacrificing it to send a message saying, both of these candidates are so bad and they're similar enough that I'm just, I'm not going to partake. It's more important that we send the message. But I think for several reasons in 2024, that Trump is a substantially better candidate than Harris is.
I don't disagree with that.
I think that Trump is a substantially better candidate now than he was in either 2016 or 2020.
Agreed.
Well, I think Ron Paul saying he'd be willing. It's almost like people took that as Ron Paul saying he joined the administration. I don't know that he went that far with it, but Ron Paul saying he's willing to work with Elon. I think that definitely probably caught a lot of people's attention.
But when you look at some of the other talent that has said that they've joined the administration,
Some of the talent.
yeah,
Yeah.
right,
You're right.
RFK and
Yeah.
I think Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek Ramaswamy and some of the people that I don't hate or like the more of their respective parties, that I think it speaks to the direction of the ticket, and I'm surprised to say that I'm even saying this, that I would vote that way or endorse that ticket. I wasn't able to vote this year, so that I would have, but
Convicted felon.
Yeah, no, I moved recently, and the state of Georgia is fucking me on my.
No, that's me too. I just
registration.
moved in.
Suppression.
Yeah, no, they still have not sent me my voter
Yeah.
registration. So.
Yeah, well, in Cobb County, you might be able to vote till like next month or something like that.
Yeah, I'll just bring my dead grandma in there and have her vote for me.
Yeah, so you guys know what's going on in Cobb County. And so there's a bunch of ballots that I told people there's going to be problems with the mail stuff. That was going to be an issue here, that they got delivered too late. So they requested the ballot on time, the mail-in ballot, and Cobb County did not send them until, some people still haven't got them. And there's especially what they're focusing on with the lawsuit is people out of state, like college students who are somewhere else, and people who are in a wheelchair or something. So it'd be very difficult for them to go out and get to the polls. And so they sued to allow them to have, I think, until the 28th to mail theirs in, not the 28th, till the 8th to mail theirs in. And I think the latest is that it got rejected by the Supreme Court, but that's being, no, not the Supreme Court. I don't have my laptop in front of me, so I'm going to get some of these details wrong, but I think that it was rejected and there might be another appeal. And so there's people who correctly requested their ballots, did not receive them, still have not received them, that might not get a chance to vote. And then you flip it on the other side, where that also opens a door to, can we extend this window to when people vote? Because it all comes down to how you define things. You find 3 people who actually are screwed over because they didn't get sent their ballots on time, and then that gets translated to a law. Well, this group of people can vote late, and more than those 3 people get roped into it, and so that's where the cheating can occur within that. And I think that's still unresolved.
I think we've got somebody ready to be interviewed.
Oh, do we have one of our interviewers at polling precinct? And
I think so.
it looks like this is in Montgomery, Alabama, polling precinct.
Looks like it. Yeah. Let's bring them onto the stage. Here we go.
And we got our correspondent, Ticklebutt.
Hi, Brad.
Tell everybody your name, Ticklebutt.
Late. This is Mitch Landstrong, political correspondent here for the Propaganda Report. I'm currently in Montgomery, Alabama, outside of the polling station, inside of the void.
We want Trump.
Right now,
we want Trump.
It looks like we've got a Trump supporter here, sir. What's your name?
Roy.
We have Roy here.
Well, what did you learn from Roy? Is this his first time voting?
No.
Hold on. Is this your first time voting?
What's wrong with your ear?
I got a bug.
I got no. This ain't my first time voting.
How many elections have you voted in, Roy?
3.
3. He's voted in 3 elections.
I said, what about his husband?
What about your husband?
My husband? Man, I ain't got no husband.
You're not a white guy from Kamala?
No, all right, there was this one time in college, all right?
Yeah, of course.
I ain't got no husband. No, I'm not for Kamala. I'm for Trump.
He was just for Kamala once in college, it sounds like.
Yeah, he was just a Kamala supporter one time in college when she was dating Montel Williams.
Right, yeah.
So who'd you vote for here in Montgomery?
I just can't tell you. I made it a choice not to tell people who I vote for. Because there's so much heartache, y'all. Everybody just wants to fight. But I'll tell you what, I sure do like Trump. I like Trump.
Yeah.
And the way they rigged that last election, from what I heard, is bad. But hey, did you see those ladies over there? You know what they're doing?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, the ones with the Kamala sign.
Yes, you see what she's got?
Now what?
Beer. She's
Beer.
handing out beer. She says, hey, if you vote for Kamala, you can get a 6-pack of beer. We'll even give you this carrier too. So really?
Brad, I don't know if they're 100 feet from a polling station, if they're legally allowed to give out beers. Larry David was arrested for handing out a water here in Georgia.
Yeah, so they could get in trouble, and you guys would be responsible for taking them down personally and physically.
What kind of beer do they have?
Bud Light.
Okay, and so what happens if they give you a Bud Light?
I guess you have to vote for Kamala. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's law. Now,
You heard it here first. If you get a Bud Light from
a
Kamala,
Bud Light for Kamala. Could you ask him with your fist, please? With your fist, ask him what he likes about Trump. What he likes about Trump.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, I like Trump. Trump hooked me the first time I heard him say, they're eating the cats. I like cats. I got a few cats, and I don't want them to eat my cats. So it's got to be Trump.
So you don't want Democrats eating your cats?
I don't think it's the Democrats. I think it's the Mexicans.
You think the Mexicans are the ones eating the
I
cats?
think so. We got to build a wall.
Okay, thank you, correspondent Ticklebutt,
That's Mitch Landstrom.
Mitch Lamstrong. So we have a third-time voter here in.
On Mars. I was an astronaut. I deserve something.
Okay, Mitch. We'll see when you get another voter over there.
I guess.
But in Alabama, we have people voting because they don't want Mexicans eating their pussy.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mitch.
Thanks,
really
Mitch.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, we'll be cutting to more very, very serious
On the ground report.
reporting.
We actually
Thank
have
you.
our first election news of the night.
Do we?
Yeah, the AP has called Thomas Massey's race, which was uncontested.
Did they kill him?
They have not killed him at
Thank
this
God.
hour, but they're calling it for him.
Good. Hell yeah.
Nobody.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good that he won an uncontested race.
Yeah, it was-
It's hard to lose.
Where is he
Sure, he's
again?
nervous.
Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Yeah.
Kentucky's fourth.
Have they said what happened to his wife?
I mean, she died.
I know, but
Yeah, we
has
don't
there
know.
Put
been?
himself down those stairs. Yeah.
I mean, he had like some tweet saying like there was no conspiracy. It wasn't
Okay.
facts,
Okay.
It wasn't.
It was, yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that was heartbreaking. I didn't even know she was sick. So,
I didn't either.
yeah, and then he just tweeted out that she died. So that was weird. But yeah, we are going to have some as soon as the polls close. They're starting to close in Indiana and Kentucky at the moment. About 6% of votes are in, 12% in Indiana, 6% in
I
Kentucky.
mean, those are going to be safe Trump.
Those are
anyway.
going to be safe Trump, but we will start reporting. You'll see this ticker right down here below. You'll see this ticker update with new information from the Electoral College. And yeah, we'll keep you apprised of all the election goings on this evening. Yeah, I missed some of the conversation, but I noticed that I did hear that Zane voted for Trump. Explain yourself, Zane.
So I don't know how much of my justification you want me to rehash, but to expand on what I was saying earlier, you know, I have nothing against Chase personally. You know, in the last round of
I do.
in the last round of the balloting that we had to actually nominate him at the Libertarian National Convention, you know, it was either vote for Chase or vote for none of the above, in which case we would not have had a candidate at all. And I did vote for Chase, and I'm happy that I did. I would still have done the same thing if I had to make the decision again, because I think it's very valuable, even if it is, you know, Chase instead of the somebody I would have liked more, to have somebody out there promoting the pure libertarian message. And as much as we can get it out there, I think that that's a good thing. But that's a different question than who are you actually going to vote for when it comes down to it. And I always said that if Chase was anywhere close to like getting the 2% that we would need to maintain ballot access in Georgia, that I would vote for him. The issue with that is if you were going to get close to 2% on election day, you would need to have been at least at 3 or 4% in the polls, because third parties always way underperform their polls.
Mhm.
And all the polls had Chase at literally 0%.
You'd
And
probably
so
need to
if you
not
start-
alienate half the party too.
What?
You'd probably need to not alienate half of your own party also if
Right,
you're going to
so
do well.
We can get into that, but if you're polling
More
at
Mike
0%,
Termont also. Just more Mike Termont.
if you're already polling at 0%, you are going to get 0%. I am not going to cast my vote trying to maintain ballot access when I already know that's
Yeah.
not going to
I
happen.
know a lost cause when I see one.
Do you remember what Gary Johnson was polling in 2016, like beforehand?
It depends on what time. So yeah, I've got to admit, I'm one of the only people I know that was actually brought into the Liberty movement by Gary Johnson,
Mm-hmm.
because I was just slightly too young for Ron Paul to have done it. So I was following the Johnson campaign in 2016 very closely. And in, you know, July, August timeframe, he was polling at like 15%.
That's what.
Like people actually thought maybe he could poll high enough to get into the presidential debates.
And then they
Which
changed
obviously they're all rigged. That was never going to happen. I didn't really know how rigged they were at the time because.
So what changed? But because there's been a dramatic. Obviously, Chase didn't get that much, but what is it that changed?
The thing with the Johnson campaign in 2016 was that Trump and Hillary were both uniquely unlikable. And Trump was not, this kind of goes back to Trump in 2016 was not as good of a candidate, I think, as he is now.
I agree. That's
Where
what I
the
felt.
only reason he was anti-establishment was, you know, like the grab him by the pussy or whatever. He, in terms of his policy, he was, you know, just like exactly a 90s Democrat. Like he had been on The View less than a year before that, and all of them were like, "Oh, it's so great that you're running for president." You know,
Yeah.
so
Colbert thanked him at one point before he got the nominee. Colbert actually thanked him.
yeah, so it was two people that really policy-wise probably weren't even that different at the time, who nobody liked. And Gary Johnson was, you know, a former governor. He had that level of credibility. He had lots and lots of money behind him. So I think that the conditions were perfect for an overperformance for a libertarian candidate. Now, what everybody will always point out about this is a lot of people voted for him, but it didn't actually bring anybody into the Libertarian Party off the back of it, because a lot of the people that voted for him weren't actually like persuaded by the libertarian message. They were just saying, "Oh, he's, you know, kind of a cool guy," and it's
He wore jeans and a blazer, you know, yeah.
And he got enough steam for the media to go after him on both sides. That's how he always Ron Paul. Both sides agreed to go after him, and they just ask him ridiculous questions.
That's how you know you're doing something right.
Right. And so Gary Johnson got that treatment with the Aleppo thing.
Yeah.
With the way the question was asked, what is Aleppo? It was just a little bit. They would have gone, what's Aleppo?
Yeah.
The way the question was asked, and I think people who were criticizing him over that had no fucking idea what Aleppo was until after that.
They looked it up 5 minutes before they asked.
Yeah, they used that.
Could have answered it better still. Like he could have been like, well, you know, I don't know what Aleppo is. I shouldn't have to know because we shouldn't be in all these countries around the world doing God knows what. But instead, he
That would have
kind
been
of
a good libertarian sort of platform.
I don't think he knew as a country the way the question was asked. Like it's like a model of car or something.
What is Aleppo or something?
The question was they were talking about a completely different subject.
Yeah.
And then Joe Scarborough completely out of nowhere says, "What would you do about Aleppo?"
And he paused a little bit longer than most people do when they say Aleppo.
Yeah, it made him look like a stoner. But also, do you remember in 2016, somebody asked Hillary about, "Oh, did you wipe your hard drives?" And Hillary Clinton said, "Wipe them with a cloth."
He's a total stoner.
Yeah. I wish Hillary was back. Honestly, I thought she might come back, but she disappointed us. I don't think we've heard the last of her.
No, well, she still denies that she lost. She's the rightful president.
Yeah, yeah. You think Bill Clinton's still
her and Al Gore?
He's still dicking bimbos.
Yeah.
Look, Colin Powell.
Oh my God! Wow.
Did you guys see Clinton go to a McDonald's at South Georgia, and he walked right up to the counter?
Yeah.
Oh no. They were trying to do like a PR thing, and Clinton looks decrepit. I mean, he looks like a Halloween costume. Most PR stunts are like staged.
They don't even need the 5-minute mask anymore.
No, it's just
a Halloween store.
They just get Clinton. It's just he's still
is really weird. Like his voice has not gotten better either.
No,
it's gotten way worse.
He's like somebody who I think he might be like 150 years old. Yeah, and he just made.
Would you rather him or RFK Jr. read you a bedtime story?
Well, if RFK Jr. had his shirt off,
that's true. And was in your on steroids. I mean,
yeah,
I like the guy, but
not steroids. He's on testosterone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson.
He says that too.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
A lot of people,
now,
do they have to work out too, or do you just get ripped when you take
No,
it?
you definitely have to work out.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you just get angry.
Yeah.
it plans off. I'm not doing it.
I loved the story about the CNN anchor. What was her name? Newsy,
Oh yeah.
who
Supposedly,
An anchor named Newsy, really?
an anchor named. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like so. Brian Stelter named his kid Story.
yeah.
Yeah, what a dipshit. Not the kid, Brian Stelter.
I mean,
But-
probably
The other kid was named Sources. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Third child would be Deep Throat. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
one of
God.
those is made for his ding dong though. It's like this
Right,
is
right.
sources.
He named his ding dong like reliable sources.
Trump has been officially declared the winner in Indiana and Kentucky, with Harris claiming Vermont.
Not breaking.
Breaking news, man.
It's new.
We're the first ones to report this, actually. I
Yep.
think.
We called it.
Yeah, we said it.
We called it.
Trump now legally
We actually
owns
called it
Indiana.
before.
I really appreciate that the sound effect there is like a clown car, because I've been really trying to think, is there any possible like upside to Harris becoming elected president? Because I think that it happens. So like I try to be a faithful Christian. So if it does happen, that means that God has ordained it for some reason. And it can be very tricky to figure out what that reason is. But if you try to think, why might that happen if it does happen? And it might be just to collect, and this obviously applies to Biden and Trump to an extent, and Obama. The person that we should want to be president should be, an elite, have the most positive qualities,
Like Chase Oliver.
And Kamala, yeah.
and nobody that we've elected president is like that.
Is ever
And I
like
would
that,
say
yeah.
that democracy is a system that's almost designed to pick people that are not the true elite of society. It's designed to promote
Quite the opposite. Is it?
know,
Cynthia McKinney calls it like cacistocracy or something. It's literally the worst people in society running
The
things.
most compromisable.
president who is like even more obviously not elite than all of the other presidents who have been president in recent memory.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And this is kind of the same, like if more people view it as illegitimate, which kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier with all of the absentee ballots not going out to people and all of the speculation of fraud. I actually think that it's good for fewer people to view the election results as legitimate. Like, regardless of how this election turns out, I will view the results as illegitimate. Not for any
Are you gonna
particular
storm the
reason.
Capitol?
Not
yeah,
for any
that's
particular reason, because we already know in 2020, if you actually try to find evidence of fraud, then you will have to pay Dominion Voting
right.
$150
Now, if you find it, if you actually find it, you get.
So I am making a completely evidence-free claim
Thank
that
you.
the election results are not legitimate, because we've just got ballots flying everywhere. And I deal with, even in my actual job, I deal with a lot of data, and I know how hard it is just to keep track of data sets that are only a few thousand people. There's no way you can convince me that pretty much any election in world history has ever really been legitimate, just
Yep.
because of how much of a struggle it is logistically. But if you've got 300 million people, and they can, whoever wants to can request ballots a month early, and then maybe now they can cast ballots late,
Right.
and there's
Corner,
no voter
making you say
ID because
this.
voter ID is racist.
Yeah.
They're, like,
And they stop all the
also-
rules. Like they have these rules for hand counting, all these rules that would promote election integrity and transparency in Georgia, and they had a judge block all of them to just leave it open and vulnerable, almost to like flaunt it in our face. Here's how vulnerable and broken the system is, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I completely agree. I've never thought elections were completely secure. That doesn't mean that the person who, when it gets down to the two, you can say what you want about how the selection process gets to that. But for this election, piggybacking on what you're saying is like, so that I thought it was interesting. You think it's going to be illegitimate either way. I do as well. I think it's important that people see that, because I think more people have been pro election integrity, pro, questioning our elections more so than they ever have been before since 2020. Like Garland Favorito, he went from a small Twitter account to blowing up, and he's not a MAGA Republican. That's what they call him now. But he is somebody, he's been doing election integrity for 20, 25 years. He was one of the only ones, but now all of these people are doing it. And I think that they don't like that. And this is why I go back and forth. They make it seem like they're obviously going to steal it by leaving it so vulnerable. But then I'm like, the Davos agenda since 2021 has been, I played this clip a lot, has been the elites of the world have never before been more united than we are now, but the people of the world have never distrusted us more. Therefore, we must work to rebuild trust in the institutions of society, the controlling institutions of democracy and society. And Trump winning, so I think either Kamala wins in a close race to cause all the confusion and conflict, or they let Trump win it in a complete landslide to try and get a bunch of people who distrust the system now to go, it works again.
Or do you get the inverse effect of last time, where like if Trump wins and then you get people on the left saying that they think it was rigged? That'd be funny.
That would be hilarious. Yeah.
Because so the first time I started paying attention to politics more was the 2000 race, right? The Bush Gore race. That was like the first time I was like 10, 11 years old, somewhere in there. And I was like, the first time I'm watching this, I'm paying attention to adults that care, and I'm like watching the numbers come in. I stayed up and watched the electoral race, and there was some funny business more. I would argue, I've looked into this more, not since I was 10, like later, that there was some funny business going on more on the right at that time with the race.
Dick Cheney and them.
Yeah, Dick Cheney and like what was her name? Catherine Harris and Jeb Bush, the brother, in Florida at the time. There was it was more, if anything, funny business on the right. And then later I saw more funny business on the left. And really it's just funny business all around. And I think that I just ultimately don't give a shit as far as like who's president. I think we put more power in our minds onto who is president than really is there. I think there's behind the scenes establishment that runs things more than the actual president.
Very
really
clear
matters.
right now.
Yeah, and exactly. Biden is like maybe the best example of this. I thought Bush was a good example of this. I thought Bush was like kind of like the like funny, charismatic, but not that like kind of inept, not that like well executing. Biden doesn't even know where his own ass is, like, and so like that's even more perfect. But
by the sandbag.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't even know where I was going with this, but it just in general, I think like it'd be funny to see the tides turn in the same group that was frustrated with the other side calling for, it wasn't fair or whatever, to maybe see that it wasn't fair and then call it on their own terms.
No one ever remembers what they said, though. It's like history started.
The
5
short
minutes
memory,
ago.
man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Then they rely on that with I think a propaganda tool they have right now in society is the technology in our screens. They can just continue to pump so much information in our minds that we forget what happens, and you just can't like this stuff about Trump saying that he the kind of the closing message was Trump is going to come after anybody who disagrees with him using the U.S. military. He said it. He said no such thing. This
reminds me of like when they were like, "Oh, he said he was going to be a tyrant and run once and stay in forever."
This was Fox News that put this in the spotlight, and Fox News actually manipulated both Trump and Kamala because they played 2 clips out of context to each other, and they told Trump something about Kamala, then they played a clip out of Kamala, and so she responded to something that she didn't know what the real context was, and the same thing with Trump, because Fox News was manipulating it seem to me, both of them, and propagating this idea that Trump said he's going to go after citizens who disagree with the military. When Fox News had all these clips, all they had to do, the enemy from within, had the question included.
Yeah.
And Fox News had all the footage because they were Fox News interviews. To go find them on a random small Rumble channel just to find the freaking question, because playing the question full context clears all of it up. When Trump said the military stuff, he was responding to a question. The question was framed, or one from within. So he was like mirroring the question from the enemy from within. And of course, it's going to be somebody who loses. And he said he thought it would be Biden should have the National Guard, maybe the military ready in case a January 6th type thing happened. So he was talking about what Biden should have ready on election. He conflated that with a separate answer and said that he's going to use that if elected. And it's crazy how coordinated the messaging is. They all run with it. And my point when I was talking about this on the show was that's a 5-minute video of Jake Tapper just saying this like 18 times. It took me 35 minutes to break this video down and show all of the clips, which took me a while to find. 20 more videos that are exactly the same, that are manipulating using the same tactics.
And then 20 more stories about different things too.
So it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, we've got some more reporting on the ground from completely different source footage. So let's go to that real quick. I'll hit play over here.
That's why we're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of the key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. A little bit more right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016. Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
It's predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart. But I actually want to show you what's in here. This is responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back to tumor healthcare. Going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Pass the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason. Coming up next, the Trump campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate being extremely
We're back. So that was our on-the-ground ONN Onion reporting live from people's homes, apparently. we're reporting straight out of people's homes, getting really down into the nitty gritty details of this election.
Okay, so what's really funny about that clip on America News, so like the right wing outlet, so I went into the clip saying that it was like a legit clip, but then when I saw them zoom like onto like plots of people's houses, I'm like, okay, is this a joke? And then I realized it was the Onion, and I'm like, okay, this is pretty funny.
It was good. I liked that clip. That was really fun. Yeah, Zach, did you get out and vote today? Did you already discuss this? Apologies.
I did not.
You did not vote?
No.
Okay. Why
Is
not?
that a principled stance, or just because you didn't feel like it?
I just didn't really have, anybody drawing me there to vote. I'm not a big voter to begin with, but years past I've voted because like Shane was running or Elizabeth Melton was running, people I personally knew. This year, there's just really nobody for me to go like affirmatively vote for. Like, yeah, I like that guy. So
I had someone to affirmatively vote for, which was Charles Rambo.
Oh yeah,
I know nothing about him except that his name is Charles Rambo
for sheriff,
and
right.
he was a write-in candidate for Fulton County Sheriff. And all I know about that race is that Labatt, who's the current Fulton County Sheriff and is running unopposed except for this write-in guy, is that he's literally the most corrupt sheriff that I've ever heard of. He bought the Fulton County Sheriff's Office like a so-called mobile command center, which was just a luxury SUV that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so if you've got the opportunity to write in Charles Rambo, I've got to do it.
Let's see what,
also,
see what Edmund has to say real quick. Put the mic down there. See what he's saying. He's saying some stuff. Okay, no, he didn't want to say anything. He sees Binkley now. He had a lot to say just then. I don't think he liked anything you were saying.
No, he's not a fan of Rambo.
So many people must have early voted that I walked in. I just walked into the poll right up and vote, no line. So, and it was kind of it was nice weather today, so I just took a short walk to my polling place. So it really was no skin off my back to go and vote. But I have been thinking more about, the philosophical question of, is it, okay to vote? Because this question kind of divides, anarchists, voluntarists, agorists.
Is it okay not to vote? Is that what you asked?
What?
You said, is it okay not to vote?
Is it okay to vote?
Oh, to vote.
Like, should you take a vote?
Yeah.
And I can see what the argument is, because, whoever you vote for, unless you're literally voting for like the most non-violent person imaginable, there's always a way that you could end up voting for somebody that would violate the non-aggression principle somehow.
I've always wondered where the line is for the non-aggression principle.
And it's like, clearly I may be seen to have violated the non-aggression principle by voting for Trump, who I will be the first one to admit I voted for a war criminal. But I would kind of draw an analogy to the trolley problem with this question, where everybody knows the trolley problem, where there's a branch in the trolley track, and if you do nothing, then it will go down a track where 5 people have been tied, so 5 people would die.
But they're Nazis,
and then if you can throw the switch to change it onto a different track, and if you do that, it'll go on a track where only one person is tied, so only one person will die.
Yeah, I call that the Jack Bauer question.
And so the question is, do you throw the lever where you're saving 5 people, but also like actively killing 1 person? And so the not voting position is the no, I won't throw the switch position, where I will not actively take part in this, even if I might be able to create what some might call a better outcome. Whereas the voting position, and this is where I come down on the trolley problem, is I would throw the lever because, as Thomas Sowell once said, and friend of the show, Suhas, my friend, tells me a lot, life doesn't ask you what you want. Life presents you with options. So you have the option to do nothing, but the option is only between doing nothing and doing something. The option is not, well, I'm not going to vote, and also a perfect anarcho-capitalist becomes president.
That's very good.
Can you imagine being in that situation? Like, really? You're like, you're in the trolley situation. You're just taking a train, and then all of a sudden you hear over the intercom, well, we found out there's 5 passengers that are on the switch. We're going to kill them, or we're going to go off, and all of us are going to die.
But it's your mother-in-law that's the one person that's strapped to the tracks on the other side.
Yeah, but that's only one person's mother-in-law.
Right.
So like you're gonna have a bus of people. Then you got to do democracy again. Now it makes me think of Batman the Joker, when they had, what was it, Batman? What's the one with
the fairies situation? Like where
yeah, the fairies where they have they got the
Knight.
bombs. Yeah, the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
you could rescue Rachel or the entire city.
Yeah. Buy Rachel. You know, looks like Jake Gyllenhaal way too much. I think. Not rescuing him.
Yeah, that's fair.
If it was Rachel from the first movie, though, maybe.
Yeah, she should have been in the remake of
She was pregnant.
you know,
So we saw that Vermont went for Kamala. There's no surprise there. But
Yeah.
has anybody been a bigger
Flip
cuck
tables.
than Bernie Sanders? He's like, we got to overthrow the establishment. Never mind, vote for the establishment.
Every single election.
Yeah.
why do you guys think he did that?
I mean, I think they probably have something on him. I don't
Yeah.
know, some like disgusting videos in the basement of a pizza shop or something.
Maybe.
I don't know.
No, he went to China a whole bunch of times, just like Tim Walz did. So Bernie Sanders, he did his honeymoon over in China. I think Tim Walz did that also. And
And Tim Walz, they like slept in separate beds on their honeymoon night.
yeah, he slept with Bernie Sanders on his honeymoon night.
I thought Bernie went to Russia.
Soviet
He
Union.
went to China. He might have gone there too, but he
Yeah.
went to China
Yeah,
definitely.
he did?
Yeah.
He went to the Soviet Union for his honeymoon, or his like second wife though. So maybe.
Yeah, you can go to every
So
communist
first wife
country.
went
Yeah,
to China. Second wife
went to
Maybe.
Venezuela for his third wife.
Yeah.
That turned out great.
Yeah. So he also had a softball team when he was in Vermont.
Was he the head coach?
Like
or
the
assistant coach?
Defense coordinator.
He was the defense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That was called. He named it the Reds,
Of course
and he went
did.
to college in Chicago right after a bunch of the guys who during the what was the guy's name who got McCarthy, and the guy admitted to being a spy or something. Fuck, you guys would know his name. Starts with an A. You probably. Yeah, Algo or something. Not Algo.
Give
but
me a second.
yeah, you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so-
Horatio Alger.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, so he went to the same college that him and some of the other communists. So that was a haven for communists at the time. The college Bernie Sanders went to, and he came right after that group to learn from them. And then he.
Yeah. Burlington was a sister city with some
That's right. Yeah.
Soviet city.
Yeah.
I think he had their flag, like the Soviet flag, in his office back
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
And it was under the guise of like, well, it's a sister city. It's not because I'm a
Right.
raging communist.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so I just have to admit to a very embarrassing mistake here, which is I just saw somebody comment that the answer we were actually looking for was Alger Hiss.
Oh,
The
man.
guy that I said, Horatio
Actually,
Alger,
yeah,
is
it
actually
is
a
Alger Hiss.
19th century American author.
Yeah, he was very, very old though. That's the best miss though ever as a 19th century author. I mean, if you're gonna miss, yeah.
That is embarrassing, though.
no, I
Lane's
agree
supposed
with
to be
it.
the smart
It's-
one of the group.
Unlike the legacy media, we here in the new media actually correct ourselves when we get
I'll
new
go.
information.
Right.
There we go.
Plus, we're just honest that we're here to spread misinformation. So
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. How do y'all feel about Elon Musk coming out on stage and basically saying if gosh,
It
there's
came
no
all over-
came on
came all
stage.
over the
Yes,
stage.
there's no good way to say
All
that
over,
sentence.
it's sticky. Trump couldn't even
I don't
leave.
feel great about it, honestly.
He's so fertile though. Like babies were just walking
Yeah.
off while that jizz
How do you-
standing right up.
How do you feel about him speaking on stage and saying that if Kamala wins, he's probably going to jail? Do you think there's truth in that, or do you think
Under what
it's more
pretense?
hyperbolic?
Did he say?
They'll find it, just whatever, just like they did with Trump.
Well, he said it
like,
today
show
in
me the man, I'll show you the crime.
That's what he said in the Rogan interview today. Yeah, show me.
They
the man, I'll show you
might
the
sue
crime.
him and try. I don't know if they'll put him in jail. Maybe though.
I really respect that he said that because it signals to me that he knows what the stakes are. Like a lot of these guys, a lot of these like techno libertarians will like kind of pretend to be libertarian but not really be, and there's
Who's an example? Zuckerberg.
Dead mouse.
But it's like they'll kind of pretend to be libertarian, but they're actually like really still in bed with the establishment.
You don't think Zuckerberg's really turned over a libertarian leaf?
All I can say is that I hope he's telling the truth, but I'm not holding out that much hope. But the fact that Elon Musk would come out and say that and kind of put that kind of out there, that yeah, political prosecutions are a thing, and I'm kind of expecting that to happen to me. That is a courageous thing to say, because no matter how wealthy you are, you can't really enjoy it very well if you are in prison. And the fact that he's acknowledging, I mean, it could all just be theatrics, I know. So I'm not trying to like say, oh, for sure, like he's being courageous, but I think that there's a legit chance.
Yeah, it's good that he says that. I know a lot of people think he's controlled opposition in some way or another, and really, people can be manipulated into things that benefit others. It's not so clear cut when it comes to some of that stuff, but also there are people who are not genuine about what they're saying. I don't know with him. Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of government contracts, but I'm glad that he has X. Like X is one of the only platforms that I don't get kicked off of.
I mean, you bring up him having government contracts. My message to in a lot of different in a lot of different contexts for the night is lower your expectations.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, duh. Not ever.
You mean Chase isn't gonna win?
We can't have the.
Well, it's within the system or the parallel system is basically
saying that you quote unquote like somebody. I mean, there are a lot of definitions of the word like. And so, like, especially for politicians as a libertarian, I think you'd be extremely hard-pressed to say that there are politicians that you like. But there certainly can be ones that you like relative to other ones.
Right.
And the bar is still low because we're dealing in politics, which, again,
it's the lesser of two likes.
It's a system. It's a system designed not only to produce the evil, but to produce the most evil that can possibly be produced. So it's like... And again, to kind of bring it back to religion for a moment, there is a certain flavor of like boomer conservative that will like compare Donald Trump
Christian white nationalist racist.
Compare Donald Trump to King David.
Yeah,
they'll be like, oh yeah, well, Donald Trump is a sexual pervert, but King David slept with Bathsheba, and God still used him to be a great king, so it's okay, and we can all say that Donald Trump is great. And it's like, no, I don't. That's not a good analogy. I don't. But what is a good analogy is, I don't know how many of you viewers have really dived into the books of First and Second Kings. Probably not too many of them, but it kind of goes into the history of the various kings of Israel and Judah after King David and King Solomon, which were the two best ones. And a lot of them are really bad, but some of them are less bad than others. And there are also various other kings of like Syria and Egypt that sometimes get along okay with Israel.
You trying to backdoor Israel into this?
And sometimes are really unhelpful. And so I think that the much better analogy is that there can be, to draw an analogy to Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, to these kind of other random biblical kings, not King David because he was actually a good king, but to these kind of less bad kings, because there is room for there's
nuance. There's humanity.
There to be different levels of relative badness.
But like, so the propaganda of it is, it goes to both extremes. Is when they do the stuff where they compare Trump to like a godlike figure king, or you see everybody. When I see a picture of a bunch of people putting their hand on him praying, and then I see the memes from the other side to be like, "Oh, this is so ridiculous." People who are religious will do that to somebody who they're trying to help. It's not necessarily Trump. So like if I was somewhere with a bunch of my friends that were Christian and I told them my dog was going to have surgery, they would do that to him. But people see them do that to Trump and they'd be like, oh, they're treating him like a messiah. And so the talking about him the way that you were talking about, where it says they treat him like a king and all, and not like, nobody's like that. Everybody's flawed, and the media doesn't want people, even though they highlight flaws to the extreme, they want to create this standard of these people who don't exist. And then they want to demonize people when they don't reach these impossible standards.
So you bringing up the picture from recently of all the people putting their hands on Trump. I think that I mean, it looks weird if you don't understand what's going on, but I think that that's actually okay.
I do too.
The laying on of hands is like a legit Christian ritual, and we do it to people that like we don't think are like kings.
And you know what they tweet about it? They say
a lot of people.
They say cult. They say it's a cult, but it's not a cult. It's people who that's what they believe in, trying to help someone who they feel needs help at that time.
Yeah. So specifically what I was more critiquing was, people like comparing him to King David, or the press conference from soon after Trump was elected the first time, where like Reince Priebus was doing the press conference.
Oh,
where he was
yeah.
like, oh, it's such a
about that guy.
privilege to be here with Trump. I'm so grateful for the opportunity. Like that kind of absolute prostration before Trump.
Yeah.
Is really crazy.
I mean, there are people who believe he never lies, and who are fully. He is such a personality. There'll never be another person like Trump probably in our lifetime. He's just, you see all the other politicians, and they do the code switching, they do the bullshit, they play all the games that we've seen. Trump, he might be full of shit sometimes, but he's Trump. And Trump goes out there, he's almost 80 years old, he does all these rallies, and people can get up. I know people who met him, shook his hand, and they said, you just can go up there and he'll shake your hand. It's like you can't even get within 2 miles of Kamala or Joe when they do that stuff. They vet everything, and just the way that he handles things is he's very much a performer. And if you tell people to read his book, Art of the Deal, and the first thing they go is, "Oh, he didn't write it, no." And like, oh, well, you think Hillary and all? They sat down and no, they walk around and they talk, and then somebody who is a novel or book writer. They transcribe it, but it's still him, and you can see it in him, especially like watching him over the past 8 years, because I read that book a long time ago. I'm like, it's all in his book. But there's a whole chapter about his mom and how theatrical and dramatic she was, and how big of a part of his life that played in his personality. And the dude is a performer. People know that, but being a performer also doesn't delegitimize you. Yeah, ask questions and shit. But like with Trump, for me, I like the attitude that most people I know anyway who like Trump, they feel inspired. They feel capable. They feel like they can do so. The way that they talk, it's a self-starter, entrepreneurial, more libertarian like attitude from the people who I know and that I talk to support Trump. Whereas on the other side, it's a more, the government has to do it for me. And so if nothing else, it's the attitude of individualism and self-sustaining that I think is a good thing for that Trump has. If Trump went away, I don't think a bunch of people are going to collapse. I think they would continue to live on and be capable, whereas they created this learned helplessness on the other side.
I think a good example of what you're saying is like just even really recently, like he was willing to go on the Joe Rogan show, and like Kamala made like all these extreme like limiting qualifications for like, I'll do it, but you got to come here and we got to do it for this amount of time, and I got to have 30 people present, and you can't ask these questions and all of that, and like no one likes that at this point. And
it's so crazy too. I mean, it's such an obvious thing that they make it seem like it's not. Like the story wasn't that what you just said. It was, Kamala said she'd do it with Joe, but
she said she'd do it. Yeah, just like, I said I would do it, but I said I would do it. You have to meet me on Mars, and it's like, what? That's no. Like, why does that count as you say you would do it?
Rogan said no to Trump too at first because Trump said come to Mar-a-Lago. He said he wouldn't do it. He gave him the same standards.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Plus, everybody's whining that Joe Rogan's some type of diva for requiring a vice president to come to his studio, but. Their excuse for Kamala is that it's super busy at the end of an election cycle. And it's like the vice presidential candidate and the presidential candidate both spent 3 hours in a room with Joe Rogan. I think she could do the same thing.
They need Joe more than he needs them, to be honest.
All right. We have a new person coming on the stream, yo.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, where you been?
I was out working.
You were knocking on doors for Kamala?
Knocking on doors for Kamala. Just getting it, trying to get
not
it
going
done,
back,
trying to save
not
the
going back,
turning the page, dude.
Yeah, can't go back.
The page.
Yep, just can't go back.
The next page is more of the same.
Reproductive
shit.
freedom.
A lot. Let me tell you, the next page, so much infanticide you won't even believe.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Project 2025 will stop infanticide.
I was asked by almost every one of the. So I was out working on different properties today, and I was asked by almost every one of the employees that I went to working with today. They're all asking me, "So did you vote? Did you already vote? Did you already vote?" And I think when I said, "Oh yeah," and then didn't follow it up, they all knew immediately who I voted for.
I saw that. I saw this morning that they did that. The CNN they cut to Anderson Cooper.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper said, "We have so and so at a precinct here," and
Yeah.
it was we have at Eduardo. They always try to say it with the. Yeah, Eduardo's here. It's like a white person saying that, and Eduardo's like, "I was born here and I talk like this."
Yeah.
They said, "Your first time voting," and then they said, "Do you want to tell us who you vote for?" And he was like, "I'm going to keep that under the wraps." He clearly voted for Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna let it be a surprise.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys know tomorrow.
Don't you feel like some of the like stigma though around voting for Trump this time is a little bit gone?
I think it's gone.
Absolutely
yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
I got so irate with a liberal friend of mine. I started screaming it at the top of my lungs out in public. I'm voting for Trump and I don't fucking care who hears me. It was great. So liberating.
You just
Do you guys-
broke our audience's eardrums, by
I'm
the
so
way.
sorry.
Is that a true story?
Yeah. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. I got to remember. I did a lot of theater.
Yeah. When
guess
did this
that's really
happen?
fun.
Was there a lot of people around?
There were
Yeah.
quite a few people
Did
around.
anybody join you?
Nobody. Though they just kind of like looked.
They ran.
No, nobody
No.
ran. I don't think it's that big of a shock anymore.
Right.
And I think that power is that little magic spell they were casting is worn off.
You
Yeah.
guys pick up any parallels on like the similar to like being able to like really want to announce who you voted for versus like keeping it a little low key? Like I'm thinking back to like the early like vax days and the people that were like, yeah, that's like, you know, personal, private, like, you know, medical information.
They
versus
want you to
like,
make it public.
I got
Yeah.
a vaccine. Yeah. Like I feel like there's a weird.
Yeah, there's
parallel.
all that's the bandwagon shit. They want people to like feel like they found their people, so you like announce it that way other people feel comfortable doing it. Yeah,
But Trump has the
yeah.
cult. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
speaking of Trump, I think we might have a caller real quick.
Oh yeah.
Should we go to a caller?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here we go. Let's see. See if we can pipe him in.
Oh my God,
Holy
Mr.
crap.
President.
Brad, how are you doing? And the rest of the panel, it's very nice to see you on this election night. I would say election eve, but election eve would have been last night, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we've been tracking NORAD to see where all the votes are going.
Yeah, you got to track NORAD because election clause, he's flying around.
Yep.
He's
Yeah.
burning ballots and
Yeah.
stacking votes.
Have you burned any ballots, Mr. President?
I have not burned any ballots. As you can see, I'm in this lovely green room right now. There's
We'd love to see Melania.
Well, you know, she's in another room, Brad. She's in another room.
All right.
Well, how's your day been going so far? Like, are you optimistic?
It's been a lovely day. It's been a very lovely day. We're very optimistic here. We know we're gonna win.
How do you spend election day, Trump?
How did I spend election day? Well, first off, I woke up and I went to McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Maha. Yeah, Maha.
Yeah, is that part of RFK's Maha movement? Is that the regimen?
Maha.
Make America. You don't even know what it is, do you, Mr.
Mr.
President?
President, come on! You made a big agreement, an alliance.
Yeah, with the green hat, the green Maha hat. Make America horny again.
Oh well, that sounds wonderful.
What the testosterone does.
You know, yeah, I've been injecting myself in testosterone. It's a wonderful, wonderful treatment. You know,
You do
A
it
lot of men
yourself?
have to be on it these days.
Wait, you inject yourself with testosterone?
Yeah, why not?
Where do you get it?
From a doctor. Where do you
Oh.
get it?
Under the
From
bridge.
Barron. Yeah, I get it from Barron.
Oh, from Barron.
Under the
yeah.
bridge.
No, he's got
That's
plenty
where
of-
Barron is, under the bridge. But the bridge is a very tall bridge.
Hey, come on, let's not besmirch Barron. Everybody loves Barron.
You think
know,
he's just
it's-
slaying all those girls up at New
I got
York
my
University?
vaccine under the bridge. It's great.
Oh,
found
he
the
loves
Nazis under the
girls. Barron loves
Not a
the
vaccine, that's
girls.
heroin.
Well, they should. The vaccines would be more popular if they got you high. People would be waiting. They would come back for seconds and thirds. Like, didn't you already get vaxxed in both arms?
So yeah, I completely agree with that. My what I would have advised, I was like, if you want to get people who are hardcore QAnon MAGA to take the vaccine, you need to have an anonymous 4chan, 8chan account leak that there's rumors that the vaccine gives you superpowers.
Yeah. Does the vaccine, you were the one who did Operation Warp Speed. Does it give you superpowers?
I mean, you know, there's a couple of them out there. Not everyone can give you the superpowers. You know, not all of
Does
them.
the vaccine erection
Not
last
all
more
the
than 4
vaccines
hours?
give us superpowers. No, but I mean, I got my superpowers.
Yeah, and you sent the ones to Putin, the test also.
I'm like Batman and Superman combined.
Wow.
You're 2 men inside.
So you're,
you know,
you're Batman. So I mean, people have made this comparison a lot to the Avengers, that you assembled the Avengers, but I have said, no, you've assembled the Super Friends, right?
oh yeah, we love the Super Friends here. We love Try, you know, the Apache Chief.
Which one is Apache Chief?
Which one is Apache Chief?
No. I mean, which of your team that you've assembled would be Apache Chief?
Vivek is Apache Chief.
That makes sense.
Where's Vivek from? Could you tell us?
You know, we'll figure it out. Maybe Bengali, I don't know.
What religion is he?
I'm not sure. We haven't talked about religion, Brad.
He's Hindu.
Okay, that's great. Good for him. You know, I only believe in one true God. I'm
which
I'm
God is that?
Episcopalian.
Oh, Episcopalian.
So, what's your favorite verse of 2 Corinthians?
Yeah. Good
You know,
question.
I don't quote the Bible myself. It says it somewhere in there that you're not supposed to quote it without a priest.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
I'm pretty sure it does, Brad.
It doesn't say that.
It might.
Which testament is your favorite?
The New Testament.
When was it made? The new one, with the reboot.
Oh, it was like 33 BC or AD.
Wow. He actually does know some good trivia facts.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit.
It was
Mr. President,
around that time, yeah.
Mr. President, are you actually going to clean out the swamp if you get elected this time, or
We're gonna drain the swamp. We're gonna drain it so good. You know, we got all of them, Brad. We've got them all.
Mike Pompeo?
We got them all. We got every single one of them. There's
Mr.
gonna
President.
be a train.
Was 9/11 an inside job?
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Wow, it's good to hear confirmation.
Are you going to be able to get the stink of Biden out of the White House?
You know, at the very least, we knew it was coming. The stink of Biden. Yeah,
You knew Biden was?
Biden smells a lot like a mummy. You know, he's
Yeah.
it's like mothballs in Egypt.
I thought you guys were friendly last time you were on the show.
Yeah, we were last time. You know, we had a bit of a falling out since then.
What happened?
It depends on which Biden you're talking about. I got to deal
The
with
tall
a
one.
bunch of Bidens.
Yeah, the tall one.
Yeah, the tall one. Yeah, the one
Yeah.
that's hiding out. I like him a lot more than the other Bidens. I'll tell you that's for sure.
Which
One of the Bidens on the
earlobe Biden is better?
I'd say the disconnected earlobe one.
Yeah, the other guy's a prick, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like Dave and Terminator had a baby. That's what we're dealing with.
You have so much cultural knowledge.
What's your why how do you and Elon get along? Like what's y'all's relationship like?
Elon and I get along great. We get along.
Oh, we know.
great. You know, he likes dancing and pointing
Yeah, he likes
his fingers up
dancing?
in the air.
Who can
It's a
jump
good
higher?
time, that Eli, you know, but I don't like him as much as I like myself.
That's fair.
Elon's African American, so I'm guessing he can jump higher.
That's true. Yeah. He can get it. He can get
I
high.
mean, he's a talented guy. He can probably play basketball really well.
I don't think that's true.
I think you should challenge him, Brad. Challenge
I will.
him
You
to
said
like a
he was
one-on-one
bragging to
game.
Rogan that he was top 20 in Diablo in the world.
Diablo, the video game?
What else would it be?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know.
He wouldn't give his gamer tag, but he
I
says
never played Diablo, though, but I did play with a guy who said he was Elon Musk before, so who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? We're
What
playing
did,
that
President-
top 6.
President Trump, would it be correct to say that your favorite video game is actually Papa's Hamburgeria?
Oh.
I've actually never played that game. You know, I'm more of a fan of Helldivers. You know,
You've played Freezer Pops though on PlayStation, the
No, you're
gay
one that's
novel
playing
story.
Freezer Pops, Brad. You're
Yeah,
playing
Freezer Pops, where the
all
gay
that
kid
long.
goes to a
See it
summer and
on-
he
I
opens
can
up a
see it on
pop
your
stand.
screen, you know, when I log in there and I see your screen name up on there, I know you're playing Freezer Pops.
I've never played Freezer Pops,
You're
Mr.
playing
President.
it all the time. It
You're
comes
number
up
20 in the world, Mr. President.
comes up on your
You and
screen.
Elon.
Tells everybody, hey, Brad, setting up these guys together with popsicle salesmen.
Swallowing those popsicles whole, Mr. President.
I'm not doing that, Brad. I'm not doing that.
When you go to McDonald's now, do you jump in the back and kind of help them out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, anytime I get a chance, you know, I go in and I just make my own meal. You know,
What's your
and
preferred burger?
I hand it to myself and I gotta run out real fast before the bag drops and I gotta catch the bag.
Like the Flash.
Yep, like the Flash. Like I said, I've gotten all kinds of superpowers. I'm like Superman and the Flash and Batman combined. So yeah, it is more like the Super Friends, but I make up most of them. You know what I'm saying?
So you're super Flash Man.
I'm a lot of people.
Yeah, you run around flashing. Yeah.
Love that RoboCop.
Hey, so how about you let me take a shot at Melania?
Brad, we've talked about this. You know, once I'm out of the picture, it's
Come
fine.
on.
It's not going to happen, Brad. I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Trump, you've already won, or three states are leaning heavily in your favor. Indiana and Kentucky have pretty much already been called in your favor. West Virginia is coming up, even though only 7% of the votes have been tallied. What do you have to say to the people in Indiana and Kentucky? Are those your kind of folks?
Oh, they're all my folks. You know, I love Indianans and I love Kentuckians.
What's a physical description of your folks in Indiana and Kentucky? Could you be descriptive?
They look like, you know, like miners. You know, old timey miners.
Which
Yeah.
kind of miners are we talking about here?
Okay.
I'm thinking like gold miners and coal miners.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got a lot of coal miners' daughters out there. You know, the beautiful, beautiful women there.
Mr. President, Poly Market has you at 67% right now to Kamala's 34.
Ooh,
You think you're going to get to 69?
Oh, I'd love it to be 69. That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be really funny? I'd sit here and I'd laugh really hard.
So what did you do? What did you do to the microphone during that rally? Because the media is making it like you did something raunchy when you were talking about the microphone not working.
You gotta get the microphone in.
Yeah.
You gotta do a lot of things with it in order to get it to work right. You know, that's what they're all doing with the microphone. Ah.
Yeah. That's all it takes to get it to work.
I'm sorry.
That's all it takes is to get it to work.
Yeah, you just gotta blow it.
Yeah.
Hack to spit on that thing. Get
Yeah.
it work. Yeah.
I'd like Melania to work on my microphone.
You know, I can't believe that Haktila girl spoke out against me. You know, that was a pretty.
She didn't speak out against you, Mr. President. She was asked before.
Pretty
like,
harsh criticism.
he said, "Would you blow Trump?" And look, I don't think everybody who supports you has to be willing to blow you.
Yeah, I wouldn't blow you, and I
saying
support
that,
you.
But I'm saying a lot of people probably would want to. And that's okay. It's okay to admit that.
I don't support you, but I would blow you. How about that?
Yeah, you don't have to be ashamed about it.
What about Chase Oliver? You guys have a relationship?
Chase is a wonderful man. Nice man, that Chase Oliver. I wish him the best of luck, even though
He might blow you.
I don't think he's going to beat me.
He might, though.
No, he might.
You might ask him
I think
to.
he's got fewer votes than Jill Stein right now.
He does in multiple states.
Does that turn you on?
I wouldn't say that it turns me on, but more votes for me certainly does.
How many times has Jill Stein been on the ballot?
I mean,
Every year?
Since 1905, I
ungodly
think.
amount of time. Yeah.
Yes, it's
2020 was
confirmed
actually Howie
1905.
Hawkins.
1905.
How old
Trump
is
just
she?
said, yeah.
It's been confirmed 1905. She's 200 years old.
She looks great.
The
Right
vegan
now,
vegan
That's what
diet.
all that adrenochrome will do, Brad.
Adrenochrome.
What's behind you? What is that? Oh, it's the
It's,
ceiling.
It's the ceiling. It's this green room I'm in. They put me in the finest green room. You know, I'm just popping from place to place to place to place. You know, you'll never know where I'll show up, Brad. You'll never know.
What show are you about to do then? If you're not doing ours.
I'm popping around. I got to go do other things. You know.
Okay. Okay.
So, what's your rider when you're in a green room? What do you require to be in there?
At least a comb. I got a comb right here. And mirrors. There's got to be a big mirror with lights around it. You know.
Say what are you saying to the mayor, Candyman? Will you say Candyman 3 times?
I'm not saying Candyman 3 times, Brad. You're not going to trick me into it either. I know what happens to people that do, and it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I can't believe you try to even pull something like that on me on such a big night like tonight, Brad.
Look, if you think what I'm pulling, like the deep state's going to be a lot harsher than I am, I'm just testing you.
Brad, do you ever think that you might be a troll?
You ever think you might be a troll?
I mean, I know I'm a troll. I'm the world's greatest troll, baby.
Yeah, I'm just trying to learn from you, Mr. President.
We know you don't do drugs.
I'm a good model, and I'm a good person to learn from. I'm a great teacher.
You're a great person.
There's never been a teacher better than me.
No one's better than you. That's why we know you don't do drugs. But if you did drugs, what drug would you like to find in the green room?
Oh man, I'd probably say something real psychedelic, you know. I'd like
Yeah, what you want to do? You want to try some psychedelics?
I'd like to go on like an ayahuasca trip and really find myself, you know.
You look like a Quaaludes guy to me.
Ooh, Quaaludes, they're gonna bring me down too much, you know. They're gonna make me too sleepy.
Yeah, I mean, so you can put them in, unattended drinks.
You don't want to be like Sleepy Joe.
Oh well, then I wouldn't be using them. Then would I? The question was if I was gonna use them.
Oh, sorry, that was my mistake. Yeah.
Not if I was gonna use them on other people.
What do you think of Fox News?
You know, I'm not loving Fox News lately.
Yeah.
There's a few people on there, you know, that Greg Gutfield, he's hilarious. He's hilarious, and he always picks really top funny people to be on his show.
Who's funnier, Greg Gutfield or Brad?
Yeah.
I'd say Brad's a lot funnier.
Thank you,
than
Mr.
Greg
President.
Sure.
Gutfield is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, how tall is Gutfield?
He's 4'3".
Yeah.
Little tiny
Which
midget.
is why he's so angry. If you notice, he's a little angry man. He's 4'3". That's why.
Well, who's the other guy? Tyrus, and he like 6'8"?
I don't remember Tyrus.
He just interviewed you the other day.
I don't remember him.
He's a wrestling champion.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. He's the pro wrestling or the real wrestling?
He's got a belt.
What are your thoughts on Jesse Ventura?
Oh God.
Oh, the body. He's such a disappointment.
I've got to say, President Trump, when I was listening to your interview with Rogan, I was really impressed by how much you know about MMA fighting.
I love a lot of things.
How tall is Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan's 4'9".
What did he smell like, Mr. President?
He smelled like coconut oil, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
What was the pre-show routine for Rogan?
He smoked a lot of marijuana.
That sounds right.
Did you partake as well?
You know, I didn't inhale. I'll say that.
But what you say you just faked it just to try to fit in?
I did not inhale.
Well, what did you do then?
I didn't inhale.
Right, but did you put it up? Did you put it up to your lips? Did you?
I didn't inhale. You know, let's talk about me driving the garbage truck, huh?
All right, yeah. Tell us about the garbage truck.
Yeah,
so the media says you're old, you're declining, and you can't get on a garbage truck.
I mean, they're wrong because I got on that.
Yeah.
There must be.
The media's cutting him off because he's lying about. Yeah, CIA cut you off.
He had a shift.
Sorry,
at
buddy. The
McDonald's.
CIA
Spoke
cut
too
you
much
off,
truth,
Mr. President.
So tell us the truth about the garbage truck now.
I did. It was a beautiful garbage truck. I own it now. I go and pick up people's garbage. I've been getting up at 9 o'clock every morning and just driving it around, picking up garbage.
President Trump, I would like to suggest that you should bring that garbage truck to DC, and after you're inaugurated, just drive around and pick up all the politicians that you hate and throw them in that garbage truck.
All the immigrants.
I could put a big scooper on the front of it, like in Soylent Green.
Yeah. Really become what they're branding you.
If they steal the election again, is that just going to be your full-time job, or maybe at McDonald's?
You know, I might go back and forth between McDonald's and being a garbage man.
I think you should do
Garbage
stand-up
men get paid
comedy.
really well. They get paid really, really well.
I'd like to see you go on tour with doing comedy. Drive the garbage truck to the comedy clubs around the country. The garbage tour.
Yeah, that would. I mean, I could do some stand-up comedy. I agree with you there. I'm a very funny man. I'm the funniest president we've ever had.
I will say that I was listening to one of your rallies, just audio only. Brad sent it to me, and it sounded exactly like a stand-up concert.
It did.
Like exactly like a stand-up album.
That's the garbage truck. That was a good routine.
Speaking of garbage, Joe Biden said that your supporters are garbage. What do you say to that?
I bought a garbage truck. That's what I got to say to that.
He was right.
I think you missed your opportunity. You should have told him that one man's trash is another man's treasure. That's what you should have said.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Or I could have said, takes one to know one.
Perfect.
Well, Mr. President, we have some breaking news. Here we go.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news.
You have just won Florida. You have 49 electoral votes at this moment. Harris has 3. Some more coming in right now, and we'll get those up here in a minute. But Florida, let's go. Let's see the numbers. 55.4% in your favor, 43.7% to Kamala, and then Stein got 3rd, and then Oliver got 4th.
How much did Oliver get?
Oliver got 0.3%. 83% of the vote has been tallied.
That'll probably
Florida.
be about right nationally too.
So Florida's the one that, like, usually in the past was like up. It was we didn't know Florida until late into the night.
Yeah,
before,
so
right?
hot take about Florida being called this early. Like, obviously, if Trump had any chance of winning, he had to win Florida. 2 years ago, Ron DeSantis was reelected by like 18 points. I'm not surprised he won Florida, but the fact that it was called this early, I think, has got to be a very encouraging sign.
Yeah.
I had actually read something about the way they do their process. They count them as they come in. Like, so as the votes are coming in, they're
Florida's in 2024. Actually, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Like,
yeah.
I don't understand why you don't just do these very logical things. Like, if someone said, "Hey, we're having an election. You're in charge of counting the votes."
No, the machine.
You would go.
No, the machine's
okay,
better than
let's
me.
wait till they all come in and then start counting.
It's a digital machine that does it, but we want you to hand count it when they're all in. Like,
and where you put
Too
your
much
little
to
ballot
learn.
in, they just put that on top of a trash can. So we should get rid of that if we want some kind of, to get some, faith back in the system. Right. Stop having me scan my ballot into a trash can.
Or a paper shredder.
it goes right. You stole my joke. I was gonna say it goes right into a paper shredder. Yeah.
I just want to warn anybody out there watching: don't go onto other streams and look at their electoral tallies, because a lot of them are very incorrect and are calling races much earlier.
We're the official call.
Yeah. So what are some of the off ones that you?
So they've called. I mean, I understand that these likely will go to Kamala, but with 0% of the vote in, the AP has called it for Kamala in Massachusetts.
Well, this is what they do this every year in where it's like not going to be competitive at all. This isn't anything new.
I know. I'm just saying that is akin to lying. So let's just stick with us, and we'll give you the correct info.
What about Puerto Rico?
I'll warn people too.
Puerto Rico is full on Trump. Actually, they loved the joke.
It may actually be illegal for you to do your own research. We're qualified to do it, and it's fine.
Yeah, you guys could get arrested. Don't look anything up.
Yeah, just come here for your news.
Yeah, it's classified.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Mr. President, what about Tony Hinchcliffe and his a joke that's almost gotten forgotten, where he referred to Puerto Rico as a floating pile of garbage?
Flotilla.
I mean, it was a funny joke. You gotta give it to him. It was a funny joke, but I can't police people's comments, opinions, what they say. That's part of freedom of speech, Brad. I'm a freedom of speech guy.
Are you here?
Speaking of which, Brad, have I gotten your endorsement yet?
I'm still thinking about it, but are you here?
I know you're not a Kamala guy, Brad. I know you're not a Kamala guy. Come on.
It sounds like you might be in the other room, Mr. President.
What?
Are you in the other room? Are you in Georgia?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, is this the show you're coming on?
Oh, where did he go? I could have sworn I heard him in the other room.
I thought I heard something echo. Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll get him back
I
later
love how
tonight.
every time they try to, like with the Tony Hinchcliffe joke, every time they try to like clutch their pearls, all it does is it shows us, oh yeah, you realize that there are actually 29 landfills that have been shut down by the EPA, and it is a major problem in Puerto Rico, and now everybody knows about it. You know, which is I love that. And so then the same thing with the Liz Cheney thing. It's like, yes, she should stand. Every one of you should have to stand in front of a fire.
He said she should be assassinated.
Yeah, I know.
So the lesson here is don't wear pearls, right? Yeah.
So here's Drudge's like reading Drudge's headlines is like reading a dystopian novel. Start off with Trump pushing stolen election theory before polls close. Election, democracy, abortion, immigration. 7 out of 10 say country on the wrong track. Most scared of the other side. Younger, more female electorate. Trump favorability dropping among whites, but rising among Puerto Ricans, probably. Final prediction, 75% chance Dems take the House. Okay, here's the main one. Trump, 54, 53%. Harris, 45. Democracy under threat is the top issue. Let's say, who is at the top issue for? If you're no serious person is like, I have to vote because democracy's under threat, I think.
I don't like democracy.
Like, what is the definition
I'm
of it?
voting because bureaucracy's under threat. That's why I'm
Right. That's really what democracy is for some of them. And the generic definition of democracy is the way they manipulate that term to mean anything for anybody and get people who believe different things to think they're fighting for the same thing.
Democracy, according to the Greeks, was wealthy landowners that were able to vote. So who cares?
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Should be republic under threat, but that's been gone for a while. Let's see.
Ian, how was your day today, man? Like, what did you do on election day besides working?
I worked today. I actually went out. I did early voting, and then I was there second day voting, and so today was just work.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Yeah. My wife went out this morning and voted real early. And I think she was the 80th person at our precinct to vote this morning, and it didn't seem all that busy. We're in DeKalb County.
It was I was up in North Gwinnett County, and on the second day, I had to wait about 45 minutes in line, just on the second day of early voting, and I took that as like, okay, this is different.
You guys are both white though. So.
Yeah, and but up there, Gwinnett is very diverse.
You guys have IDs easily accessible.
Yeah. I have. Well, they gave me a vote.
I didn't vote here. So actually, I voted in Montana a couple weeks ago, and had my ID out because it's required in Montana. Got up to the spot, and she goes, "Oh, we don't need your ID."
Yeah, there's no black people in Montana though.
Yeah, so if you're white, you're pretty safe, I guess.
Yeah, I love this the California thing that we're talking about in the Rogan interview as well, that you can't even show your ID.
That's crazy.
Like Elon was telling a story that said his friend just went up and showed the ID, and everyone acted like he was.
Yeah, I wonder if that's
Starlink
true when he
vampire.
said that. Were they?
Yeah.
What one headline says: MAGA extremists are terrorizing workers in California. It's probably a bit of a stretch.
Did the Christian nationalists show up?
Not
how
yet.
close are we to getting this Christian nation?
I think they're still organizing. Nazi takeover plot, suspects arrested in German police raids.
You know, it explains a lot about you that you get your news from Drudge Report.
Well, I'd just like to read the headlines.
Did you see that the arrest of the neo-Nazi who was going to blow up the power station in Nashville? You see that story?
No, was that a recent?
Well, yeah, and Garland came out and said that we will not tolerate attacks of hate on our infrastructure.
Tell the FBI to stop.
I mean, you got to read that one out loud.
Yeah. But I'm like, dude, he's not attacking. Like, he doesn't hate the infrastructure. Yeah, exactly. Like it was just a weird thing. You got to slip in that thing like there's some racial component to knocking out the power grid.
All identity politics.
And everyone knows that if you knock out the power grid, it affects the minorities more. Yeah.
Well, they're setting it up for it'll be a hate crime to attack one of those robot dogs. So it comes to your house with a machine gun, you
I'll
can't
take
do
it.
anything, or
Yeah,
else
no, I'm
you
fine
know.
with that as a hate crime. I
So-
friggin' hate those things.
Yeah, I don't like those things either. But speaking of the theme here, where's the Hitler headline? No, there was a Hitler headline.
There was a Hitler.
Which
headline.
one?
It was
Okay,
hilarious.
man arrested at Capitol who smelled like fuel, had torch. There's one. Musk final push includes QAnon hype video made by Nazi sympathizer. There's another. There was one that
Like,
directly.
do they think that's effective anyway? It's like, well,
don't
I didn't really
know.
know who I was going to vote for until Elon pushed this QAnon hype video, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll go do it.
Wait, you said that somebody was at the Capitol who smelled like gasoline.
smelled like gasoline. So somebody who like went to the gas station who works at a fuel like they could
Happy
spill-
Guy Fawkes Day.
Yeah.
It is the 5th of November.
They probably
after
just smelled like weed.
We did have a question
Sour diesel.
from let's see, or we had a statement from Mitchell Johnson on YouTube earlier. He says, "Hi guys, Chase voter here, thinking that the Trump, Vance, RFK, Elon, etc. parade is a giant psyop. What do y'all think about that?"
I don't agree. I have my, I'm biased. I'm all in on the whole Trump, Vance, Vivek. Something has to be done to break up what is happening in DC. Like I am one of those people who believes that. I don't like Vance specifically.
I actually do like Vance specifically.
When I say specifically, well, let me put it this way. I'm still learning a lot about Vance, but I've enjoyed every one of his interviews that I've seen. I enjoy watching that. I truly believe that we are fighting this propaganda machine that has been people have been able to see it finally for the first time in like the last 4 years. Do I think Trump is going to be perfect? No, I think he's a catalyst. I do, and I'm not really voting for him. I mean, he's funny as shit. I think he's hilarious. I love that about him. So he's way more fun to watch than Kamala. So yes,
You think he's better looking?
I think he's way better looking. I won't suck his dick, but I'd suck Kamala's dick.
Hell yeah.
But it's who he's bringing with him. That's the true coalition. I mean, it's the true coalition. That's the true populist coalition. Everything else is just manufactured. And yeah, I'm all in. I got to go for it because I do believe that if they win tonight, if they win, we're fucked. Like I'm on the run.
You talking about yeah.
I'm like, we're fucked. Where do you go? The whole thing is going to fall apart. That's how dire I believe it is.
Yeah, I think we have actually two guests that want to come back on.
Oh my God. Yeah, let's bring him back on.
Should we bring him back on?
Bring him in. And the headline that I found was 1 in 5 Americans do not think Hitler was all bad. So that was the.
Oh wow.
Judge
Well,
headline.
there's 6 of us here, so who doesn't think Hitler?
Yeah,
was
which
all
one of
bad?
you guys?
Well, you say all bad.
Yeah. The generals, the generals apparently.
All right, well let's
So,
bring
like,
back
if
the
he
big
liked
guy.
his mother, he's not all bad. Yeah.
So we've got the big guy back, and we've got
Mr.
Trump back.
President. Wow. Thanks for coming back. I think we have another guy. There we go. 2 former president. Well, 1 current, 1 former.
I couldn't sleep.
Mr. Biden?
Yeah. Did I win?
I mean, do you think you won?
I was too excited.
You won Vermont.
You know how many times I get up in the night to pee?
How many?
Yes, I want you to guess.
And what overnight or what time period? Oh wow.
Guess how many times I pee?
I'm going to say 12 because that's twice the number that I do.
Hey, DJ.
Hey, Bitey, what's happening?
I'm good, man. I'm sorry if I won. Did I win?
You're not. I'm ahead right now, Joe.
Holy shit! Look at you. You got Looks like you got 90 of those electoral things.
It's
That's a lot.
49-3, Joe.
It's weird because they keep on flashing up when I was running, and I don't even know what day it is.
I'm just hanging out with Stone Cold Steve Austin.
No way.
Yeah, he's here with me right now.
What? Slam a beer in his face for me.
Well, you don't like Stone Cold, Mr. Biden.
No, that's just how we say hello.
Oh,
Yeah, that's Stone Cold's thing. He slams beers in his face.
but Mr. Trump, President Trump, would you consider giving President Biden a position in your administration with this super team?
You know, Joe hadn't asked. He'd have to ask. You know, everybody else came to me and they asked for the blessing. You know, you got
Which super friend would Biden be?
the Joker.
I didn't realize he was a super friend.
Well, I mean, he's a part of the establishment. You know.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
He's part of the zeitgeist. He's definitely not. Huh?
What am I, Cesar Romero? Which one am I?
Yeah, I'd say Cesar Romero. That works out. That works out really well.
President Biden, I didn't know you had as much cultural knowledge as President Trump does. You guys are like two peas in a pod.
I remember everything up until about 2000 when they replaced me with a clone.
2000, it was that early.
Are you the clone?
Oh, yeah, look at my ears, man.
Yeah.
Look at my neck.
Wait, so you remember stuff before 2000? So what happened between 2000 and now? I don't understand this train.
I don't understand it either, man.
Where do you and Kamala sleep in the White House?
Me and Kamala, we never slept together.
She doesn't have a room in the White House. She doesn't ever stay there.
Oh, yeah, she's got her own room, man. I thought you were.
Yeah, no, I wasn't being vulgar.
Yeah, Mike Pence used to sleep over all the time.
Yeah, you guys had bunk beds, right?
Yeah, we'd make forts out of all the couches.
Yeah.
We should have done that tonight. Been a much better setup than what we have. Right
Did you want to hang Mike Pence, Mr. President?
I don't know about hanging Brad. He did his job. He did what he was supposed to do. I mean, look at what they changed, right? Look at what they changed.
What?
Those election laws with the vice president
You can't hang him anymore?
in 2022.
Yeah.
He did his job. He did his job.
Yeah.
I mean, you can ask Joe. He's part of the. It's all part of the plan. Trust the plan, Brad.
So what's the first thing you're going to do when you get back to the White House? What's the first thing you're going to do?
I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I'll let Joe use the bathroom.
Okay, that's kind of you. Think of your others before yourself. That's very great.
Will you pardon Hunter, Mr. President Trump?
Why? I don't know. Why hadn't Joe done it yet?
That's a good question. I don't like him.
Yeah, I don't like him much either.
Here's the deal. All right, listen up. He has my laptop. He's holding me hostage. It's my laptop.
What? That was your laptop?
It was my laptop the whole time.
You had all those pictures of your son doing crack on your laptop?
Of course, man. Doesn't everybody?
Did you have?
We do now. Yeah.
Did you have yourself in there as Pedo Pete?
Yeah, it's my POV porn. It's all my POV.
These are shocking admissions, Mr. President.
I'm just a clone, man.
So you didn't do it. Yeah, he did
Yeah,
it.
you didn't do it. The real one did it.
Yeah. That must be terrible to be burdened by the horrible memories that the person you were cloned after.
I'm a
created.
horrible clone. Have you seen the original? It's on ice. It's in the Pentagon in the basement. Man, he looks nothing like me.
Who's he look like, Dave?
Dave.
Who's
like,
that?
That movie,
From-
Dave?
Yeah, from the movie Dave.
Oh, that's hysterical. Yeah, it's just like Dave, except I was a clone in a tube.
What's Dave?
Dave's the movie where the president dies and he gets replaced by a lookalike.
Oh, and
Yeah, but that's just as Hollywood, man. Real life is it's more complex. You know, there's a whole underground city for the elites, and there's a whole coliseum where they have fights with clones like me, with large reptilians.
Wow, it sounds awfully Roman.
Oh yeah, man, that shit never died. It's still there underground.
where underground?
Oh well, yeah, I have to kill you in order to tell you.
The Denver airport.
Oh, okay.
Have you been
Hey,
to the
what
inner Earth?
fuck? Hey man, hey, don't tell. God damn it! Don't tell everybody.
Well, you guys put the symbols all over the place, so.
Hey, Joey, ask you, have you been to Middle Earth?
Yeah, sure, man. Who hasn't? They didn't let you go to Middle Earth.
I never went to Middle Earth. I wanted to see all those hobbits, though.
Oh man, Obama had a thing with all those hobbits, man.
Really?
Tell us
Oh, yeah.
more.
Yeah, he used to make me watch.
Oh,
How many hobbits would he get at a time?
I don't know. I just sniff them and pass them over.
who
What's a-
did he
yeah,
pass
what-
him to? Did he pass him
what-
to Michael?
What do hobbits smell like?
They smell like weed
That
You
makes
can
sense.
smoke a hobbit.
and mulberries.
That tracks. That all tracks.
And salted pork.
Was Joe Rogan smoking a hobbit when you were with him, Mr. President?
Oh, Joe Rogan smokes a lot of hobbits, Brad. If we're talking about weed, he smokes a lot of hobbits, but I don't know if he's actually smoked a hobbit. I don't know if Joe Rogan's been to Middle Earth or not, Brad, to be honest. I just don't know all these things yet.
I don't know why you don't know it, because you were president once.
Well, they let you know only so much if you're not part of the system.
Did they tell you about the JFK assassination files?
They told me to put it back away, that you all weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
Are we ready for it?
You ever seen the show G.I. Joe before?
Yes. I have.
All right. So pretend everything's G.I. Joe.
Okay.
We were G.I. Joe, but we were infiltrated by Cobra. Cobra is an elite terrorist organization whose mission is to take over the world, led by a man by Cobra Commander. He was a rich tyrant businessman.
You ever heard of the Vril?
Is that from Star Trek? This.
No, that's how the Nazis got to Antarctica.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So Hitler lived out his days in Antarctica.
Maybe he's still alive.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the whole boys from Brazil thing
What's that?
that they
I know
claimed
everything
Hitler.
about that. I'm one
Yeah.
Of them, I'm one of them clones. They would make us fight those little Hitler clones, the little midgets. They're so scary. We'd have to fight them in order to be part of the cult.
One at a time or groups at a time?
Swarms of them.
Yeah.
And the idea was you rip off the mustache and it shocks them, and then you poke them in the eyes.
So that's how you kill them.
Yeah, you got to dig your fingers deep in the eyes.
Yeah.
Should we go to a quick look at the poly markets?
Yeah, let's see what the poly markets are looking like.
So poly markets
Wow.
68% to Trump right now. 68% to Trump is what the poly markets are predicting.
And that's the final or what? How's the poly market work? Why don't you explain it to the unincorporated?
This is just the betting odds at this moment. So this is what Polymarket says will happen. These are the odds in Trump's favor. We're 0.8% from Trump's goal.
I know.
Goal number.
I know.
That's
This took a major dip. Did you guys watch last week?
Yeah.
This took a major dip. I should have bought on the dip. I knew it would do this. I knew it would do this.
You know what these percentages remind me a lot of? You know how on ESPN Fantasy Football, it will have a live updating probability of you winning versus you losing?
Yes.
This is like that.
Yeah, and they are never accurate.
Yeah.
I've noticed that the polls do that too, where the last minute they'll adjust their results and be like, yep, we called it.
10 minutes ago.
So even on predicted.org, it's got Trump at 61
I think,
and Kamala 40.
Didn't Nate Silver just a couple of days ago come out and basically say all these polls were bullshit, that they were all hedging their bets? And he said it was like he ran some statistic. It was like statistically improbable that everything was a dead heat. And he was like,
yeah, of course. They got to keep people interested. So they say it's fucking dead heat. You think it's a dead heat, Joe? You think Kamala's really in it?
Kamala's always cutting in line in the cafeteria. And
yeah.
She never waited for me.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a break, man.
Yeah. What about Doug Emhoff, her husband?
He's got a cool car.
What kind of car is it?
Oh yeah, it's like a special AI car. Talks.
Yeah. Oh, he's got Kit.
That's it.
David Hasselhoff.
Yeah.
Thanks for talking. Not David Hasselhoff, sir. Doug Emhoff.
Yeah, he's good too.
Good pickup.
You know what's funny about this whole damn thing?
What?
I'm asking you, man.
Hey, Mr. Trump, it looks like you might be pulling ahead in Georgia this time. Did you call down to the Secretary of State again to ask him to find you some more votes?
Yeah.
I didn't yet. But it
Did you have sex with Stacey Abrams?
It was the perfect phone call that I had with him. A perfect phone call.
Yeah. Tell us about your relationship with Stacey Abrams and Fannie Willis.
I don't like either one of them very much. They're nasty women.
But they turned you into a sandwich one night, didn't they?
Oh, I'm not going to say that, Brad. You're not going to trick me into
Halloween
saying anything
Oreo.
that didn't happen. I'm not like Joe Biden, Brad. You can't trick
come
me into
on.
saying whatever you want.
Hey, I'm watching CNN. It looks like I'm winning here.
When CNN would say that.
Man, I guess we got to pull up CNN. Let's see.
Do you still watch the Gorilla Channel, Mr. Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Gorillas. I love those gorillas. Watching them bounce around and eat bananas and grab coconuts out of trees,
Would you put a gorilla in your administration if you win?
Maybe Gorilla Grodd.
Yeah. That'd be a good choice.
He's a smart guy, that Gorilla Grodd.
The Department of Defense for him.
Say what?
The Department of Defense, I'd put him there.
Oh, yeah, he'd be great in the Department of Defense. He'd see everything coming. He's a telepath, he's a telepath gorilla.
Hey,
Yeah.
Mr. Trump, I just saw an article on CNN that says you're watching the election results with RFK Jr.
He's in the other room right now. He's in the other room.
Oh, okay.
Could you go get him and ask him to come in?
I mean, he might say something from off camera. He's really shy these days. He's really shy.
Gotcha. Well, that's disappointing. I don't like that at all.
Well, you never know who's going to call into this show. It's the wacky world of sports here, isn't it?
It's exactly what it is. I was thinking the same thing.
So what do you guys think of Coach Wall, speaking of sports? But this goes to both presidents. He says he's a coach, but he says stuff like we're down to the final quarter instead of the fourth quarter. He's nobody's ever seen him throw or catch a pass. Do you think he knows anything about football, or is he most proud of the gay club he started at the high school?
I don't think he knows a damn thing about football, to be honest with you.
That's fair.
Yeah. Could you beat him in a 40, a foot race?
Yeah, definitely. I could also beat him in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Ian, you know what I'm talking about. You didn't play football, but you know Oklahoma, right?
Hey, is that his real name? Tampon?
Tampon. Yeah.
I don't know. What do you mean?
Tampon,
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma tampon.
What about an Oklahoma tampon?
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm talking about Oklahoma,
The play?
The musical? Sorry.
the musical. The musical.
Why would I know?
Oklahoma.
Why would I know anything about Oklahoma the musical? I've never done any musical theater.
Oh, I don't believe you at all.
Yeah.
I bet you paint your wagon red as much as you can.
Well, you seem to know the lyrics.
What
to
does
the
that
song.
mean?
Yeah, I don't
Is
know a
that one
single
where-
lyric from Oklahoma.
Is that where they all get naked in the middle?
Ian, is that where they all get naked?
In
Ian?
Sure.
All right, I'll take a ticket.
Sure. Oh no. Yeah. I was having a little trouble hearing you, Mr. President.
Uh-huh.
Which
Wait,
one?
President Biden.
Hey, lucky number me. Yeah.
Mr. Biden, what are you going to do after your presidency?
Hey, man. Hey, that's not fair. What? They told me no one really told me I was done yet. And I learned by this lady with a microphone, and she shoved it in my face.
Nancy Pelosi?
Oh, man, that's not her last name.
Do you think you might go back to the Senate?
Ooh.
Man, you're talking like I'm already not president.
Well,
He's
you-
got you
even if,
there.
you
He's
know-
got you there. You're talking like he's not already president.
Oh,
I guess you could run again, next term.
Listen here, man. Listen here, man. I'm already president. If you and if you did, where have you been living? Where
Georgia?
were you living under a rock or something?
No, yeah. Well, yeah, but like I'm just saying, if you want to get back in, and my mistake. You're young. You're a lot younger than Jimmy Carter, who was very excited to vote for Kamala. So you could win again. You could run again.
Yeah, do you think you'll run again?
I can't even walk. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and I'm gonna live with the hobbits.
You could run with Jimmy Carter.
You're gonna take the big gold ship out to Elf Pasture, huh?
Yeah, there's a big. Yeah, I'm gonna take the flying saucer that's underneath the Washington Monument, and I'm gonna ride that fucker all the way down into Middle Earth, man.
And
What's not about this Middle Earth? It's intriguing me.
You know what this
President Trump. President Trump.
Yeah, well, I was saying, Ian, you know about the elf ship that takes them to elf heaven, right?
Yeah. The elf ship that takes absolutely. Yeah, it leaves at 7, 9, and 11. Monday, Wednesday, and
It's
Friday.
the one that Bilbo and Dildo and Gandalf and
Frodo.
Yeah, Frodo.
Yeah.
Frodo. And then those elves got on and they left. They left at the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I enjoyed that ending. I mean, I spent all this time with these characters. Might as well see them off, right? I know a lot of people got mad, but I mean, are you more of a Game of Thrones or a Lord of the Rings guy?
I like both of them, but Joe, what are you gonna do? What is the first thing you're gonna do when you get to Middle Earth?
Man, the top of my head got unscrewed. I got to screw it back on. Hold on.
How did that happen? What are you doing over there?
Sometimes if I move real quick, it gets loose. Anyway, ooh, I lost a little blood.
Is it
Man.
blood? Are you sure it's blood? That doesn't
It's
sound
like-
like blood.
That's around the brain.
Can you
Anyway,
get
I
some
was,
more Brill or adrenochrome?
Ooh, you got some of that stuff, man. You know what that does to you? Turns you into a werewolf. You'll start climbing the walls and just fucking every hole you can find. Can I curse?
I mean, you already did
Let 'em
multiple
fly.
times. I'm not the host of the show, but
You're not the host of the show.
I'm not the host of the show. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Wait,
You know, it'd be
we're
funny,
letting
man.
you guys
know, it'd be
hash it
funny.
out. We wanted
Hey,
to
man, you know
know,
what'd be
like,
funny?
we're trying to donate. We're trying to donate penis straws and whips. And since we have you guys on, I want to know if you guys could recommend any of your people that might want them. I have at least a dozen black cocksuckers, and I have a whip and some penis balloons that we're trying to get rid of. So please put the word out, and if you could send everybody over. We are going to be giving these away tonight.
Yeah, one per family.
Only one per family.
Sign me
Family
up for,
specifically, though.
Sign me up for a couple boxes of penis balloons, and I'll have a couple of the big black dildos, and I'll have the loaded.
Joe, do you know that you need to keep Jill away from Doug Inhofe, right? He'll smack the shit out of her.
Oh man, I love that shit. I love watching.
So I'm going to look at some of the coverage of CNN and see what I'm going to put it on the just the text so we don't have to hear it, because I'm interested in what spin they're doing versus what spin like Fox
What
and some of the other
spin
networks do.
Hey DJ. Hey DJ.
Yeah.
You know it'd be funny
What's that?
if you were like, you're fired.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm gonna tell Kamala, and I'm gonna tell you that, Joe. I'm coming for you. I'm coming to tell you that you're fired.
Hey, keep
Man,
it
that
family
would be-
friendly, y'all.
Oh man, that would be hysterical.
I'd like to see Joe host The Apprentice.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You can they give you a teleprompter, yeah.
Wait, we're not allowed to say you're fired. That's not family friendly.
It's something that Hitler used to say.
Well, I think you said you were coming for him, so I was just trying to keep it family friendly.
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way. I meant
Yeah.
No, that was confusing. I just
Is
want
it
people
true
out
that,
there to know.
Is it true that Elon's buying Disneyland?
I think it is.
Is it?
It could be.
Yeah. He's gonna all the rides are gonna be self-powered AI. They're all gonna be Tesla cars.
Man,
Like Cybertrucks going up and down the roller coaster.
it's gonna be like that one episode of The Simpsons.
Exactly like it.
Space Mountain will actually be in space.
You know they changed Space Mountain a lot.
You know, William Shatner's been to space.
No, he hasn't.
How about when William Shatner just almost shat his britches when he almost spilled the beans about 2030 and everything? What a shithead.
The 2030 agenda?
Yeah, what a moron.
Yeah. He said today on Twitter, he said that he's a Canadian. He let people know. He said he doesn't want any political stuff put onto him. And he actually put out a post where he was talking about how appalled he was that they killed that guy's squirrel, his pet squirrel.
Oh yeah,
In New
I'm
York.
appalled by that too.
What's the squirrel's name? Peanut the squirrel.
Peanut the squirrel.
Yeah, it's even
We're doing it
crazier.
for Peanut.
What did Richard
He
Gere
lived on
have
a
to say?
animal rescue. He had like 60 something horses he had rescued.
They killed his raccoon also.
Yep.
They didn't kill that.
You know, they're eating the dogs, the cats, they're killing squirrels.
The
I'm
only
doing
fans
this
are
for-
safe because they're voting Kamala.
I'm doing this for all the you know, the little helpless animals.
That's why you're running?
It is now, yeah.
So they have Trump winning in North Carolina 52-46 right now.
Yep.
Hey, DJ, all those bad things I said about you. I didn't mean any of them. You know, it's just politics. You know, we were just having fun. You know.
So you really don't think I'm a piece of garbage, huh, Joe?
I'm sorry, the feed broke up.
I said you really don't think I'm a piece of garbage, huh?
I'm sorry, the feed broke up.
I said you really don't think I'm a piece of garbage, huh?
Man, oh, here's the thing. Everybody, they gotta take a moment in time where they see the light, and they just gotta say, you know what, man? We're all friends, and I'm a little short of breath, and I gotta sit down.
That was such good sage advice. Sage wisdom from an old man. Thank you.
Mr. President Trump, do you feel like maybe he's just seeing where the tide's going and trying to save his own ass?
You know, I was just wondering that same thing, Brad. I'm wondering how genuine Joe is. You know, that's what I'd call him if he was genuine. I'd say genuine Joe, but I haven't called him genuine Joe yet, have I?
Yeah, no.
No, you
Hey!
never uttered those words in a row.
I'm Joe Biden, and where I'm from, everybody's gotta take up their bootstraps with their own hands.
Where are you from?
I'm from, next to where, you know the deal.
Yeah.
Are you from Scranton or Delaware?
Scrotum.
Scrotum. Yeah. Scrotum.
What's funny? Everybody, the kids used to love me, and they would play with my hair on my legs.
Yeah, we've heard that one before, Joe.
Why did they stop?
They never did. Shh, quiet. Don't tell nobody.
Oh, yeah.
Has Corn Pop ever come to the White House?
Oh, hell yeah. Count Chocula. Grimace.
Count Chocula's been in the White House. Used to beat the shit out of Count Chocula that pulled in you.
Count Chocula was a bad man.
Yeah, to whip Count Chocula ass. Yeah.
He liked to, he would order the most hot dogs.
Nobody else could eat after he ordered the hot dogs.
There wasn't enough room in the jacuzzi.
Are these the same hot dogs Obama ordered to the White House?
Oh shit.
How many wieners did you eat that day, Joe?
A lot. But
Yeah, you're just eating all those wieners, huh, Joe?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What about you, Mr. Trump? You ever had a hot dog?
Oh, I've had a hot dog, but I'm not scarfing down those wieners like Joe is.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Trump, apologies. It says right here you're down 69% to 30% in Pennsylvania right now. What are your thoughts on that deficit?
Well, you know, the number's not so bad, but I wish we were doing a lot better.
I mean, the numbers are pretty bad. I think you're wrong in that regard.
The Amish vote hasn't come in yet.
I'm talking about the number 69, you know. That's what she said. Was that Arnold Schwarzenegger? Is he on the call too?
I don't know. Is he? Is Arnold here?
I don't think Arnold's here yet.
He's wasted. Look, come here, Arnie. Arnie, come here. Arnie, come here. Arnie.
Is Arnold with you, Mr. Biden?
Leave me alone.
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Hitler?
He doesn't want to.
That would have been a great Hitler. If we had seen Arnold Schwarzenegger play Hitler once. Is that too late to make that happen?
I think he's old enough to play him now.
I think Hitler was a lot younger than what Arnold Schwarzenegger is now.
No,
you know,
Hitler
people
grew
just
up
looked a
old
lot
and
older back
everything.
then.
True. That's
Hitler's
true.
130.
Yeah, Hitler grew real old.
Yeah, he's dating a Jewish lady in Antarctica.
Well, a lot of
all those muscles.
we got a lot of percentages coming in on different states. I'll just go over a few right now. Actually, I'll just pull it up on screen so y'all can see.
So polls are now closed in Georgia, right?
Polls are now closed in Georgia.
Allegedly,
Yeah.
but we're in Fulton County though.
So let's
the real
see.
polling is just
New Hampshire,
started.
28% reporting. We've got Massachusetts with 2%, called for Kamala already by AP. I hate the way they do this. 3% of voters in Connecticut, 58% in Rhode Island, and it's 51 to 46 in Kamala's favor. Kennedy got 1.2% in Rhode Island so far.
What would it be like if Kamala was president? Just it's her leadership skills she's demonstrated and her ability to go off the cuff for extended period of times. Would you guys feel confident?
I think she would constantly tell people, she would tell the American people, I hear you, but right now I am speaking.
Yeah,
that's what
she'd
it
say
would
that
be
to
for 4
Putin too,
years.
maybe.
For 4 years.
Yeah, she said that to me too, and I said it right back to her. I said, I'm speaking now.
Well, what's really most important is that she was raised middle class.
She was
That
middle
gives me
class.
so much
Yeah,
trust.
yeah.
I mean, the thing with all of these numbers that are being reported is that they're complete. It depends so much on like where the results are coming in from.
Yeah.
That it's so context dependent.
Right now, Trump is winning in Georgia, 62% votes counted, and he's up 52 to 47 with Oliver getting
47. I thought I'd be doing better in your great state, Brad. Thought I'd be doing a lot better.
But you're winning.
You're
that's
winning.
pretty good,
and
actually.
Oliver only has 0.3, so you're whipping that guy.
How am I doing in Scranton?
Scranton,
You got it wrapped up, baby.
it looks like you're going to win Scranton, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, do you have a will?
Which one?
Yeah, Mr. Biden, do you have a will prepared?
God damn it! I better get on that. You know, I'm only a clone.
That's true. Yeah.
That's the
This
will
is where
of
a
the
good
way.
plug would be. If we had a company that could set up,
Yeah, if we were come to propaganda report, we'll do a will for you.
Liberty Libations is brought to you by Legal Zoom.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you a clone?
This is where you put the plug in.
Are you a clone with no insurance?
Yeah, right. Yeah, are you a clone? You don't get any of the right. You don't have any rights.
I'll be your spokesperson. I'll be the poster boy.
All right, we have. Yeah, I'm down.
Is the real Joe Biden still alive, or is
How
it
you
just
say
you
that?
now?
You know, we can do a whole episode. Wait, is it a TV show?
Yeah.
We can go into the basement. It's in the Pentagon, and he's on ice, and we can go and look at him and point at him.
Oh, so he is still there.
That's where they have John F. Kennedy's brain hooked up.
Wow.
Yeah, and there's a tunnel that leads to Disneyland, and Disney's on ice. That's why they made that Frozen movie, so people would stop looking up Disney's Frozen head.
So it's a big distraction. Is it like Multiplicity where you all get to have sex with Jill?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Except I'm the middle one. I'm not quite so stupid, and I can still function.
Yeah.
And she likes that.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
You're not the
What's
last
the
one. in the
stupid
human
one
species.
do?
Oh, you've seen him. We send him out to walk upstairs and stuff.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, that's the stupid one?
Sticks it in a wall socket.
What does the
Yeah,
stupid one
he's the
say
one
about
who's
you?
always, wipe my pants and shit myself, and that's him. I only shit myself when it's funny.
Yeah, you're the funny one.
Thanks, DJ.
What was your job before you were Biden's clone?
I was just a molecule. I don't fucking know. I was just
Yeah,
floating
it's a
around.
molecule in the lab.
They just add a little Biden jizz. And,
It's just a cell in a petri dish until a little Biden jizz.
yeah.
Have you guys seen Jennifer Lopez's speech at Kamala's rally?
I know
a couple
of
days
it.
ago.
I heard she cried through the whole thing, right?
If she makes Kamala look like she's great at reading a prompter, she does the whole speech like it was a cold read for an audition, and it was her first time reading through it. and you can see her like, I mean, it's just
Should we
like when
watch
you're
some of
preparing
it?
for, yeah, put it up there.
Here,
It's one of the worst. It's like these celebrities, some of these people, they went, yeah.
This is the other reason why I can't stand them winning. Like, I just want all this shit to go away.
I had the meme of,
went back for seconds.
Yes, he
look
did.
at that guy behind her
Let's watch some of this speech.
on the right.
We got 54 seconds.
I am an American woman. I am the daughter of Guadalupe Rodriguez and David Lopez, a proud daughter and son of Puerto Rico.
She's gonna memorize this. Isn't she an actor?
Soy boricua, carajo.
She's reading off a teleprompter.
I was born here, and we are Americans. I am a mother. I am a mother. I am a sister. I am an actor and an entertainer. And I
She's doing a cold read.
I like when the good guy, or in this case, the good girl wins.
Both gender
And with
people.
an understanding of our past
Kamala's a really
and
good girl,
faith
huh?
in our future, I will be casting my ballot for Kamala Harris for President of the United States.
I want to memorize this monologue, Brad.
She eventually starts getting herself like towards the end of it. She's
This is terrible.
realizing the emotions of it during the first read.
Yeah,
and
that's someone who's not prepared.
And starts to get a little too intense on the emotions. And watching the whole thing, by the end of it, I felt like the Ben Affleck meme where he's outside smoking. And it's just. And then I think about how she used to date Diddy, and everybody talks about it. It probably has nothing to do with that, but like there's like these stories about how the cops showed up one time when to do something because Diddy was breaking the law, and that Jennifer Lopez was like Diddy had handcuffed her to like a street lamp or something like that, and she was a drug mule for him. Apparently, that's what the allegations are anyway.
The Ben Affleck that's off.
Yeah, that's. What? Mr. Biden?
I thought it was funny.
Do you know J-Lo?
Oh man, I was at that party. That shit was hilarious.
Mr. Biden, we're starting to lose your feet a little bit, man. Maybe go closer to the router.
What about now?
Yeah, it's a little better.
President Trump, have you ever? Yeah, no, that sounds really good. Sounds like you're in the router.
Oh yeah.
Does the White House have good Wi-Fi?
No, it says AT&T.
It's not Starlink?
It will be.
Fair. Well, we got some more breaking news, Joe.
Damn it, I got Schwarzenegger.
South Carolina is now officially called for Trump. It's definitely news. 100% news.
So, what do you guys think so far? What's it looking like for you guys on the big board?
I got to grease down Schwarzenegger.
So we'd love to hear from him if he's with you.
Oh God damn it! Hold on, let me grease him down, and then he'll
All right,
simmer down a little.
Grease him off. Thoughts? So it's all red right now, but they did warn us. They said, don't be persuaded by the first night numbers because it could go.
They always that's going to be the new thing. Wait till the week 2 number. Yeah,
those are the more firm numbers.
Yeah. I think that the most relevant numbers now really are the betting markets because
what the hell is it? Hello,
it's the people whose money are actually on the line.
Yes,
they're the ones that are really looking at.
I'm out of here.
And within
leaving.
each state, where are all the votes coming in from?
Guys asked for Schwarzenegger, and he came on.
Purest polling question.
What?
It's the purest polling question.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
where's your money?
There is a reason that Vegas always makes money, and it's because they have all the best people that are handicapping these games and setting the line just right. And it takes like professional bettors to actually like make money doing sports betting, and it's usually because they're taking the opposite bet of a bunch of casual bettors that have no clue what's going on. So as much as I would like to tell you that I'm like the most qualified pundit to make predictions about this, I will just Like whenever somebody asks me about what my opinion about a football game is, I'm like, I don't know. What's the line?
Yeah.
Here, like, what's the betting market have to say? I think that's really what we should be looking at here.
So, Mr. Schwarzenegger, you're a professional bettor, aren't you?
Damn it, I gotta go get him again.
Oh, we lost him. Yeah, sorry.
See,
That
I
was
tried
the-
to tell you, he got on there. He got on
Hold
there.
on.
And there's
Hold
some
on.
states that need to get called in before you can make
Let
a
me
really
get some of
like.
these,
Where's Pennsylvania gonna go? I
They'll
mean,
wait.
it
That'll be the
doesn't
last
really
one, you
matter.
think?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Where do you think Texas is? Definitely Trump, right?
What the hell
What's
is it
the
allowed?
deal with airline peanuts?
Damn it.
Alaska. Well, who's Alaska?
Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Schwarzenegger, we lost you again. Mr. Schwarzenegger?
You guys are messing with
Oh,
me.
God, we lost him again. What's he doing?
Hey, it looks like he's masturbating.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Like he's in Gold's Gym, 1980.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna bother you anymore.
Is
No,
Alaska
he
even
said,
sober enough to
give
do
him 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
Arnold knows something about knocking up the nannies, just like
He's just like dug him off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't believe that story. I think
Which
they
side?
Doug Emhoff knocked up the nanny and beat his girlfriend. I think they just Kamala's campaign told us that to make us think he's straight.
I believe the
he's impotent,
fetus.
too.
Yeah. You see the videos with him and Doug Emhoff? They do like the morning breakfast things when they're on tour.
Oh gosh, it's so lame.
It's like a White Dudes for Harris
Yeah.
thing, and they're all around.
I think they're gonna have, if she gets elected, the news story will be like, breaking news for the third time this month, the president's fallen down the stairs, and she's going to be constantly explaining black eyes, wearing oversized sunglasses. That's what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think the Secret Service gets involved in that?
Do you agree that Kamala's going to be having to explain black eyes, Mr. Biden? Is that what you said?
Black guys.
Oh, you had to. Yeah, you did have a black eye in that AI music video that you guys were all in.
There's actually stories about the Secret Service wondering when to intervene between Bill and Hillary, because Hillary apparently was throwing shit at Bill.
Yeah,
That's
she
in
used
the
to beat him.
people's
She,
book.
there were domestic dispute calls on him back when he was governor of Arkansas.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
He's also a rapist.
And a cocaine smuggler.
Yeah, but he's
And a
very
murderer.
charming.
Plays the saxophone.
You know what I learned from
And
him?
he's a war criminal.
What was that, Joe?
You know what I learned from him?
What?
He used to do this really brilliant political move where you'd feel someone kind of tapping you on your shoulder, you know, and you turn around and it would be his penis.
The Macarena?
And he'd just drape his penis on your shoulder.
Oh, it'd be his penis. So you like teabag your back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, and the first couple times it's annoying, and then after a while it's funny as hell.
Right. Yeah. No, it does. It is pretty funny.
Well, Mr. President, and Mr. Former President, we actually have another guest we got to bring on here for a minute. So we're gonna boot y'all. Y'all are welcome back anytime. Just call back in when you want to.
Welcome.
Okay, cool. Perfect. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all. All right. Joining us live from PA, we have a candidate in the race in a race in Pennsylvania, Mr.
Kamala Harris.
Mr. Nick Ciesieslki.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How are you doing? Where are you at right now?
We're at the LPPA watch party in Allegheny County, which, fun fact, I was just informed that Chase Oliver is losing to write-ins in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania by 80 votes.
That is a fun fact. I like
so
it's not surprising. But Nick, you're running for treasurer of Pennsylvania. How's the campaign gone? What's it been like being out there campaigning on the LP ticket?
It has its challenges, lack of funds, a lot of work to try to put a lot of work in, not much, there wasn't much of a team. I kind of didn't know what I was getting myself into. So
How much money did you guys raise?
I raised maybe like $400 or so.
Yeah.
I didn't make a huge push on it, but I was kind of, I kept it small. And then, today I got out there and I was working my polling place this morning, which I vote, I didn't expect it to be super busy, but it was busy all morning long. I was voter number 717.
Damn.
And I voted at like a little bit before, and I got in line a little before noon. So I got there right around poll opening and line out the door down the street.
It
So
took
huge
that long
turnout.
for 700 people to vote?
Yeah.
Wow. That is slow.
How many times did you get to vote?
I only got to vote once. I didn't see if anyone was doing a couple times, but
Why did you choose? So you ran for treasury. Why did you choose that position?
Yeah. So one, we kind of needed someone to step up, but I think financial, impending financial crisis we have going on, debts and excessive government spending, and being able to rein that in a little bit is kind of a good solid message.
I mean, that position too, it's so crucial too, like the right person in that position.
I've always wanted to be a treasurer because I love booty.
Yeah.
So at least there's a little bit of a pitch there. Being a libertarian candidate, you're like, one, I don't want to spend your money, and those other guys do, and I'm not making laws, so vote for me, and I can at least not let them spend your money excessively, because Pennsylvania is, I think, the second largest state legislature in the country, only behind New Hampshire. And we're a full-time legislature, so we're paying, I think, salaries of $100 and something thousand a year to each person. I think the total, someone was saying earlier, I think the total is over 200,000 when you're counting all the benefits, all their expenses, mileage, everything like that. So it's, I think, just paying legislature salary and benefits is a total of $40 million. And that's not counting things like leadership having their own expenses and their own secret expense accounts that they can use for whatever they want.
So you can expose just how much of a con all of it is from the treasury position, it sounds like.
From that, and also one other position, which is the auditor general position. So we have a guy, he's here. I'll try to get him on in a little bit. But yeah, we have a guy who ran for that as well. And that position is literally no policy, just audit stuff. And when I get him on, I'll let him dig into a little bit more about how bad people are actually at that job and how no one actually does that job. So
so you just driving around Pittsburgh where you're located, like, is it more, I mean, what's the vibe as far as Trump Harris?
I mean, I have no idea what was going on in the city. I try to avoid that. Right now I'm kind of north of the city a little bit in Allegheny County. I live out east of the city in Westmoreland County, and that's generally a red area. It felt more red to me. I saw a lot more Trump merchandise than I saw any kind of Biden or Democrat merchandise. I mean, Harris or Democrat merchandise. So
I actually haven't seen any. I tried to go to a number of Harris events, campaign events, and I couldn't. I had to make the white dude for Harris shirt that I used in the skits that we did because I couldn't find one. The Trump rallies, there's people screen printing shirts on demand. There's people selling paintings outside. There's just all kind of activity. It's so different. Like at the Cobb Energy Center, they both did events there within a couple of weeks of each other, and the atmosphere and environment outside could not have been more different. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Trump roadside stands around here. Like it's kind of crazy. But even as far as people canvassing, right? I was canvassing for myself and our other candidates, and I think it was a high school group that must have got the day off school to go canvass for Republicans, and they would pop out every so often and like walk the line, try to pass out literature. And then there were like two people that I think were associated with Democrats. They were wearing, I think the shirts were saying like P18, which I'm not quite sure what that was referencing, but it seemed like some sort of Democrat thing.
It's probably something to do with a pizza place in DC. Yeah.
Triangle pizza.
Yeah, Triangle Pizza. Triangle One-Eye Pizza. So you say you're out canvassing. How many doors would you say you knocked on?
I I didn't have time to really go door to door, and running a statewide race, that's kind of minimal. I think, at least like, especially setting up for maybe a local run next year, being at my polling place and telling people, yeah, this is my polling place. And I even had the chance to talk with, some of the people around me. And I was like, hey, did you know they tried to raise your local taxes last Monday? People were like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, yeah. The township supervisor meeting last Monday, they tried to raise taxes for next year. They submitted 2 budgets, and they were like, oh, well, we need more funding for roads. We need this. We need that. And at the same meeting, they tried to hire a deputy director of community engagement.
That seems necessary.
Yeah, it's real easy to raise taxes when you're getting paid by taxes, right?
Yeah,
real easy.
How do you help people to be aware of stuff like that? Because it's just so most people don't pay attention to these local meetings and stuff, and this stuff can happen without them having any idea, like you said.
Yeah, that was at least kind of nice because there were a solid number of people who showed up to the meeting, and not one person spoke in favor of raising taxes. So, and then of course there's 5 supervisors who are on that board, so they voted 2 to 3 to not raise taxes. So that was a win. But the 2 that voted to raise it gave long speeches at the end of how it's necessary and how with this new budget they're going to have less road budget than they did last year. We're not even paving 5% of township roads. So
they made it about the infrastructure crumbling and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and so they're like, this is going to have to happen. And the way they were doing it was some special PA tax that allows them to put a tax of a certain amount for fire and emergency services. So they were like, oh, instead of running the fire budget out of this, we're going to which is all volunteer. And I think there's like 8 or something fire departments in the township. And so they were going to try to raise and fund it off of that, at least partially, instead of that, and then say, all right, now this money's freed up for this. So it was a roundabout way of just raising it anyway, just calling it, oh yeah, well, this is for fire stuff. But we know money's fungible. So,
and this is what the bureaucrats always do, isn't it? Where they say, well, if we don't raise taxes, then we won't be able to pave the roads. But then they actually could just not hire the deputy director of community engagement. So they're always claiming that they need the money for the essentials when they've already got an abundance of money, more than they could possibly use for the essentials. And they will never cut the extraneous stuff that nobody actually wants.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was fascinating to me to see them approve hiring that in the same meeting as talking about raising taxes.
Well, so what was it? What's like the craziest thing or the most impactful thing you learned doing this?
I haven't even had time to sit down and figure it out, but I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that goes into the back end that I didn't even really get around to. I think the thing is, if you're going to even think about it, think early, because I wish I had some of this basic infrastructure set up before even getting the nomination and being able to hit the ground running on it.
So you didn't have people in every state, like Indivisible, harassing people, and
you don't have
calling
a
them
bus?
racist.
You don't have a tour bus?
Yeah.
No.
You have a plane?
I wish.
So you guys, I've noticed this about libertarians. They can stretch the funding they get seemingly a lot further than the billions that the others get. The amount of money that the right and left get to campaign is absolutely crazy. And then the amount of money that libertarians get, it's like the take a penny, leave a penny thing at the coffee shop.
Right. And I mean, I know how it is in Georgia with ads. I mean, I've lived there, I've seen it, but I think it's even more magnified up here in Pennsylvania. I mean,
Did you do any masturbation ads for your campaign and with somebody popping in and interrupting?
I did not. No.
No. Yeah.
It was the Kamala ads where they were, had a little skit set up where guys were masturbating, and then a regulator comes in.
A Republican comes in.
In and tells them to stop.
They have the theme of them. So all of them are like very extreme, and it's just
I didn't audition.
It's crazy. So what was your best method for getting the word out, you would say?
I mean, a lot of it was just personal on that. I think, we have to petition to get on the ballot here. So being able to go out there when you're petitioning, at that point you're as close as you can connecting and, at least hearing people out and trying to get them to sign. So that's kind of the most grassroots way to do it. And then, if there's a way to convert that to people who are actually interested in helping or building up a little bit of an infrastructure in more counties so that you have people canvassing polls, because I felt at least a decent reception. And maybe it's because I'm the candidate and I'm able to stand there and tell people who are waiting in an hour-long line, like, yeah, I'm on your ballot. I live near here.
Yeah.
I live in this area.
So what do you mean? What exactly is canvassing? Because people say that word a lot, but what does it mean specifically?
I mean, it's, I'm standing at the polls and I'm passing out literature and I'm trying to get that last minute swing over to myself.
So being in Pennsylvania, boots on the ground there, how do you feel about how the state's gonna swing in the presidential race?
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell. Because I know, like the poll I was at this evening in Allegheny County, there were Republicans there were Democrats there, we were there, but where, like I said, where I was, I mean, it's more red area. It seemed like more red support. So, it's kind of as I expected. It's hard for me to actually get an idea on it's hard for me to get an idea.
How big is the Amish community there, Nick? Are they going to sway the election in PA?
That's the fascinating thing, is I'm not completely plugged in on what's going on in the Amish community because,
I saw there were even billboards in Pennsylvania Dutch.
That's what I've heard. And maybe certain orders of them are voting. I don't, I've seen some videos on it. I've seen some indication the Amish are coming out to vote, even though, they generally don't. So that's really interesting if they can pull the Amish vote.
Let's take a look real quick at our updated map. Right now we have Trump with 73 electoral votes and Harris with 10. Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, West Virginia, and Florida, while Harris has won Vermont, Rhode Island, and Delaware. There are a lot of, every other network is reporting far more wins for both. Insane amount of wins with 0% reporting in many of the races. It drives me insane. So we're not ever gonna project a winner until 50% of the votes are in.
Well, I was seeing 55. We have the Patrick Bet David stream going, and I saw that Georgia was at 55% and leaning heavy Trump.
Georgia is now at 68% and leaning lightly with a 52% to Trump and a 46% to Kamala.
I'm feeling the
that's
landslide.
a fairly big difference.
You're feeling a landslide? You think it's gonna be a Trump landslide?
Well,
So it depends on where Atlanta, if Atlanta is how much Atlanta's reporting.
DeKalb has reported 0% and Fulton has reported 70%.
Yeah,
Fulton is reported 70%,
right.
and Trump has a 52 to 46 lead.
Yeah,
but
they've
Fulton
reported
will
70% of the ballots
report
burned.
120% though.
I mean,
I'd
look at the cab then
Yeah.
and see when the cab reports. But if Fulton's reporting 70 and we're at 60 something percent and Trump's 6 points ahead, I'd say you got to get close to calling Georgia for Trump.
That could also depend on what parts of Fulton have reported.
Yeah,
Because
like Stacey Abrams herself is half of Fulton.
You've got like City of Atlanta, which is like
it's like half Stacey Abrams, half
Harris.
Fannie Willis.
And then you've got like Alpharetta, which I would assume is mostly Trump. And then you've got
all the
Sandy
white
Springs,
people.
where I live, which is like pretty kind of leans Republican.
See, at least like here, they have to drive the ballots. They have to drive the totals in. So what you get here is things showing blue early, even in hard red places, because the county seat is going to lean blue, and they're going to be the first ones to have votes in. So I would assume, unless there's something going on in Atlanta, Atlanta itself is probably reporting fairly heavy right now versus 40 minutes away up in,
Yeah. I think they found Rudy Giuliani near the Georgia Capitol smelling like fuel.
Sounds about right.
Well, up in PA, Nick, they're saying 20% of the votes have been counted, and Kamala is up by 20 points.
Again, like I said, that you've got to drive the ballots in from the county seats.
Yeah.
To the county seats, so you're gonna get that initial.
How
initial
many?
hit.
How many hijackings are there on the drive-in? You know,
I've seen counties. I think the Allegheny County does it under police escort.
Wow, that sounds fun.
And I know we still have polls open in Pennsylvania.
Do you think
in
the next
Cambridge-
Fast and the Furious movie will be based around him stealing the election?
You might be able to get away with that.
So you're talking about when they take the ballots and they have the police escorts. So it's the way they were talking about this. They were interviewing some of these people the other day. They were talking about it like every movie you watch, it's like a bank heist, and they get the guys getting the armored car, and so and just all the criminals are going after them. I wonder if it truly is a bunch of criminals targeting these ballot like Toyota Corollas or whatever. Like, you know, they're going in
Fast 11s, threat to democracy.
So they've made poll workers, yeah, exactly, totally. They've made poll workers terrified. I was talking to one last night, and she was talking about the de-escalation training that they gave them, and the de-escalation training all seemed to escalate. It's all seemed to teach the poll workers, if you see this body movement or that body movement, then that's somebody who's about to make a move. And so it's putting these things in their head. It's going to make them see things that aren't there and increase and totally make them anxious and make it more likely. It feels like they're trying to, what do they say? They put cobras in a shoebox and shake them around or whatever. I butchered that.
I had heard on the news last night that they were going to be stepping up police patrols around the city for election day.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
is insane. I mean, can you imagine being a cop and getting called on your day off? You got to go work election day.
I mean, they were boarding up DC, so
There's a shooting going on. They're like, no, we need you watching the polls.
Yeah, our Fulton poll watching correspondent Brian is letting us know that the polls are still open in some places in Fulton County.
Well,
because
polls are still open in Pennsylvania in Cambria County because there was some election software glitch, and they went to a judge, and the judge said, "Yeah, polls can stay open for up here in Pennsylvania, Cambria County." And so the judge said, "Oh, polls can stay open till 10 p.m." So
Easter.
Yeah, so we still have polls open in PA. Now that's a more rural area. It's it borders my county.
Yeah, well, I was talking to a poll worker last night who filed a complaint, not a complaint, but just they have both sides have a voter integrity thing. Any warnings you have, and she was telling me that the pads that people sign in on, I can't remember what she called them, but that they were requiring them to do a full system update, but they wouldn't let them do them until an hour before the election today. And apparently that was not normal. And it made the people leading whoever the bosses are of the poll workers was kind of like, well, why are they making us wait? They wanted to do it earlier. And they said, you can't. We sent out a thing that you have to wait until 1 hour. And it's like updating your phone, apparently, where it could take a long time. Probably not an hour, but that if it didn't work, that it's going to cause all these problems. And then she told me that there was one county in Georgia that went ahead and did it. They ignored the rule and they updated theirs anyway. And so my thought was that's the problem one. So the other ones will probably work. But if there's a problem, I can't remember which county it was. She said, I'll ask her when she gets off of working. But that's the one where they say, well, they ignored the rule to wait until the morning of. So we're going to invalidate that, or we're going to challenge that. It's like shit like that causes all this confusion that leaves the opportunity for corruption if necessary. It feels like it's everywhere.
No, I mean, if Kamala wins, I'm going to become a homesteader and a prepper. I'm going off the grid. I just
get chickens, man. Yeah,
I got to escape the opportunity economy, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know how to you got chickens? Tell them to come about chickens.
I know how to grow chickens.
Yeah.
Put some chicken seed in the ground. The chickens come up, and when they start clucking, you harvest them.
Water it with chicken stock.
Yeah, water with chicken stock.
And come spring, you got eggs, man. Yeah.
And then the Easter bunny comes around.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then they tax the eggs.
The Easter bunny?
Yeah, the Easter
He's
Bunny,
protected.
and then the Easter Bunny like snuggles up with you in bed at midnight, like, and then you got eggs. Yeah.
I did not know that's how that works.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. What? So who do you guys think Ron Paul writes in when he votes?
The Easter Bunny.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I wrote in Ron Paul in several lines, mostly like my state senator didn't have anyone challenging her, so I was like, I'm gonna vote Ron Paul.
What did you think about? Of course, they made it seem, I think, more than it might be, with Ron Paul sharing the meme of him and Elon Musk, and him saying he's willing to help him out with the Department of Efficiency or whatever. Some people kind of saw that as, oh, he's part of the administration. I think that was too far to take it that way. I think it's him offering to help. But I definitely, if you can get Ron Paul, then I think you're going to pull even some more libertarians that way towards Trump. But what did you think about that?
Yeah, I was already leaning towards voting Trump because up here in a swing state, I think he's offered a decent amount, and see just the potential of Ron Paul working with Elon Musk and seeing that influence kind of brings us maybe into a new generation.
Right.
So
you weren't a Chase guy. You Mike Tremont didn't put him over the top for you.
No, he didn't.
He had no. His campaign videos was great.
Yeah, those were. We were just talking about that where he's shooting a gun over his wife's head while she's
on a VHS camera with no audio. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was wasn't he standing on the roof trying to prove you can stand on sloped roofs?
Standing on the roof of a shed that was slanted almost none. The slope was 1/100. What?
Yeah, that was. Yeah,
I saw Mike Tremont at I told these guys this, but I saw Mike Tremont at the Libertarian Convention meeting up with Chase behind a pole in the back of the room, which my first thought was you couldn't find a better place for your secret meeting about your collaboration here.
Yeah.
And I walked up to them and I was rubbing my hands together. And when I got close to him, I went, secret meeting about where the votes go. And Mike Tremont looked at me and goes, what are we supposed to do? And he storms off, Well, and
I mean, you'd be desperate too if you mortgaged your house to try to run for the presidential nomination.
Yeah. He apparently paid for an hot Aussie chick to fly over to the convention. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying that.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, that's been a mess.
Just to work for him to call, because she was super enthusiastic about it. She's super cool.
Well, if you're talking about the same person, somebody came to the convention from Australia,
they got
met
married.
Somebody else from Australia,
They got married
in the United States.
Yeah, they're super
I
cool.
heard that story. Yeah, I heard that
But
story.
Tremont,
That's wild.
totally. I think Tremont helped fund because I don't know why. I've always been perplexed by that part of the story. Maybe he's a matchmaker.
There's a lot that I question in that story, but I don't know what to say as far as that goes.
but speculate, please. I'm just kidding.
Speculate wildly.
Yeah.
No, they're both cool. I've been in bed with both of them. They're both cool.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. Yeah.
I mean, if his job is bring down the LP or something as a Fed, that's the easiest job ever. He doesn't really need to do anything. Just sit back and watch it happen.
Well, we already know there's intelligence operations watching us because they basically admit that in Angela's FOIAs.
Yeah,
Angela
said it the other day for sure.
They're refusing to turn anything over, but they won't deny anything exists. So
yeah, but Angela had dinner with Trump though.
That's true.
There's a lot of drama in that party, guys, on the line anyway.
People did not like that.
They did. So they didn't.
I loved it.
But
it's a lot of people addicted to losing and having no idea on trying to move the ball forward, a couple inches.
So what we're talking about for those listening is Angela McArdle posted a picture recently of her sitting and listening. I mean, Trump was
Chair the LP.
Charity LP. And Trump was talking. Was that the same night as the Trump speech, or was that a different night? You don't know.
I think that may have been when she went to Mar-a-Lago to discuss terms with him.
Yeah, and so I the way that she had talked and the way that she even talked that night that he spoke, it sounded to me like they had discussed things. So that picture to me, I was like, oh, that's probably when they were talking about the shit. And so it wasn't surprising to me, but when people acted pissed about it, I don't know the rules or how it's supposed to work, but I'm like, well, how else would you prefer her to negotiate with him Like it doesn't seem like
You're
a.
not supposed to. You're supposed to just be like, "You suck, Trump."
I think it's jealousy in some people probably.
The fact is, she reached out to both the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign, and one blew her off, and now it's the Harris campaign, and libertarians were completely ignored in that until Tim Walz said, "Well, we have Liz Cheney now, so libertarians can vote."
That's hilarious. Yeah. No, I thought it was fine. Angela did that. I didn't get why.
So they were serious. I mean, it's not like Angela went that way on purpose, but it kind of naturally floats that way when the entire machine that exists there hates the man.
I just wish Trump would have gave her optics advice, so there wasn't always a bright light shining on her glasses and her camera frame with her head down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't give a shit, so I know you can't say anything about that. I think Angela's nice. I think she's good at what she does. I just wish that she had somebody that would frame her right in a camera.
Yeah, she has plenty
skill
of options.
that's hard to come by. Not everyone has a Jake Green around.
Yeah, I know, but for libertarians, part of I see where it's a lot of the attitude of it's a waste of money to spend money on stuff like that. It's not like money on production is. You see Republican debate, you see a Democrat debate, and you think about a lot of things, but what do you never think about when you watch those debates? You never think about the audio, the video, the sound, because it's fucking, unless it's just over the top, you might be like, it's crazy, but it doesn't get in the way.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So, and that's not like some of the libertarian debates I watched, like literally one of them for like 15 minutes was a camera was pointed at a guy's crotch while he was talking. And I'm like, and that completely gets in the way. So
Maybe that was in case he was talking out of his ass.
there you go. Yeah. It actually, the optics are actually how you get the message out, because that's how people, it has to be seen. It doesn't have to be fucking crazy theatrics like Trump and Hulk Hogan and all that, but just has to not get in the way. And I know it's difficult, but that's where some money should be spent.
Like, no, we don't need Photoshop. We have paint.
Yeah, it's
Although what I'll say is we had we had Democrats and Republicans coming in and trying to buy, especially Democrats in the past couple of weeks, trying to buy up ads for Chase Oliver, trying to push him as Mr. Conservative.
Yeah, they didn't
And
just try.
so
They did.
I got served those, and we also had Marty Selker, the Constitution Party candidate for Senate. They decided to push him as the conservative option instead of John Thomas, our guy. So I don't know what was going on there or why they chose him, but those ads were incredibly generic and didn't come off the best to me.
But they spent like 6 times what Chase raised for his own campaign.
Yeah, they spent crazy money on just trying to buy these ads to try to convince gullible people to vote one way, to vote for Chase Oliver instead.
One of them said no cap.
Do you guys know how much money he's got?
Chase Oliver?
100,000 to 500,000, somewhere in there.
Yeah, Chase raised about $400,000. Joe Jorgensen raised $3.4 million, at least at the last pre-election filing.
Yeah, I heard Larry. I don't want to call him Sinclair like I always do, because Larry Sinclair is the one who says he blew Obama. So Larry Sharp
says he blew Obama.
after you guys picked the presidential candidate. It was like the Sunday evening. It was like 2 a.m. and he was down there on the phone talking to somebody, and I was just walking around. I was just kind of chilling out, but he was talking about like trying to raise a bunch of money for Chase at that time. Like it seemed like he was trying to like really get some multiple millions of dollars. But I guess it's something changed, because it sounded like he was saying he thinks he's viable, but I don't know what changed.
I think he ended up working more for FK Jr.
Okay, he was at the Bitcoin conference too. That's probably what it was. It's interesting. I wonder what changed. I thought that he did. I thought he did a really good job during the VP debate. Personally, I thought Larry was. I thought Clint had more of the. I think Clint had more of the room and the message, but I thought like Larry, in my opinion, was more knowledgeable.
He's a polished speaker. He's good at what he does. I think he comes off really moderate sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why that I think he came up. But
All right. Well, we've got a couple more
Yeah,
races to call, y'all. All right. Texas, Oklahoma, and Ohio just went
it's
for
all
Trump.
Look at that. It's all.
And Maryland and New Jersey just went for Harris. So those are the updated numbers. Are Trump at 137, Harris at 34. This is anybody that's reporting great deficits after 50% of the votes are in. So we'll get more.
I'm looking at about 1.2% right now.
For what?
So
Yeah.
current reporting, I'm seeing myself.
They should go ahead and call that one then.
There we go. Should we call that one right now?
Call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard because the Republican incumbent is trailing the Democrat fairly significantly.
I think we should spread as much misinformation and disinformation as possible. So we're going to call that race for Nicholas Ciesieslki, treasurer of.
Congratulations!
Congrats,
making some
man.
inroads.
How does it feel?
I appreciate you guys calling the race for me.
What do you think? How will it impact Chase Oliver's presidential bid?
Probably you'll get him less votes. Like I said,
do you think you could carry Chase?
I'm getting reports in here that Robert Kennedy Jr. is trailing Chase nationally by not that many votes, and in Wisconsin, I believe he may have been beating Chase.
How is Chase doing versus D's nuts?
Actually, D's nuts is coming on later to comment. Do some
Like I said, Allegheny County, Chase was losing the write-ins. So,
well, Nick, we don't want to keep you from hanging out with everybody, but you want to come back on a little later?
yeah, let me. If you guys are interested, let me get either John Thomas or Reese Smith up here, and
Okay.
I'll send me backstage. Give me a couple minutes. Let me get one of them up here. And
That
I'll
sounds
give
good.
them some time to talk.
All right, that sounds good, man. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Heads up for you. I sent the link to like 3 people that might pop in.
Oh, sweet. I like having the most amount of people possible on one stream.
Well, they won't come at one time.
Oh,
Yeah. Unlike I will stop there. Yes, exactly. How did you read my mind like that? Yeah, they'll pop in various times. So what?
Oh, according to Dennis, Chase for Liberty has just won Pennsylvania.
Congratulations to Chase.
Dadgum.
So what do you guys? So Chase personally, I liked Chase. I thought he, setting politics aside, I thought he was, I thought he was a theater guy, just a theater kid. He's like a lot of theater people that I know, and then he seemed nice enough to me. What are y'all's? Are you guys just oppose his policy positions?
No, I don't like. I don't care for him on a personal level, and I don't think that he actually. I've never seen him actually care for other people. I've talked to him dozens and dozens and dozens. He's in my county. He used to come to my affiliates meetings.
Mm-hmm.
He used to railroad the meetings with his own speech, like doing his own things. He wasn't the chair or anything.
Yeah.
To me, he felt like just picking another politician. So if I'm just going to pick another politician, I'm going to go with somebody who might actually win and who has people like Ron Paul possibly joining his cabinet. So like it was never going to be Chase for me. He honestly, he drives me insane.
I was surprised he won the vote. It was interesting to watch how all that went down. I expected I expected Rechtenwald to win, but that's I don't know why I expected him to win.
Did you really? That's interesting.
I didn't expect anybody to win. I kind of expected us to come out of there with Noda.
That would have been great.
Look, I didn't like Rechtenwald either.
Yeah.
So I didn't like any of the candidates.
Is Rechtenwald the one that didn't even know like what COVID was or whatever? Like
no, that was
Hornberger.
Oh, Hornberger.
Jacob
Yeah,
He knows
Hornberger.
what COVID is, but he's just like it wasn't a big
He's
deal.
like, I'm not a professional, so I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm only a lawyer.
Hey John, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on.
What are your thoughts about Dave Smith?
Let's pause on that. Let's bring on John Thomas real quick. John, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Can you tell people out there what you're running for in PA?
Yeah, I was running for United States Senate in Pennsylvania, running against Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. Dave McCormick, who is not even from Pennsylvania, he's a Connecticut carpetbagger. So it's a race. I think that a lot of people were open to new views. Right now, I've gotten just over 20,000 votes. What's reporting?
Wow.
I think Chase Oliver right now is like at 7,000 some votes. So almost 3 times.
Gotcha. That generally is how we've seen that happen down here in Georgia, where a lot of the down ballot folks, like the top of the ticket, will get like 1%, and the down ballot folks will get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6%. Is that pretty standard up there as well?
Yeah. People, especially in a race like this, where the presidency is seen as, whenever you look at Pennsylvania, especially, everyone's like, oh, whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win this thing. So
that's what they have been saying.
People are not likely to, quote, throw away their vote on the presidency, but then you also have the situation where, like, Bob Casey, I mean, he only comes out once every 6 years to campaign. Dave McCormick's not even from Pennsylvania, so it opened the door for me.
I thought the saying was, as goes Nebraska, so goes the nation.
Which district in Nebraska?
Got to get that Cornhusker vote. Yeah.
Well, how has how's your campaign been? Like, what have been some of the highlights of it?
Well, it's just been great being all over the state of Pennsylvania. I wasn't even planning on running for U.S. Senate. It wasn't until we were at convention the day that they were going to nominate the Senate candidate that some people came up to me, approached me, and asked me if I would run. And my first response was, well, that's not something you do without asking your wife. So I asked my wife. She gave me the okay.
You're cis hetero?
What's that?
You're cis hetero.
You got a hall pass.
I am. Yes.
Yeah.
Get him off the stream.
Yeah.
I've been married for 23 years, I think. 22 years.
Oh wow, nuclear family, whatever, dude.
But what are you looking forward to now that the election season is over very, very soon?
Getting some sleep would be nice. But yeah, just being able to be more active in my local community instead of traveling all over the state. I am somebody who is pretty active in my local community with local charities. I'm an elder at my church. So the fact that I've been all over the state campaigning has taken away from that. So I look forward to being more locally involved. That has been one of the messages of my campaign. My campaign slogan was Peace, Prosperity, Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania part of it was focus on your local area. Let's keep resources here instead of sending them to Washington, D.C. People in their local communities are going to be more able to affect change that way than they are by going through the bureaucratic process in Washington, D.C. And I live that way, too. I help out with various charities in my hometown. Most of the time, I help with like our community garden. This summer, I wasn't able to because I was out campaigning so much. So just being able to practice what I've been preaching in my local area is something I'm looking forward to.
I love that, man. I'm a huge fan of working local. Like that's why no matter what, pretty much I'm going to vote for a libertarian in a local election or even a state election. But I think it's incredibly important to care about your community and care about the people directly around you. And I think too many people try to care about everything and everyone and try to get in everybody's business. And I much prefer the libertarian.
What are your thoughts on the conflict in Sudan?
The people of Sudan should handle that themselves.
Perfect answer.
See, libertarians can have these answers because we have a consistent worldview, and it's not like, oh, I need to check in with the weapons manufacturers and see what they're telling me to think.
Yeah, 100%.
My empathy split between so many genocides.
Yeah, what is your favorite genocide?
My favorite genocide.
You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. Everybody's
Yeah,
got a
yeah.
favorite. I just wanted to know what yours was.
Israel or Hamas?
Let them take care of it.
Yeah, I like that answer.
What's the Mises watch party like, or is it LPPA? It's not just Mises.
It's LPPA, but LPPA has a lot of Mises people in it.
Yeah.
So it is. I mean, not everyone here is Mises, but everyone here has to be okay with Mises people because so many of us are here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
And when you say these people, do you mean the trans?
Oh, I didn't ask everybody what their birth gender was, so I
Good,
don't know.
good. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, way to be respectful. Yeah.
Are we ready to call Pennsylvania for him too?
Oh yeah. Do you need the state to be called in your favor?
I have not had a state called in my favor yet. So
well, if you're at 20,000 votes, I think that's more than enough. We're going to call it.
Yeah, we can ballpark this one. You got it.
Heck yeah.
Congratulations.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news.
On social media, the FBI might come after you.
You will go to jail for this.
Yeah.
But
yeah, spreader of misinformation. John Thomas has officially won the Senate seat in Pennsylvania.
You are the first to call it. You guys are cutting edge. Like CNN and Fox News, they have nothing on you.
They're far behind.
So we could tweet that. I wonder if it would get it probably get community noted.
Yeah. It's the mainstream media.
Cashier's checks and six packs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys know, this made me think of this, not to go too off subject, but so, the garbage, everybody's like, all the people supporting Trump are like, I'm garbage, all the garbage memes, everybody's owning the garbage thing, just like deplorables. But what Biden did, and I wish I would have asked him about this earlier, is Biden actually, he really helped Trump supporters, because the thing that they were owning, they were ironically identifying as before garbage, was Hitler a Nazi. And it was, look at this great Nazi, a rally. Oh, I love Hitler. So it was all the shit that actually will get you rounded up, because we know that opposite sides do not recognize sarcasm. So you just given evidence. We saw you announced you love Hitler and you're a Nazi. And it's a lot less likely that'll happen if you're just calling yourself garbage.
Well, if Biden were a smarter gentleman, which he obviously is not, I would say that he
has a stutter. Okay,
he's sharp as a tack, but I would say that he is bitter about the whole coup thing, and he was purposefully making it much easier for Trump to win.
You know who I think told him that Kamala was going to replace him is what was the guy's name from the pool?
From what?
Corn feed, or what the fuck his name was. Corn pop.
Corn pop.
I think that corn pop come in and say, motherfucker, Kamala. They could, just because Joe Biden is Joe Biden looks like he's been wanting to say racial slurs for 2 months now.
I don't know. Joe Biden probably had a chain behind his desk to take on Corn Pop's got to be in his 80s now.
Yeah, that's what we forget about that story is somebody had a chain. I don't remember if it was Biden, but he said that like Corn Pop would put his razors in water to get them rusty and like threaten them with it. I'm like, dude, Corn Pop really was a bad dude. Someone should have called the cops.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Maybe Corn Pop could foresee what Biden would become and was actually a good dude.
I would love if he's still alive for somebody to interview. Tucker needs to interview Corn Pop.
Like if Corn Pop was a time traveler, he went back in time and he's like, the only way we can defeat Biden is with rusty razors.
Now we know.
Gave him dementia.
Instead, just give him dementia. That's great. Well, John, appreciate you coming on, man. Y'all have a wonderful time. Keep celebrating. Keep watching the polls. It's gonna be a fun, long few days.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. We also have Reese Smith here who might want to come on too. So,
all right. Well,
I'll see if he does.
That sounds good. We'll remove you and then bring him on if he wants to.
Cool.
All righty.
It's crazy. That's the next senator from Pennsylvania.
Wow, that is amazing. We were just talking to a United States senator on camera. It's very impressive. The Libertarian Party is doing great in PA this election.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
Chase
it's
Oliver won.
Yeah.
Nick Ciesieslki won.
Right.
John Thomas won. It's killer.
It's the Liberty Libations and Propaganda Report bump. You talk to us, you win your race.
Friend of the show, Suhas, commented, "This is more entertaining than John King on CNN." Anything is more entertaining than John King on CNN, Suhas. That's not a compliment.
As he would say, it's not exactly a high bar. Me and him still need to record one of those episodes of Pants Drunk. Have any more of those been recorded except for the one that you and Alden did?
We have only recorded one episode of Pants Drunk.
Alden wasn't even wearing pants either. So weird.
No, you're not supposed to, right? I thought you weren't supposed to.
I wasn't wearing
You're
pants
supposed to
either.
do it most times.
It's just an audio. It's just an audio podcast. You don't have to be wearing pants.
Well, you didn't have to describe it so vividly. That was weird.
Yeah, it was upside down with no pants.
Oh.
Yeah. 0 grad, no pants.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, yeah, I think we're still waiting on Reese Smith to come on the show. We're gonna have Liam McCullum from Montana up on the screen in the next 20 minutes or so. So stick around for that. Liam Neeson, as Joe Biden would say. Yeah, we have no more races to call. Actually, that's not true. We do have a race to call at this. Yeah, at this moment. Illinois has just gone to Harris, which is it's not a surprise to literally anybody. So it's now 137 to 53. Yeah, y'all talk about Illinois for a minute.
Have you seen anything? I'm not going to do that. Have you heard? Oh, he's gone. Can't ask him.
Just ask me.
Have you heard anything about the Senate race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred in Texas? I would assume Cruz would probably win. It's the only Senate race I know anything about. Because whenever I watch SEC football, I see all these ads for this race. If it's any game regarding Texas or Texas A&M, you're blanketed not only in the presidential ads, but in those as well.
Yeah, I've heard it's like closer than it should be for a Republican in Texas.
What race?
Yeah, well, Ted Cruz was looking a little chunky, so I don't know if he'd win that one. But now I guess Colin Allred is a former football player.
Yeah,
tell me about that? I have no idea. So
yeah, he's I don't know for what team, but I know that he was.
Was he good?
I think I don't know.
No one cares if you aren't good.
I think he's currently like a representative in some Texas district.
Well, I do think there's going to come a time where Ted Cruz will lose, or he'll have to like step down. I've heard he's not a very popular guy like among his peers, and even in his state, like races are closer than they should be for a Republican. But I do think he'll win this one probably.
Yeah, because all the ads were pretty much about how Colin Allred wants like males and women's sports.
Yeah, but you would think though, like if as solid red as Texas is or should be, you wouldn't even have to campaign if you were the Republican senator there. But I have noticed, like stuff from Ted Cruz being like, we need to raise money or we lose. And, the stuff they always do, but you would just feel like you wouldn't stoop to that level if you had it in the bag. But
fair enough. I feel like they always do make it seem like it's going to be close.
Yeah, that's true too. Maybe it's just a fundraising ploy. But I don't know. What do you think about Carrie Lake in Arizona? Do you think she'll be able to pull it off? Or know anything about that?
I didn't even know that she was running.
Yeah. Carrie Lake is running in Arizona, and like she's a pretty popular person among, like MAGA types, and I like her. She seems cool, but I've heard that independents in Arizona aren't crazy about her and just probably won't win unless Trump somehow carries Arizona and her. So there we go. And I don't even know really any other Senate races or anything like that. I've just, I've heard about Ted Cruz and Colin and then Carrie Lake and
I've been
some other guy.
Blissfully ignorant of most of them.
Hey, Reese, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on. All right, let's bring on Reese Smith. Reese, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Good. How about you guys? Thank you very much for having me on.
Absolutely. Tell us what you're running for up in PA.
I'm running for Pennsylvania State Auditor General there under the Libertarian Party.
Okay, and how's that been going? How's the campaign?
I think it went pretty well. I think there's a couple of things I could have done better. I didn't intend to run for Auditor General a year ago, but it's something that was suggested to me that I've taken on, and it's been a lot of fun. And you're looking at the election results, it seems like, doing pretty well for what we expected. So pretty excited.
That's awesome. Pennsylvania is a big swing state, obviously, this year. It seems like whoever wins PA is going to win.
I generally think so as well. Maybe Arizona and Wisconsin are tipping points, but I think Pennsylvania will be the tipping point.
Are there more libertarians in Pennsylvania than other states? Do you get that vibe?
More libertarians elected in PA. So we have about maybe 150 elected libertarians in the state. And that's miles and miles ahead of many other states. They have like a handful. So that's what they're referring to with that.
Gotcha. Interesting. That's really cool. Yeah. What are you looking forward to with your campaign being over? And I know campaigning is a giant pain in the butt and takes a lot of energy. So yeah, what are you looking forward to now?
Well, it is a giant pain in the butt, but I'm pretty much going to jump into another campaign for next year, running for my local school board race. So pretty much as soon as this wraps up, maybe give it a week of rest and then jump into planning out for a campaign, taking all the lessons that I learned here and applying that to hopefully run a successful school board campaign for 2025.
Sounds like you like butt pain.
Yeah, it just sounds like you like pain.
I guess you could put it that way. I just, I think with that one, it's actually a winnable race there. So I'm really excited for that.
Nice.
With a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, that's fair. But
not a good word. We're going to talk about butt pain.
I do think, like I was saying earlier, like I will vote down ballot libertarian in all local elections because I think that is where libertarianism should start. And the more we get to change the immediate culture in your immediate neighborhood, I think the more likely it is that we change the culture throughout the U.S. So
exactly, we can't have a top-down change. We can't just elect a perfect libertarian to president, and all of a sudden it will magically trickle down, and everyone will be able to have liberty. So many people look at the state, they worship the state, they think the state's meant to take care of them. We need an entire cultural shift if we want to actually have a libertarian society. We can't just enact policies. We need to shift culture, and that happens 100%. At the local level.
100%.
Do you think that there are more people that align with libertarian policies in Pennsylvania, or do you think there's something already happening in positions like yourself and that you're running for, at the local level that appeal to people differently in Pennsylvania? Why are the numbers higher in Pennsylvania as far as local level libertarian for policy?
So the reason that there's so many local libertarians elected in PA, it has to do with the way our election law works. So essentially the party has taken this effort. It's called the Molten Maneuver. And what we do is that we have a lot of partisan races. So pretty much every election in PA, there's a party identification with it. Even when we go down to the most local of judge of elections and auditors and constables. And so what we do is we wait for the primary results to come in. And when we realize it's a race where there's no Democrat or Republican running, we would then collect signatures for our candidate to be on the ballot, and we would run libertarians unopposed in these very, very small races.
That's awesome. That is such a good way to do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now, unfortunately, some of those races, judge of elections, generally aren't super helpful. But some races like auditor and tax collector and constable, there are actually things that we can do that we're hoping to start to do to make some differences. But even then, these races serve as a great stepping stone for our candidates to then run serious races, competitive races for, school board and city council, which is really where some of the biggest impacts on people's lives are made.
Yeah, I think Nick should run for constable, and he could just advertise his height, which is 6'5", and his weight. He's a big guy. So who doesn't want that as a constable?
And, Nick is one of the people that, has been doing a lot of research about what our constables can do and how we should be using constables to actually make a difference. So I think he'd be a great candidate for that as well.
Agreed. Yeah, he'd be terrifying. You have that guy
Oh, yeah.
knocking on your door, you are effed.
He was a part of the sergeant. He was one of the sergeant at arms, at the Libertarian National Convention. So yeah, he has the skill set for that.
One of our viewers says they love the molten maneuver. So there you go. It's a good
So
one.
did you have a few issues that you were running on? Like Nick was big on Bitcoin, I know, and kind of introducing that to voters. Did you have anything like that that you?
So this is my pitch, what I've been talking about to voters. So the first thing everyone needs to know is that in PA, our Auditor General, since 2020, they have done 12,000 audits, but only about 20 of them have actually been of the state government. That's 0.17%. The Auditor General spends all their time auditing the counties and the municipalities, which sure is like helpful, but they already have their own independent auditors. And so they're getting audited twice, and the state government's being audited 0 times. The first thing I said to people is that we need to change that. We need to audit the state government. But second, I said, neither Democrat or Republican is ever actually going to fix that, because in Pennsylvania, we're a swing state. We're constantly divided. We don't just have Democrat control of both of our houses and the governorship. We always have divided control. Since 2003, we've only had 4 years of unified control where one party rules both chambers and the governorship. And so all the abuse and the waste and the spending that goes to people's best friends, it's bipartisan. Both the Democrats and Republicans walk hand in hand and do it together. And so any Democrat or Republican Auditor General, they're just going to hide it. They act as mafiosos, covering up all the wasteful spending and stuff like that. And so they're never going to actually audit it. And the third thing that I tell voters is that, okay, you generally don't want to vote for third-party candidates because they're not going to win. But I laid out that we don't have to actually, I don't have to win this race to make a difference for this election and make an impact. So I bring up the fact that in 1992, Ross Perot ran for president on the single issue of we need to balance the federal budget. And he lost, but he got 20% of the popular vote. And so just a handful of years later, Democrats and Republicans worked together to balance the budget in an attempt to steal Ross Perot voters. And what I want to do is set up that same political incentive. I want to get so much of the vote that the next time around, the candidates feel the need to pander to my voters, pander to the people that wanted to vote for me, and talk about the issues that I was talking about in order to win over those voters and win the race. So my goal wasn't to get 50% and win. My goal was to get so many votes that it would have swayed the election if they'd all gone to one person or the other. So that's my goal for the election.
Nice.
We talked about this,
love that.
the importance of this and getting the message across, whether your candidate wins or not. When Trump went to the libertarian convention and just getting the message out to more.
That's the whole point of bigger races, is just to get the message out. Libertarians aren't going to win those giant races, but if we get more people to see what our message is,
then culturally we can make a shift. Correct.
And so at election season today, so I spent 12 hours at my local polling place handing out postcards pretty much that had those the 2 of those 3 points that I just laid out for you, telling people, hey, we don't actually audit the state government. Hey, no auditor's going to actually audit the state government because the corruption's bipartisan. I had those on postcards and I handed them out to voters. And in that moment, I wasn't trying to get them to vote for me. I was trying to get them to read that postcard, because that's valuable information that I need them to know, because they need to be holding our Auditor General accountable. These are the things they need to be realizing, and that the entire system sucks and is rigged.
Yeah, that's fair. And an informed voter will understand that more. And I think an informed voter is a better voter, honestly.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, you notice how all the commercials are, make sure you go and vote. None of the commercials are make sure you become informed about the issues and then
why you're voting. Yeah.
You see all these commercials that make it seem like voting is a good and moral act in and of itself,
right?
Which it is not.
So many people were they come by and they'd ask, oh, how is turnout? How's turnout? And when I tell them I think turnout's really high this time around, they go, oh, that's good. We just take it as a good thing that more people are voting. But if more people voting is more morons voting, that's not necessarily a good thing. People just take it for granted that more votes is always better.
Yeah, I do hate that. Just go out and vote. No, learn stuff and then go vote. Maybe.
Yeah.
It drives me insane. I don't care to have more people vote. I care to have more informed people vote. Maybe. And more people that I agree with.
Yeah.
I only want you to vote if you agree with me. If you don't, you can stay home.
Yes,
B.
100%.
I genuinely appreciate when people are like, I don't know enough, so I'm not going to vote, instead of like, I don't know anything and I have an opinion. Like, that's
Yeah, when someone's like, I don't know, I'm not going to vote. It's like, you know what? I can respect that. At least you understand your own limitations.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you have libertarians who's like, I know too much. I'm not voting.
I'm overwhelmed, and I know the real problem.
Oh, well, it looks like Reese, y'all are having a good party. How's it going over there?
It's going pretty well. Got a bunch of good food. Everyone's enjoying themselves, talking to one another. We all get along pretty well here, so I think it's going to bring in for a fun night watching the races get called, and see what happens, and keep tracking to make sure if we can get minor party status. Right now, we have one state senate candidate polling at 27% in a three-way race, so that's really impressive. State senate, that's kind of a bigger one. We usually don't run those. We usually run state reps, which are a bit smaller.
Incredible.
So we're really proud of him right now.
Nice.
And we hope he keeps that success up all night.
That's awesome. Now, here's final question: is would you rather see races get called or racists get called? Which one? No, I'm just kidding. Reese, thank you for joining, man. Go enjoy your party, and if Nick wants to hop back on a little later, tell him he's welcome to.
Great, thank you very much.
Awesome, thanks,
See you,
Reese. Heck yeah!
I was gonna
I
ask
mean,
him
doing well in
Steelers or
PA.
Eagles, you
No,
know.
we can't. We're not inciting a civil
That's
war
why I
on
didn't
camera.
ask it.
It seems like our next guest might be having some technical difficulties. I think we might have somebody about to do an interview somewhere nearby. So why don't we see if we can pull that up real quick. We will have some breaking news directly after this interview, but here, yeah, let's
break
go.
the news.
We're gonna break some news, but before that, oh, it's a dog. You're live. Hairbun
Jacob
Binkley.
Jacob Blisspuss reporting for CNN Regional up here in Portland, outside the poll precinct number 17. We are getting exit polling data firsthand. And sir, you voted?
Me?
Yeah. What's your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Reginald Vandermeer.
Okay.
Hello, I'm a SAG actor, Reginald Vandermeer.
Reginald, nobody cares. Did you vote?
Yes, I did vote. Get out, vote right here, vote because we have to save our democracy. Get out and vote, straight men like me.
Straight men like you.
Yes, I am a white dude for Harris. Lots of straight guys are here voting for her. Get out.
Can you ask that question again, please?
How many straight men have you had sex with?
All right.
I mean, you mean at the same
Men
time?
who have sex with men, yes, same time.
Funny, that's very funny.
See.
I'm straight. I have a girlfriend. Her name is Bobby.
Yeah.
Reginald, great job dating.
Oh my
Oh, that's Bobby.
Oh, not him.
But both of these voters appear to have a little impox on their face. Now, Reginald, why are you voting for Kamala?
Because abortion.
Very, very.
Yeah.
So you think
I don't like to use the term abortion. I prefer a euphemism that I came up with: deep pregnancy.
Deep pregnancy on the ballot in Portland. You heard it right here first. Breaking news. CNN. Deep pregnancy is the table dinner issue, or whatever they call it.
Reginald of the electing class players.
That's a big New York.
That's one of my students.
Yeah, really. She's 75 years old.
It's great seeing you, Reginald.
It's great to see you too.
I'm glad you got out the third.
Thanks, man. Put your top on, please. Disgusting. Reginald.
Maggie's on Ozempic.
I understand. Yeah. I can tell. All right, Reginald, what is it you dislike about Trump?
Oh, everything. I dislike everything about Donald Trump. There's not a single thing I like. First of all, Project 2025.
Yeah.
Okay? Project 2025 is insane.
Right.
It's insane. It's going to take us back to the Middle Ages.
Yeah, you really love that.
No.
Knives and chains?
No. Okay? What else? He's going to get rid of Puerto Rico.
No, he's not.
He's already said that. He said he's going to get rid of it. He said he's just going to get his first day in office. He's going to get a big eraser.
This is misinformation, Anderson.
He's going to get rid of Puerto Rico. And he also said internment camps.
For who?
Everyone.
Okay, Reginald, thank you. As some other pollers, do you have a website?
Sure, you can catch me at Reginald V Actor on Twitter. I won't even say. I'm not going to say the other. It's on Twitter.
It's gayfag.com. Thank you. All right, our next guest. Come on. Not guest, but you voted in Portland, sir. Are you kidding me?
That's right. I voted in Portland. I voted all over the place, Brad. I love this country, so I wanted to vote as much as possible.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for myself, and then one for Jill Stein.
You went third party.
Yeah, I just, I felt bad for her, so I wanted to give her one of my many, many votes. I have as many votes as I do money in the bank.
That's how votes work. The amount of money you have is the amount of votes you get.
Yeah, isn't that how it works for everybody?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I haven't tried.
I mean, how much money do you have in well?
I don't carry cash anymore. It's all. You trying to shame me because I'm poor and Biden economy?
Hey, I'm not the one who jacking up grocery store prices.
I think that maybe people are gonna have some. I don't want to stroke the flag.
You want to hug him?
No, I don't want to hug him. Why are people letting you into the polling places over and over, especially here in Portland? I feel like
I wore one of those masks with the glasses and the big nose.
Okay. You put on a mask from Party.
Yeah, like one of those that old comedian.
The Jewish.
Yeah, the old Jewish comedian.
Yeah, right.
Most of them are Jewish. I love the Jews. I was the first and only president to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
What about the war?
What about it? It needs to be over, and I can end it with one phone call. One phone call, and I'll end all the wars.
But what? So why didn't you end it then? If you.
I mean, I can't end it right now. I'm not president. But when you all make me president, we're going to end all those wars.
But do you have a phone?
Do I have a phone? Of course I have a phone.
A phone call.
Do you know how much it costs to call Israel?
No. How much does it cost?
It's at least $1.99.
Who's charging you that? Is it?
Who's the Jew?
AT&T.
Oh, okay. AT&T. Yeah, not Israel.
I mean, did I stutter? Get that? That's how I have to do the microphone.
Yeah.
That's how I have to do the microphone right there.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too rough with it, man. You sure you don't want to?
I don't want to stroke it. Thank you. Thank you.
What was your name again?
I've had brain fog.
What a Jacob B.
Nick.
Jacob B. Nicklow.
Yeah.
Do I get your endorsement, Jacoby?
Yep. I endorse you. CNN's Jacoby Nicklow endorses President Trump voting as many times as possible.
As many times as possible. And I tell you, the elderly to do the same thing.
Jimmy Carter.
Once you're over the age of 70, they'll be like, oh, this was just a mistake. Whoops, I just voted 18 times.
Wait, so you pretend to be a senile old man to vote many times?
Yeah, and I wear that
mask. You're like Superman.
Big glasses. Yeah, it's just like Superman. And I rip my shirt off, and all the women go,
how old are women?
At least over 60.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some 40-year-old women out there who like me too.
No, I know there are. Yeah. What about you, Chase Oliver?
Chase is a really nice guy.
Yep.
I gave him my endorsement.
I know.
If I don't win, I hope it gets to be Chase, but I still vote for Jill Stein.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jacoby.
Yeah, Jacoby, kumquat. All right, I've been Jacoby Kumquat, a few other names here for CNN. Thank you. Back to you, Jake.
Thank you, Jacoby. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your invaluable on-the-ground reporting. We have that all around the nation. In fact, speaking of, one of my new favorite people, just met him this year Mr. Mr. Liam McCullum. Liam, welcome to the show, man. How you doing?
Thank you, guys. It's awesome to be here.
How does it feel to come on right after Trump came on? Isn't that?
Oh, that was phenomenal. Great reporting, guys.
Well, Liam, you're up in Montana. You and I have worked on a couple things up there. How's the vibe as far as Trump Harris feeling up there right now?
Oh, it's definitely going to be a Trump victory in Montana. I think that's a given. The real question probably is the Senate race. The Senate race is between the incumbent John Tester and Tim Sheehy is the Republican candidate, and the Libertarian candidate is Sid Dowd. And John Tester has claimed the seat pretty strongly, even though that Montana is a red state. And Tim Sheehy only leads by 3 points, even though Trump is leading by like 20 in this state.
Wow. What how many precincts are reporting at this point in time?
So they just started reporting at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, so 12 minutes ago, and only 2% are reporting right now.
I think the real question is, do you even know what a Harris yard sign looks like in Montana?
Yeah, actually, my neighbor has one.
Oh my God! So you've seen one? The
Yes.
ever elusive Harris sign.
Well, it's funny. My neighbor had one, and then I think she did so poorly after the debate. She actually took it off her yard, but she kept the governor candidate and the Senate candidate sign in her yard. So I think there's like a strategy to try to distance the candidates from the presidential candidate. And I think that's been happening around the country too. I know some states on the eastern side, some swing states actually started running ads that were saying you can vote for the Democrat and for Trump. And that was the same strategy they were doing for John Tester here.
Wow. That's interesting. The Senate race up there is definitely being heavily scrutinized. It's one of the more like contested ones, one of the more important ones in the nation. What has been your experience working on working with the LP candidate?
Yeah, it's definitely contested. I heard the GOP believes that if they do take this seat, they definitely have the Senate. So the GOP has had their eyes on this race, and the most money has gone into this. It's been the most expensive race in the country, or one of them. And working with the Senate candidate has been wild. I went to a Trump rally in Bozeman, Montana with Sid, and Angela McArdle helped arrange a meeting with Donald Trump and Tim Sheehy, and Donald Trump actually called out Sid and asked him to stand up at the rally here. So there's been a lot of eyes on this race, and it's funny, even though we have 2% reporting here, it says that Sid has 24%, and the Green candidate actually is leading with 34%.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Off to a great start, I think. That's some changes up there.
Yeah, but John Tester is not being reported, so I think this might be a glitch. It could be reversed.
It very well could be. Yeah, that race reminds me of the race down here in Georgia. What was it, 2 years ago? The one that Chase Oliver pushed into Warnock and Warnock and Walker. It was like massive amounts of money came into the state because of that race, and then it went to a runoff. Which what are the election laws up there in Montana? Are there runoff elections?
No, there aren't.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, that's something that I don't understand. Runoff elections. It seems stupid and like a waste of time and money. But
well,
Georgia
if you
does
don't
it.
have instant runoff or any sort of ranked choice, having a runoff is much better for third parties than not having them.
Okay.
I guess them waste their money too.
Yeah, it does mean we can waste more of their money. That's fun.
Yeah, Herschel Walker would have won for sure.
Herschel Walker definitely would have won. Yeah, who would win between Sheehy and Tester in a foot race?
Oh man, definitely Tim Sheehy.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Have y'all been in contact? So I remember Trump like mentioned Sid in one of his speeches. You were just talking about the rally. Has he been in contact with y'all's campaign at all, with Sid's campaign or anything like that?
So not directly. The goal of us going, actually, I had written a op-ed basically calling on Donald Trump to endorse the Defend the Guard Act. And I wrote this piece, published it for the Libertarian Institute, and I got a bunch of signatories on it, including Ron Paul, Dave Smith, Scott Horton, Angela McCardle. I also got a quote from Thomas Massey, and the goal was actually to go to talk policy. It was reported that the Republicans expected Sid to drop out as a result of that, but that was not on our minds at all. Like we went specifically to talk about our agenda and what we wanted to hear from Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy, early in the campaign, he had said that he wanted boots, weapons, and planes to go over to Ukraine. And he has recently retracted that, but it seems like that issue he's just strayed away from entirely. So our goal was to go and meet with them and say, look, if you know, we're not going to drop out, but if you want to win libertarian voters, we can help you do that. Because our goal as a state affiliate has been to try to influence the other parties. We've interviewed Democrat and Republican candidates in primary races this election cycle in the hope to, like, you know, quote unquote, endorse them and say, like, if you're a Republican voter, vote for this candidate, with the goal of moving parties toward liberty. So that was the goal of going to the rally as well, was to get the Defend the Guard Act in front of these candidates, to get it in front of Donald Trump. And actually 2 days later, Tim Sheehy was at a rally with Lee Deming, who is he's a Republican, but he's very libertarian leaning. He's the sponsor of the Defend the Guard Act. And he asked him point blank if he supported the bill, and Tim Sheehy used the same exact talking points that we gave him. So that was the goal. In terms of whether Trump has stayed in contact, I know that people through the campaign have been in contact with Angela, and I think they have reached out to Sid, but I'm not sure exactly where that has led. I know that there was talk about Sid getting a campaign position. I think that if you listen in this this clip of Trump talking about Sid, he says he's going to be with us. You're going to be very happy to see him with us, but I'm not sure if anything has come of that.
I got you. Yeah, the Defend the Guard Act, man, that's a huge deal. We just did a whole podcast on it down here in Georgia, and that's becoming a huge push this legislative session. And I know that y'all have worked pretty hard to get that pushed into Montana legislation as well. How is that fight going?
Yeah, so the way Montana works, we only have a legislative session every 2 years. So last year we introduced the bill, and we were actually the first state. So I'd say last year was the most successful year for Defend the Guard ever, because we were the first state to get the bill introduced and debated on the floor, like a legislative floor, and it lost narrowly. But then we also became the first state to have it lose and then be reintroduced in another chamber in the same session. And then after that, you got a bunch of victories around the country. Like, I think it passed through a chamber in Arizona. It passed through a chamber in New Hampshire. So we lost, but I think we made a lot of headway. The establishment Republicans oppose it, but the majority of Republicans are actually liberty leaning. And I think, like, I want to say we had 70 Republican voters for it in the House. So, you know, that is the kind of influence that we've had to get to a point where those Republicans can pressure Tim Sheehy to endorse the bill. And I think that's going to be really influential next session. If we're going to be able to go to them and show them the video of Tim Sheehy endorsing it, you know, maybe some of these establishment votes will be flipped.
Heck yeah. Talking to some of the volunteers down here in the Defend the Guard fight, they seem extremely optimistic that it will get introduced and pass the House this legislative session. So I love that cause. I love fighting for that, because there's just literally no point for our National Guard in each state to be overseas fighting a war that isn't a war. It just makes absolutely no sense. So yeah.
Well, in down south, you know, you guys, I think Tennessee got hit by Hurricane Helene, and there was like, I think it was just like 4 days before the National Guard was deployed for Operation. I think it was like what was it called? I forget, but they were going there to support the war in Syria.
Yeah. Yep. And we Georgians National Guard people have been killed over in Jordan.
Yep.
As well, just completely needlessly. I mean, I think most people in Georgia were kind of shocked to know that we were in Jordan.
Yeah.
Well, back to the election. What are your thoughts? How do you think this cookie is going to crumble tonight? Do you think it is going to get called tonight, or do you think it's going to be too close?
Well, I mean, I've been watching the New York Times website throughout the night, and it went from being their prediction for the Electoral College was around 50-50 earlier in the day, and now they're saying that Trump's going to win with 296 electoral votes, and it does seem that way. I still think we're very early, but it looks like he just won Ohio. I think, yeah, it looks like Pennsylvania is also kind of a top toss-up, but he's winning.
Georgia is leaning heavily in his favor with 82% voted.
So it really does look that way. And I mean, in states like Florida, this isn't really an indication because obviously we knew that he was going to win Florida, but like certain counties like Miami-Dade, I think Biden won by 7 points in 2020, and he won by 10. So he is definitely picking up a lot more votes, even in states that he won previously.
I tell you what, man, I could see the narrative if it's a landslide. It's see all these people who question the election. All of a sudden, they trust it.
Dude, if Trump wins in a landslide, we've successfully destroyed democracy. Mission accomplished.
I think
it was all because of our podcast merch.
That's exactly right. Yeah. I don't know if you can see it, Liam. We have hats for our podcast that say "Threat to Democracy."
I love it. By the way, we apparently had a poll watcher wear these to the Fulton County poll today.
Heck yeah.
Wore that hat.
So I wore this
great.
Today when I went into vote, and the person who was giving me like the little voting card said they might yell at you for that hat, so you might want to take it off. And I said, it's a band.
That's great. Well, Liam, I really appreciate you coming on, man. Do you have any other thoughts before we send you on your way?
No, just keep it up, guys. This podcast is great, and Jake, I'm very happy for all the work that you've done, and thanks for helping out with the campaigns here.
Heck yeah, man. Thank you for coming on. Appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing.
You too.
All right. Peace.
Get you already making your mark in Montana up there.
Yeah, it wasn't planned.
It takes me years to make friends, and you're like,
Jake's
I don't
up
even
there
live there.
building a house, making coalitions.
Bit off a little more than I could chew with that one.
Unless a cop murdered someone in your county, you know.
Yeah, we got to find a good unsolved mystery.
There is that.
Ian, I just wanted to really commend your depiction of the white dude for Harris,
very
because
good.
When you were talking about Project 2025, it was exactly the way that all of the commercials talking about Project 2025 do it, which is they say, oh, it's horrible religious fundamentalism, but then they don't actually give any details about what's in it. They just use the most over-the-top rhetoric. But
What do you mean
no
his depiction? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, what are you
What are you
talking about?
Oh, you're talking about Reginald.
Was that you?
I think Reginald.
No. Did Reginald stop? Reginald, I always
Yes.
miss this guy.
Yeah, right. So Ian and I went to we infiltrated a White Dudes for Harris rally.
That's where we picked up a lot of this.
We would ask them all these things. Ian, he always followed up with like perfect questions, and they never had any answer for it. They would always say everything, and they would get flustered when we kind of
Just give me like, what's the thing you hate the most?
all of it.
All of it.
Because what they'll be like, oh, Project 2025 will give Trump so much more power, and then one of the examples that they actually cite in the commercial is he'll abolish the Department of Education.
I cut that into our thing because all of them said that. Like
and
all
I
of them
actually had
said
no
so.
problem with
By abolishing a government department, that will actually give him more power.
Yeah, and they also talked about how they were upset about like the intel agencies getting abolished. A couple of them said that. And they all were worried about LGBTQ.
Yeah.
Which there's another strategy the activists use, and they've made commercials for this too, where they come up to you, because one of them came up to me and did this at the last Trump rally. I would just walked across the street to the protesters, and some lady came up to me and was like, Harris Walls. And I was like, well, what do you not like about Trump? And she goes, well, I voted for Trump in 2020. And I'm looking at her. I'm like, she obviously didn't vote for Trump 2020. And I was like, you did? What changed? And she goes, well, now I'm for LGBTQ. I'm like, wait a minute. You went from Trump to being just your main issue is LGBTQ. That doesn't seem like it.
They don't have to think anymore because this is what it is. They don't have to think anymore. They trust their sources so much that they're just like, no, this is what I read.
There's a script they're given.
Given, right? And this is a little character she wants to play.
It is, yeah.
Right. It's infuriating.
It's crazy too, because the next day, one of our friends sent me a video where they got a text banking thing that said almost the identical thing that this person said to me, and then there was an ad that said almost the identical thing as that one did.
Weird.
Yeah.
Do you want to play a character that someone else wrote for you, or do you want to play a character that you wrote for yourself? I mean, that's essentially the question.
Yeah.
If you look at the actual issues that are in the Kamala Harris ads across all of them, not even the ones that are specifically Project 2025, there are remarkably few of them. You would say the only thing that Kamala Harris has a mandate to do based on her ads is cut taxes and kill babies.
She's not even clear on the taxes either. If you ask her.
And she's a mom though. She's raised two
too many
kids.
taxes. She's not gonna be able to kill too many babies. So there's a babies to taxes
Yeah,
ratio.
that's her only
way out.
Yeah. Her only regret is that she never got to abort Doug Emhoff's children.
I saw a sign driving to the studio because we're in a pretty, Harris-friendly part of town right now. I kind of hope.
Yeah, I'm afraid for my car right now.
If there is a Trump victory, I kind of hope my car is okay.
So I was on the day working on the road today, driving all around the city, and I spent a lot of time in Conyers. Surprising amount of Trump posters in Conyers. I mean, all over the place. Like there was one precinct I drove by that was all Harris Waltz stuff, but everything was.
Did you go shout racial slurs at him?
Oh yeah. I threw out a Molotov cocktail.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So what might happen by the end of the night is Stacey Abrams might end up doing the mushroom character from not the mushroom. The character from Ghostbusters, the
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man?
The marshmallow character all over the
great
city.
At that character.
Yeah.
Did you see that she said that voter suppression was still rampant?
No,
Record turnout. She said even though there was record early voting turnout, we still have suppression. There's all this suppression out there apparently.
When your identity is wrapped up in playing the victim,
Right.
is that even when you have like progress, you're still like beholden to the victim.
I mean, that's what they're trained in, especially her. But like the politics, they divide everything into this intersectionality of identity, and it makes people totally abandon individualism and what's unique about them to become the group and the victim that is entitled to something that the government gives them. To me, it's just like I feel like it's insulting to people because it's like you're shit. You need to be like this victim group, and we'll help you.
Yeah, it makes people behave in such strange ways because one of the signs that I saw while I was driving down here was, vote like your daughter's rights depend on it. Which, if you boil down what this sign means, it means that whoever those homeowners are desperately want their children to be able to kill their grandchildren.
Right. Yeah. And it's like abortion signs right after that. It's like
it's
vote for something that might never come to be because. How are you going to have a daughter?
Too. It's actually kind of insane that we're still having this argument. There's so many ways to not get pregnant. So many ways out there.
Wait a minute. Is that disinformation?
And I do think that there is still I think most people would agree that even though I am not for abortion at all, but
doesn't sound like it.
You're just for anal.
But even I agree. But even I'm just for anal. No abortion, but all the anal you want. You got to save that. Van for
That'd
Jesus.
be a good campaign slogan.
But
I hope that was a blast for you because it was certainly a blasphemy.
No, but like honestly, with the what is it, the morning after pill? I don't know what they call it anymore. But that obviously, when it's just still a cell and it's
I take
not
one
in the
every
shape of
morning.
a human, obviously there's a psychological difference there, and I can get behind that. I
Yeah.
understand that. But when it starts to look like a little tiny, like a human the size of a cricket, now I mean, I'm sorry, even though you can clearly see that's a human, it gets real weird for me. And as someone who was adopted, and I was born like 3 months before Roe became law of the land. And then I went onto my biological mother's Facebook page, and on her banner, it says, they won't stop at Roe. And I'm like, oh, shit, just fucking made it. You know?
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Jeez.
She kills crickets all the time. Yeah.
It's like how my dad didn't get drafted to Vietnam, just barely.
Dude, so I don't know why this made me think of that squirrel again. I'm just so mad about that squirrel.
I'm furious. And I'm also furious. There was a raccoon that was killed too.
Yep.
No one
Nobody
even
talks
knows the
about
raccoon's name.
because they have thumbs and people are scared of them.
Yeah, that raccoon thing was absolute bullshit. And just a perfect example of what they're going to do to us. You know?
I mean, it really is kind of crazy to me that they
How
maybe
do you
they
that?
do this. Maybe
How do you
they do
that?
this
As-
more.
as
I
a-
don't know
as
if they do
government
this a
worker,
lot, but
like, as a person, how do you do that? How do you gear up? You're like, all right, guys, we're gonna get this fucking squirrel. Don't you fucking puss out. I don't want to
Yeah.
see anyone pussing out when this squirrel starts looking cute. Okay.
like it starts doing tricks like juggling. Yeah. You got to shoot it in the head. Less juggling.
It'd be one thing too if it was like somebody's apartment in Midtown, but the guy lived on a farm in upstate New
Right,
York
yeah.
with like 60 rescue horses. I think you're allowed one squirrel and one raccoon.
It's
fine.
messed up. So like if you have raccoons in your attic, which has happened to me before, and you call pest control, I would ask them, do you guys euthanize them or do you let them go? Because you start looking up these animals and you go down a Instagram or TikTok rabbit hole and it's like, I fucking love these animals. They're so cute. I want one. Right. Let me go, make it domestic. But like they most, at least in Georgia anyway, they euthanize them. So they won't take them somewhere. And like, I got them out myself. I put it on a hazmat suit and I went and like yelled at them and stuff till they finally left because there was a mom and the little babies and stuff. But to like know something's a pet like that, and just go take it. I don't know.
How do you do it? I mean, you're like the villain of every movie you grew up watching as a child. How do you become that?
I think they were
You know, like-
Haitian.
Well, apparently the squirrel did bite one of the agents. Yeah.
Oh, then fucking that squirrel deserved everything that fucking came its way. You know,
So have you
fuck
guys-
around and
yeah.
find out, squirrel.
It sounds like this is, the movie Over the Hedge, but in real life.
Yeah. So they had the meme where it's like the time travel meme, and it'll show the girl going back to the granddaughter. I'm your granddaughter, then the guy, whatever. And they had the change one where they showed the girl and then the guy. It showed the guy and the squirrel Peanut, and he was handing a gun, saying, "Take this."
Well, we do have some breaking news.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news.
Oh my gosh.
So Trump has won Louisiana, Mississippi, whereas Kamala has won DC, shocker, and there was one other somewhere in there. You can see the new numbers, 151 to 56. You're going to get much, much bigger tallies on other sites, like we've been saying all night, but they're predicting results, and we're giving you the actual results.
Yours is accurate.
These are official.
Not a prediction.
These are official. These are not predictions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can go. Well, in fact, we can go look at what the AP has. So they have 198 to 112, but half of these states have reported 4%. Wow. Like that one has 53, so that one's getting close, but it's also a 49 to 48 race.
Yeah, so they do that shit to make it look like it's close, like just a whole election cycle. They try to engage people. Like,
Yeah.
they're going to keep doing that shit.
So, y'all, I think Georgia's going to Trump. So 88%
Yeah.
of votes counted. He's up by 3.2 points. There just aren't enough votes left, I think.
Wow, that we know of.
Yeah. Unless they appear overnight for Kamala to get that. It looks like he's about to win North Carolina as well, and he has gained the lead in Pennsylvania.
That's it.
By the way, that and that Pennsylvania and Arizona, that's enough for him to win.
Yeah, I mean Arizona is 49% reported, and they're 0.2 points away from each other. So,
starting with Florida that early is
that was
crazy, and then he really only needs a couple of swing states, honestly.
I mean, if he gets Wisconsin and Michigan, this one's over.
I'm so traumatized. I'm not believing any of this. Like, that's how traumatized I am about.
That's why we're not reporting anything
No.
until we're in the high 90s.
I think they're going the landslide.
If I remember my emotions from 2020 correctly, I think it did not look like the early stuff. Like when Florida going for Trump, I know made a lot of libs really mad in 2020. But I think even at this point, it was still not really looking good for him at this point in the night.
I remember going to bed thinking he won. But
I
then
remember
I'm way dumber than you. So
I stayed up until 2, and I remember going to bed thinking he's probably going to lose.
Yeah.
I went to bed like not sure last time. I was like, in the morning, but I was like, no one would be stupid enough to elect Biden.
Like I don't think we ever got to a point in 2020 where it was looking as good for Trump as it is right now. I obviously don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's still a lot of election to go. I'm just trying to report what I remember from 4 years ago. Also, just to go way back to an audience comment about, is all the support of Trump from people like Elon and friends, is that a big psyop? And, it will not be a surprise to longtime listeners of Liberty Libations that I tend to be very skeptical of any claims of grand conspiracies or psyops, because in my opinion, when a conspiracy is real, the evidence comes out into the open very fast. Like all the COVID stuff, people knew instantly if they spent 5 minutes looking into it. Like all the data was there. You could choose not to look at it. You could choose to be deceived, but it was there. Even going back to like the Gulf of Tonkin in the 1960s, which was the lie that got us into the Vietnam War. Within 4 or 5 years of that, people were already coming out, releasing reports saying, yeah, that was a big sham. So
the lie that got us into World War II, and what about the lie that got us into the war on terror?
Weapons of mass destruction.
Right. So my point is, I don't think that the power elite need to have these massive, really hidden conspiracies, and I also don't think that they're capable of it because the power elite, are not impressive people.
But they don't have to all organize. They don't have to have so many people in on it. Edward Blaze talked to the subject a little bit. It's not, you don't have to have a bunch of people agree to keep something a secret. You just have to have the right people who go represent certain demographics who can create true believers for a cause that their belief in that cause makes them ignore factual evidence that might persuade them a little bit closer to reality.
Yeah.
Or compromising photos of minors.
So my point is that all of that is kind of out in the open. It's there for you if you want to go and find the interest. Like Agenda 2030, they literally publish it on their website.
Yeah, no, they do.
Klaus
You're right about
Schwab literally is telling you he wants to inject you with like microchips.
Yeah, if you watch their panel discussions too, on like the Chatham House, Brookings, and all that, but they have like 20 views. I play clips from them sometimes. They say stuff like, "Here's Sir Gilbert Parker," and then he goes, "I like to break up countries," and they all laugh about it. And he's like the Russian ambassador, and he was the mentor of Christopher Steele, the Steele dossier. It all fucking connects, and it's like it is. It's right out in the open.
So this is not conspiracy theory. This is just literally verifiable fact.
Well,
like
and it's
nobody. This is all stuff that nobody could even possibly deny. So I would say that we don't need to go around looking for psyops when there's not obvious evidence for it. And I also think that it's just bad for the psyche if you're constantly thinking, oh, is this piece of good news actually a psyop? I just don't think that's a very joyless way to live.
Sure. And to your point about the the conspiracy stuff. Shit, I just lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me.
Yeah. So what I agree with that.
Let's just sit in silence until he gets his.
Yeah.
let's
Sorry.
Hold on.
I could keep talking about.
Wow, you
conspiracy
just
theories.
ruined that silence,
dude.
Brad, go ahead.
To your point, God, just forgot. I was going to.
I'm gonna say something because you guys, none of you know what you're talking about. But so I like half agree.
I thought you were gonna lose your. I thought you were gonna lose.
I
your
forgot
train
what I
of
was gonna
thought.
say. No, I kind of like. I want to agree with what Zane's saying, but I also have this like half thought where I think there are certain events, namely the one that we've been dancing around for like 9 months, which is like the 9/11 thing. Which so we've talked about, just like as a personal note, like we've talked about Pearl Harbor, and you're on board with that. Like Pearl Harbor is either at the very least allowed to happen, if not planned to happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would definitely affirm that the FDR administration knew that it was coming and did nothing.
I know what I was going to say. The plans that they have, like Klaus Schwab and these guys, I think the way they get away with it by publishing it, they're so fucking crazy. The plans are so crazy. And then people have you eat some crickets. And then people read that and they're going, no, that's not fucking. And so that's why it's hard to get people to take it seriously. Because you're like, dude, come on. They're slowly turning this stuff. Like pretty soon.
Have you seen how many people are talking about eating bugs and crickets on like
that's what I'm
food channels
saying.
and stuff?
Like now it's like a thing. And
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, this is how they're going to. I'm like, and then my liberal friends, God bless them. They're the ones that we'll be out.
Allah
We'll be out
bless
on a
them.
hike. You're right. We'll be out on a hike, and my friend Michael will pull out a bag of something. I'm like, hey man, try this new trail mix. It's crickets. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You know.
Yeah, I think so. Regardless of what it is, when it comes to being excited about, so I agree. Being blackpilled is worthless if it is a big demoralization campaign, which I do think a lot of things are, because that's how a small group of people maintains control over a large group of people, as they make themselves out to be bigger than they are, and they try and demoralize people into inaction. You can define action different ways, but I think even if you win or somebody you support wins, I think if you maintain the same level of skepticism towards them as you do all of the other stuff, then I think that's how people protect themselves from any psyop that may or may not happen. Because a messenger who's going to deliver propaganda to you to try and manipulate you is not going to be somebody you don't listen to. It's going to be the person you're most likely to agree with without thought. So like, I admit, I think Trump's funny. And like, there's a lot of things I'm like, I really like Trump, but I also know that that I'm more likely to be propagandized by him than I am
Why do we need psyops when Podesta's best friend just got arrested for raping toddlers? Right? Why do we need psyops?
Was that story true?
I believe it was true. You know, I mean, as far as I looked into it, you know, my cursory search of it, several places were reporting on it. So, you know,
you can even speak to the general concept of like other stories overshadowing these types of stories without the specific name.
The Clinton murders. Yeah. Look, why do we have all these? I mean, why is it like something we have to whisper about? She should be whispering about it, like. You know, like if someone had been like, if there was something attached to me, the Ian murders, I would be like, okay, guys, come on.
Yeah, nobody ever asked him about it. It is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, we do have something interesting to report. It's not, we're not calling anything at this moment, but the AP is reporting that Trump won Iowa, which, if you remember the polls from yesterday, Kamala dominated Iowa. So this is they're saying that Trump will win.
Exactly what they do. So there was a someone put a thread on X the other day where they were doing it was a really fun thread contrasting time like headlines and showing how they kept reversing themselves. And there was one where it was like the president wrongly claims that ivermectin helps people with COVID. Right? You saw this thread?
Yeah.
Okay. And then underneath that it said, you know, that ivermectin actually helped people, and it was like only 4 months later. And so, you know, trolling one of my liberal friends, I send this to him. He responds. He goes, "This is another one of your dumb fucking talking points." He goes, "Obviously, they gathered information and made an informed change in their opinion." I go, "Well, then how did the fucking president know first? And why didn't they apologize?"
Did you see the dates on those different. It was before COVID was even really a thing where they had studies where ivermectin was effective against coronaviruses in general.
So horse medicine, guys. Horse medicine.
Sorry, go ahead.
Horse medicine.
Yeah.
You know,
right. Horse paste.
You know who's called? You know who called it horse medicine in 2023? Still after they'd even stopped doing
Don
it.
Lemon.
No, I didn't realize this till somebody retweeted it the other day because I had tweeted something about it. I had no idea who the guy was, but it was a guy on CNN referring to it as horse medicine. Tim Walz.
Yeah, Tim Walz likes big doses of horse medicine.
Well said. Yeah, of course it was CNN, and appropriate that it was Tim Walz.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, it really was. When I saw that, I was like, "Holy shit!" I remember that, but I don't remember those Tim Walz because I didn't know who he was at the time.
Goodness gracious. Yeah,
Jeffrey Tubin there.
A lot of new things are coming in right now, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna be quiet for a little while.
We might have a on the ground guest in a second if she's.
Why is it always the swing states that are the last to report, though? It's like there's
Trying
seven
to sell
of them.
advertisement.
Yeah, I guess
all
so.
these shows,
Well,
yeah.
if you're doing what AP does, which is use a combination of the actual results plus projected results, if it's a state it's obvious to everybody who is going to win, then you can just go ahead and call it early. Like AP, I don't think that there has ever been a time that the AP in recent memory has called a race and it's been wrong. The Daily Wire made a big mistake in 2020 when they just decided they were going to call Arizona for Trump, and then Trump actually lost, or they say that he lost. But I think the AP, not to give the legacy media any credit, but I think that AP is usually pretty careful about when they call stuff.
What do you think happens to the legacy media if this is a landslide all the way around? Like popular vote, electoral college, pick up seats in the House, pick up the Senate. Like what happens to the media narrative after that?
We're all racist.
Yeah, they live in a majority racist country. I think that's what it
Well, I
goes
think
to.
I think more of them do what Chris Cuomo did and do podcasts and act like they're not.
I mean, last time it was just that Russia stole it, so it'll
Yeah.
be something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, that could be.
But is anyone going to like? That's what's crazy. I mean, is anyone still listening to that? Like that Rogan interview with President Trump with how many millions of views?
30 million.
30 million?
No, I think that they're so like they have their platform, so they kind of half-assed the podcast things, most of them. So they didn't really try very hard, except Cuomo left. Now Cuomo is
that
and now
Springsteen
Cuomo did his
Obama
thing.
show didn't last.
Yeah, so I think that they'll have to try and be more authentic about the podcast approach if they really want to. So maybe they'll hire.
They should have known that already. They should have known that this election cycle. It already played a huge role in 2022 and a little role in 2020. The fact that Kamala and Tim Walz had no intention on going on Joe Rogan to get the most views of any podcast ever, more views than they're ever going to get on any other interview.
Yeah.
That shows that they're just not intelligent people.
What role
They're
did it
not
play in
thinking.
2022? Because everybody was saying, "Oh, a red wave is coming in 2022," and it didn't. And that is kind of the main thing that made me pessimistic about Trump's chances this time. Is that everybody was saying it was going to, like in 2022, you would have thought everybody has experienced enough BS with the inflation and the COVID and all the rest of the nonsense that if they were going to change their mind on the basis of their experience, which I think is the way that pretty much everybody does change their mind from their experience.
Right.
I was thinking if it was going to happen, it would have happened in 2022, but maybe like if Trump actually pulls this thing out, maybe it just took everybody 2 more years and they finally had enough of it.
But they're probably going to have to change the entire tone of the way they deliver the news on these networks, because whenever you tune into the legacy media, it seems like everyone's in a rush. It's like something's in the oven and they all have to grab it. They never have enough time. They always cut people off like right when it's starting to get interesting. And that's just frustrating to listen to 24/7.
So how do you control the message and still make it feel like a podcast?
First of all,
That's
you
good at what
arrest
they're
all
trying
of
to do.
those people at CNN, MSNBC, arrest them all. Yeah, I know you can't control it. I don't think that, and I think that's the thing they haven't been able to figure out. Like, I don't think they have figured out how do we control the narrative and be authentic at the same time.
because the weird thing with the legacy, how like the legacy media is structured, they talk about nothing but news all of the time, and most of the time there's not really that much news. If they wanted to have long form conversations, they could. It's just that the one time they do on 60 Minutes, it's so bad that you have to edit it, you know, and make it a Frankenstein level interview.
I the other day, just to kind of make myself feel good, to prepare myself for today, I watched a bunch of old Biden interviews, like right at the end. I watched the debate, like some highlights again. And I mean, just like,
You mean lowlights?
yeah, the lowlights. But I mean, like when he was asked about his performance, and he's just like, I just, you know, I didn't get enough sleep, man.
Yeah.
I just didn't get enough sleep. You know, doctors checked me out for a virus, man. I didn't have a virus, you know.
Yeah, they had a cold, is what they said really well. You guys know who was on 60 Minutes this past Sunday? It was Gabriel from Georgia. What's it? Gabriel Sterling and Brad Raffensperger, and they said, I'm paraphrasing, but this will be the most secure election in American history. How like the questions were like, how do the Americans know that there's going to be no problems or no flaws with this election? And they both just said the most sensational, ridiculous things.
I've been arguing for a while now that if Dominion is so hack proof, share it with my credit card company. Like, share this technology with the rest of us so that we stop getting hacked, guys.
There we go.
We should use it instead of blockchain, basically. Wow, my voice just went out.
Yeah, it did.
For some reason back in the day, like Diebold was the devil to the liberals. Like, it was made fun of on The Simpsons and all this. But it's like
what is it?
It was Diebold election machines.
Yeah, 2004. Yeah, that was from the 2004 elections, and there was a grandmother in like Portland who had figured out how to hack these Diebold machines, and they were like, the news came over and they were like, show us how to do this. She's like, oh yeah, it's real simple, and she just hacked into the fucking Diebold machine.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I believe we have
Change the
another
name,
guest
it's
at this
fine.
point in the evening. Binkley, you want to introduce her?
Yeah, we have Forest Mommy joining us from Colorado, our correspondent on the ground in Colorado. How are you doing, Forest Mommy?
Good. It's snowing. It's snowing out here.
What does that signify for the 2024 election?
That we all just need to do a lot of cocaine because it's a terrible election out here.
Yeah. So it's a cocaine election in Colorado, you're saying?
Yeah, we should call it that.
Biden victory.
Yeah, it's the Hunter Biden one, Zach said.
Yeah, fun cocaine guy.
What's going on up there in Colorado?
Well, it went Kamala, which we knew that would happen. I'm excited to see if we could have made a little dent to the Democrats, but a lot of the progressives are winning out here. A lot of people are voting to pay more taxes. It's going through. It's great people. But yeah, I'm here at a party with some of our libertarians, and they're getting decent percentages for libertarians, so that's good.
We've talked to a few libertarians tonight that are getting the message out, getting the word out, and you do a lot of local work. How do you feel? Do you feel like this election cycle has been impactful for libertarians in Colorado?
I think so, because they hate. It might get loud here. Sorry. They hate the GOP's falling apart out here, and they are moving more liberty minded. I don't know if you guys knew we sued our Secretary of State. It got denied, but she posted the freaking passwords online for a while, which was super cool. But
For the voting machines?
Yeah, for the Dominion voting machines, and we had.
That's where I keep all my passwords.
Yeah, it was just wild, but it got denied. But we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep trying to charge.
So what's the lawsuit for?
So basically, the lawsuit said don't use those machines that were affected, and so a couple counties have to hand count. They want, and they're like, no, we don't know how to count. We don't know how to
Same
count.
thing in
by
Georgia,
hand."
right? Yeah,
So,
it's crazy. They're afraid of numbers.
and the whole trial it wasn't about they were just on the defensive, and then they wanted to make it about, well, nothing did happen, but you can't prove nothing didn't happen. There's no way to prove it. And then it's like we should still have that security, but it's the gold standard of election security out here. So
Yeah. It's so crazy how that mirrors what happened in Georgia with voter GA and the rules that Garland and them or the state elections board passed, and then the Democrats sued to stop the hand counting of the ballots, to stop the more poll watchers, ballot watchers being able to watch the ballots. just making it feel very insecure.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it.
It seems like almost like just in your face, like intentional, like they want you to see it that way.
They just like the government always wins. Basically, that's what's going on here tonight. So
What
we
do you
have
think's gonna
there's
win
a
the
couple
presidency?
races that are good. Bobert's winning. So
Oh hell yeah! I need some more.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Beetlejuice 2's out. Also, Beetlejuice, Bobert.
I mean, whatever.
So
It's all good.
I've got a question for you. This is a pretty common thing with libertarians is burnout, and there's a lot of that happening. A lot of people get just really down after election seasons. So what is it that keeps you going? Because I know you are a massive advocate for like local change and working in your immediate community. So what is it that keeps you going that where maybe others see a little more disappointment and get discouraged?
Well, like people like me, so I've been able to build coalitions and use my I've been able to like build off of that, and that's what in Colorado is so different from a lot of places where we're fighting for our life out here against the commies, right? And the GOP's falling apart, and we're all having to work together. I just love exposing them. Like people just need to start doing information requests and stuff on these people, and just little things like this to keep on top of them. My county, the progressives are totally freaking winning. They just got rid of our property tax refunds tonight and all this crazy stuff. But I don't know what keeps me going. I guess it's just I hate them.
And that's what. So that to your question, so knowing you a little bit, like it seems like what you enjoy is the fight, and so that's not based on an outcome.
Yeah, they're my real. I don't do drama with anything else, but they're my enemy. They're always reaching into my man's pocket. Which I'm like, I'm always fighting against that. It's, I don't know, but we have such a good crew out here, and that we are that trial yesterday got us a ton of attention, a ton of press, so that's good. And a bunch of GOP people are our GOP's not doing anything, so then yeah, you guys are doing something, so they're excited about that. So
so you said people like you, and you're very likable, and it's likable because you put yourself out there, and you're not trying to be somebody else. It's like, I don't give a shit. I'm be who I am, and I have fun going after these fuckers. And for me, hearing that, it's that's kind of a formula where if it's not based on an outcome of winning, because it's difficult. Even though you got almost 40% in your race, it's based on fucking exposing them.
You have to try stuff and fail. You have to.
Yeah.
And all these libertarian theory people are they never try anything, so they're never wrong ever. You have to try and fail. You have to me doing what I did last year got me connected more than ever. Sorry.
And you pissed a lot of people off too, because they still.
I just show up to meetings and they know who I am. When I state, county, and city, they know who I am every time. I love it. I'm in text friends with some of my state reps down here. It's just doing stuff, and it's fun. But again, it might be limited just because Colorado is so unique and what's happened out here. So
I don't think so. I think you have the right kind of attitude for a libertarian, honestly, that runs there's so from my experiences, what libertarians, I agree. I'm totally a libertarian, what they call it, but there's especially people who get a little higher up, it's a little too taking yourself a little too seriously sometimes. It's getting a little too infighting, whatever. When for me, it's just you fucking forward, you have fun, and the fun is fuck these motherfuckers, and not you don't have to swear, be vulgar like me, but it's the process, the joy, as common call it. And the rock and roll attitude, kind of, because to me, it's what libertarians have kind of always been, especially with Ron Paul, is a little rock and roll, and I think that edge needs to be there a little bit, and you do that well.
I try. I'm gonna help you up some in the snow and it's freezing.
Okay, thank you for joining.
Thank you guys for having me. Have a good rest of the night.
Hey, be safe.
Baby.
Point her out a lot. I think she's a good model for doing just getting pissed off and just taking action locally, and just
it looks like our internet connection is absolute garbage.
Oh, really?
So we're gonna take a slight pause until our internet connection comes back. Let's play something I don't know. This is a commercial that we made for that PCC Network, PCC Productions made for the Sid Dowd campaign up in Montana. So we'll play that real quick, and hopefully our connection will come back.
Only the Federal Reserve can inflate the currency, creating new money and credit out of thin air.
Price inflation is caused by an increase in the money supply. It means the Federal Reserve has printed more money and given it to Congress and their friends. It also means that the value of your money decreases, which leads to the cost of living going up. John Tester backs the Federal Reserve and its policies. Tim Sheehy thinks Biden and Tester are the ones to blame for inflation. They're both wrong. It is the Federal Reserve that destroys the value of your money.
It doesn't.
They must be stopped.
What usually works for me is just
I am
out for a
the
second,
only
pop back in,
candidate
and
willing to
freeze
do what
it.
it takes to rein in inflation.
It doesn't stay
and
like
plan
one
to
to
end
go.
the Federal Reserve. A vote for me is a vote to keep your money in your pocket. Period. Vote Sid down for U.S. Senate.
I got it.
Yeah, people get it.
Oh, there we go. All right. I'm going to go fix it real quick. Apologies for the
That
interruptions,
happens,
y'all.
man. It's we're experimenting, and I think it's cool. Like I'd like to do something like this, like once a month or something like that.
That works.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, let's see if this works. I mean, I'm on Ethernet, and it's
Yeah, dude, it does the same shit to me too. It's like, I don't know if it's StreamYard or
all right. I think we're back on. Nick, scroll down and hit Enter Studio. Please.
Elon Musk playing Diablo.
Sorry. Our audio is on, everybody. Do we have any video? Nick?
There we go. There we go. It's a little, yeah.
It is getting real bad. How's the audio right now, Nick?
I wonder how often they reboot.
I mean, it's not getting any
How
better.
often they reboot.
It is 11 p.m. It might be about time to
wrap it up.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good with me. Well, I mean, we'll come back next week and report the results when they come in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for doing this. It's it's been an experiment. It's been fun, and I think we learned a lot.
Yeah, for everybody still watching, thank y'all. Thank y'all for watching a crappy stream for the last few minutes.
I didn't even know we were still live.
Oh, we're still live. We're just
Thank you for all the hard work that
Yeah.
y'all put in.
Absolutely. I just wish Ethernet was what it was told us it was.
I would say this. I wish the Libertarian Party would enlist your services.
Man, I've
to help with that.
Every now and then they do. Not the LP National, but like I worked on the Sid Dowd campaign. We made some sick ads for him. So it's happening. And like Dan Smott's fantastic
him too.
dude. So he actually does some work for LP National and some bigger campaigns.
He makes short vids with his son online too sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
They're good.
Nice. So it looks like we're back looking good again. Nick, go full screen, please, so we can see.
It picks back. Yeah, it does. It's crazy. It sometimes it'll go down to zero.
Screen. There you go. There we go. All right. Yeah. So we're back live, everybody. Thank y'all for sticking around. We're gonna sign off here in just a couple minutes. Alden, Ian, we're going to sign off here.
You guys done bumping dicks?
If y'all want to say thanks and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Let's see. We'll just wrap it up real quick. Right now, let's see. I'm trying to present.
We're calling it.
I mean, we're not going to call it, but we are going to show you the AP results at this exact moment, which, as we were saying, they don't make any rash decisions. They do get ahead of the actual vote tally, which drives me absolutely insane.
Yeah, me too.
But at this moment, Trump has 6 million more of the popular vote and is up 214 to 179. And I think we should have one last appearance by the president.
Oh my
his,
God!
Before his
Holy
victory
moly,
tonight.
are you serious? Oh my God!
Gosh, I think
is that the motorcade?
I think I heard something outside.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear that rumble?
Yeah. What?
Something's happening.
Oh my gosh. Mr. President, come here.
Show you guys.
Mr. President, you need the microphone, Mr. President.
Oh, I've got a dance routine I've been practicing. So here we go.
Mr. President-elect, when you get some of the yeah. Hey, do the golf flip.
It's so good.
Edmund really likes you dancing.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm honored. I'm honored.
G, would you like to say something to the American people?
Hold on, let me stop my music real quick. Hulk Hogan's music. He's a good friend. He's a good friend, Hulk Hogan.
Are you gonna sit on my lap? What are you doing?
So yeah, I just want to tell all you Americans out there who did and didn't vote for me, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty great 4 more years. A lot of us are going to be into some really good jobs over this. And we're just going to keep this trend going all the way through the night, you little scamp. I flew in here just to see all you guys. Ooh.
It's election night and stakes are high. Binkley's digging in to expose the lie. With liberty libations, he's not alone. We got the whole dang crew on the microphone. The propaganda report with liberty libations. Election night special sparking revelations. Bringing truth and laughs, it's a celebration. From chasing the vote to saving democracy, it's the most important election in history.